Hello, welcome in. It is Saturday night, SUPERVIVE, and we have a special treat for everybody. Sorry about the massive delays that we have had. We've been setting up something really fun for everyone today, but to start us off, I'm Mad Magical, joined in by Samiri. So Samiri, let's do a check-in with you. How are you doing today?
Yo, I'm doing pretty good, man. How about yourself?
I'm doing all right. I have a bit of a cold right now, so apologize if you hear sneezing, sniffling, and some coughing today to everyone out there, but I want to talk about what we have in store for everyone today. As we said, there was quite a bit of a delay, and the reason for that is that we were setting up a draft format for everyone, which means that we had our team captains going through, and it was a snake draft where they drafted all of their new teammates, so everything is new, where teammates are going to be, maybe they played together, maybe they haven't played together before. It's all going to try to change things up as well. Speaking of changing things up, not just with the draft format, we are also introducing back into SUPERVIVE. It is going to be squads today. So Samiri, we have 4 players per team, 10 teams in total. Are you excited to have squads back?
Yeah, it's definitely an added layer of chaos that, from trios, if people aren't used to it, it just adds another layer of depth to the game. With the extra pick, you can kind of pick those flavor picks that you typically weren't able to, like your supports, typically become a lot more viable, for example. So yeah, I can't wait to see what people pick, especially.
Me too, because it has been a while since we have seen squads. And back in the day when we had squads as the SUPERVIVE play style, it was, as you talked about, there's more of these supports that you could see. You had more of these protectors. I mean, we've already seen a ton of Oath already in trios. So what are other picks that maybe might come out of the woodwork that we haven't seen in some time that might benefit a bit more from a squad scenario?
Could be like more Zeths, more Lunas typically. But of course, we've got like Eva since then. So if anyone's like a really adept at Eva, that could be another spicy pick that kind of goes in there. And I think, because it's been so long since we've had squads and we've had a myriad of new characters introduced to the roster, there's going to be some new potential combos that are maybe like the leader of squads that we've not actually seen yet, which is going to be really interesting as well.
I'm looking at Mercury as something that really could thrive in squads. You talked about Eva, Aluna, these supports that are really good with the teams. Aluna, we've already seen a bit of, just depending on the player, especially some of our one-trick ponies out there who are really good at Aluna, thinking who this year in EU. But I feel like Mercury is something that really could surprise everybody, because when you have squads, it is much more leaning towards late game team fights, and Mercury is probably one of the best supports at that.
Yeah, it's been weird as well, and now that you say that as well, in the last, I don't know, 1 to 2 weeks, we've been seeing a lot more Mercuries just randomly hopping up into squads or even trios. It's obviously, partially at least due to the bans, but it's just cool to see her being picked up a little bit, at least either way, because it feels like EU was like almost allergic to her after her initial release. There was like 0 pick rate, but it's starting to pick up again. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like a lot of that did also have to do with the play style that we saw in EU. For a long time, Kingpin has been the dominant hunter of EU. Only as of late, we have really seen that kind of falling off with a lot of the nerfs that were levied towards him, but also the rise and the buffs towards Nyx have really now made it so that you don't have quite as much of a range like you do with Kingpin's pull. Nyx does have that reap, which is good, but I feel like Mercury thrives a little bit more with less Kingpin, because now she's not nearly as threatened. Even if Nyx can get on top of her, it's not like you have to worry about getting pulled almost off screen by a Kingpin.
Yeah, exactly. And I think there's been a lot of bugs that have been resolved as well since then. Since we've had squads, there used to be some really bad, unfortunate issues that allowed Kingpin to kind of exploit things such as like, be able to hook underneath O's shield. I don't know if you remember that one.
Yep. Yeah, I remember
I fell
that
victim
one.
to that one before. And, so some of those pain points have been
too.
resolved. I'm trying to think of other things that have, been fixed since then that might actually change the dynamics of squads. But there's not been anything like too significant or egregious, obviously with the powers kind of shifting around as well.
Yeah.
It's
So it will be interesting, but that's just one hunter. I'm thinking what other hunters we could possibly see coming back into the meta. Bishop, I feel like, might actually be a little bit more prevalent as well. Something that would be really good. I'm expecting every team to have an Oath before bans, just because Oath is with trios already strong enough. We remember back in the day, back in squads, that Oath was also incredibly powerful, just because having that bright shield, having this great protector, really is vital for a lot of these team compositions.
Yeah, it buys so much space, you know. I feel like in every game mode, even if it was duos or just playing alone, Oath is just always infinite value. But you know, especially having one more wisp to potentially res, having that potential access to that is always going to be like super duper value.
Agreed.
And that's obviously why the sustained comps like Zeph and Luna used to be quite prevalent as well back then, because you know you could always just keep everyone just infinitely healed up. That you're increasing your own time, you know, team's time to kill. So you're less susceptible to third parties, and you know have a better chance of surviving on average, of course. But you know there's a lot of other dynamics at play in terms of, you know, if you go for like a full damage comp or some sort of crazy CC comp, you can really like catch a whole team out. You know, for example, if you're playing something unconventional like Void, you can, you know, pull off some crazy shenanigans. I'm sure we've seen that in the past with squads for sure.
And just so everyone's aware, you might be wondering, like, when you see the games that you don't see all the players or you don't see your friends, there are 2 lobbies going concurrently right now. We are watching what's considered the A lobby. It was the first part of the draft. And then there is the B lobby, and that is going to be on Zikaric's stream. He is doing that himself. So if you want to be able to check that one out, if you have some of your friends that you want to root for, family members, that's the one that you might want to check out if you don't see them here on this one. So we have 2 going, and there's also, with that, 2 prize pools. It's going to be 250 per stream. So for EU, we have it split up because we had 80 players sign up, Samir. 80 players ready to play some SUPERVIVE and get us ready for these draft squads. Here it is, match 1, bombing runs. And we get to see how our teams are looking right now. I'm seeing a lot of Zeph, a lot of Oath, kind of like what we expected, but also a decent amount of Celeste.
Yeah, 100%. You know, to be honest as well, yeah, since since squads has been like at least been used for scrims for the past month to kind of prepare for December, you know, for the future SNSs, there's been a massive uptick in Celeste. So you know, to me, it's no surprise, but it does add that it's such a big increase to the team's time to kill. That's like one of the big ones, of course. Just having that invulnerable state, creating that space is just crazy.
But here we are, as we load up onto the breach with our squads for the first time in forever. We see how they are moving around. I see one Mercury at least. Not too surprised that 5 Puppies, aka Chronoxius, playing that one. Big player on that, even in the trios format. We're seeing that still played here for Team Nop. Not too surprised, but I'm looking at other things, such as Saros that we saw a lot in trios, Nyx, and of course, that Oath.
Yep, exactly. We are seeing a rest straight off the bat as well. Hopefully, NNN can get this one off. They're trying to get the key if possible, but they have to do shit. Getting caught out. Oh, it looks like Shichi's probably going to be toast here. That's probably going to be at least, well, maybe the second death, in fact. Obviously, because he was trying to stick the res, but you know, elsewhere on the map, you're seeing the other 2 members of NNN get away at the last second, which makes things look like they're going to survive. We're seeing a potential fight on Dawn Caps as well for the armors. It looks like a bot in this scenario, fending off another team. Let's have a quick look at that. BKT, sorry. Sprokin already found dead as well. Oof.
Yeah, having some of these early skirmishes, which I'm a little surprised, especially because 2 less teams, you have a little bit more like room to be able to drop and not go for these hot drops, but teams still going for it all the same. Bot and BKT scrapping a bit early like we saw over at the heart between Nop and NNN. But it is going to be difficult to get out of this one for Blink. Trying his best with that gold armor that he was able to snatch away from Bot, but losing platforms around him and having to skate out of there. Barely getting back to platform, but here are players still chasing this. 2v3, though. You got to be careful when you go for this fight. And now here come the reinforcements for BKT as they push back Bot. Almost were able to find Numa, but he swapped above the ledge, trying to get away Bot. Now the team on the run.
Yeah, and BTKT come in. There goes the aggressive sending by Broof. Just one more hammer will seal the deal, but unfortunately he's taken a significant amount of damage. Found dead at the end by Blink, and Broof, of course, just helping right at the end there. Axel's now trying to get the kill potential onto Akalinks, but of course the shifts provide such a large amount of distance, but the anomaly has also been taken. Very aggressive send by Axel. Hopefully he can make kind of almost fighting this 1v1 situation, but Saros is there. Sprokane getting the kill, and it looks like Bot are in a bit of a troubling situation now, but they have taken a Sky Shock to get out of town. Hopefully there is a res not too far away. We are seeing Treadsy also down to the world. Hopefully that wasn't a bombing runner incident there, but
yeah, it might be. It might have been. Looking at where they were, could have very likely been that. But
yeah,
looking at these early skirmishes, well done there from Blink. Like kiting backwards and delaying for so long to make sure the rest of BKT could recall to their position, fight back, and get those 2 kills early on against Bot, which snatches golds off of Bot's heads and gives it to the rest of the team. putting BKT in a really powerful spot right out of the gates.
Yeah, we're seeing so many teams as well from the north side just making their way into the circle, so I imagine there to be a lot of friction there amongst the teams that are actually rotating in. And another thing as well, of course, we do have bans as well after game 3, so that's another important element in the draft that people had to kind of consider. As Aiden goes in for the squid play super aggressively, pops a couple of hammers, his shield is still full HP as well, so GM seems to be forced away at the last second. There's still a couple of mobs to farm up for ICH as well in this scenario, and Minato trying to farm that last one up as well if possible. Alone though, has to be a bit cautious if the overstays is welcome. Looks like the backs are finally coming in, so Levi's at least reunited with Minato. Flicking over to Sid there in a massive fight against Nop as well. It looks like LMBs are being a constant exchange, but at the last second, Orlando's is now on 1 HP. And we're seeing if you can get the hook in or the punch or anything along those lines. Deprek is not going to be successful in this scenario. Orlando just basically healed up all the damage along with the cocktail as well for an extra bit of healing. The Mortar comes in, Shin does not get spiked in this scenario. Deprek is looking for the punch or something along those lines. But I think his angle of attack has now been found out, and he has to escort himself out completely. And hopefully they can get out of the stance. Deprek has already had to use the punch as well. The Batacom unfortunately doesn't get the connection either. And it looks like there's Kausk as well. Deprek has used a lot of his mobility already. He's probably on his last legs now in terms of it, until he gets another dash cooldown. This stance is going to continue, but yeah.
Really interesting, because you see how much more long and drawn out these fights can be with squads, where it's like normally we'd have so many third parties at this point with how long this fight has been at the heart between these two teams, but because there are those two less teams, they have been just able to scrap with one another. And now SID are in a bad spot because they lost Deathbrook, but they traded back for Orlando's with the contingency plan and the Abyssal Breaker put down. SID are taken down to 2, make it 1 as they get sniped out of the air. Only Shin, team captain, left alive, and it's going to be the chase here from Nup, trying to get that last player. They've got him surrounded. There's nowhere to go. It's now finally that third team to show up. It's Bot that might have bought enough time here for Shin to get away.
Hopefully the bomb run doesn't scuff him out here. Okay, hopefully, I think he's just trying to escape at the last second, but that was looking like a very lucky there. I'm not sure if Revel got hit by the boar as well, because he did try and use the portal to escape through the tree, and the ball was waiting on the other side. It might have knocked him back in. I might need to rewatch that one, but yeah, it was super unlucky either way. We're looking at the souls also spawning in not too long as well. BKT look to be running away from a WRG in this scenario. They've got the bonfire at the very least though, and of course with it being halfway through day 2 in fact, because that fight was, as you mentioned, was so prolonged. Everyone is trying to get the last remnants of mobs, all souls of course. I don't think that one's going to even be contested in this scenario, so that's like easy free pickings.
It is. And now looking at teams, how they've moved around, that fight for SID, they hopped on the train, teams back on their feet, even Nop here, where they kind of were in a powerful spot at the heart. They were chased out by Bot as they both have to get into the circle and kind of looking at one another, debating whether they want to fight. But I did see there were two teams that are right on top of each other. Triple N and OTO, but also here, Rab versus Itch. It is going to be the push back, and Rakza is going to be sniped out of the air. Levi is going to be the next target. Tried to heal back up with the Oblivion spin, but not enough, even though it is going to be 2 down now for Rab. They are at least able to get Spider Ball, but they got to be careful as they try to retreat here. Minato in a bad spot, trying to get some nice air blast back to buy some space for Rab.
Yeah, just at the last second, that was the most like kind of max range air blast you could hope for, and just bought just enough time for a full escape. It looks like as Axel just found a nice little pick at the last second as well. We did see some crazy fighting on Machine, where you see Theo last alive for GM, already going all the way down to the south side potentially for that res. We're seeing an Abyssal Breaker just being popped at the last second by Kausk, if I'm not mistaken. Orlando's taking the kill onto Meep, so Minato is definitively last alive now. Just looking on the map, there is a res potentially on underroute, or maybe the train is another Abyssal Breaker's been popped. WRG taking a significant amount of damage, but of course that Saros poke is just going to keep coming out of the most opportune moments. Kuba's trying to fend off WRG for as long as possible, but Aiden is in a very, very sticky situation. He's already popped the
third party.
Yeah. Oh, no,
behind them. It's going to be bad here for WRG as they're losing one, and Dredzy above everyone tries his best to see if he can avoid the attention, but his teammate BB Blux is getting chased down by Nop, chasing him all the way over the abyss, missing that primal slam, but BB Blux on that Kingpin, a little bit too scary for the continued chase out of NOP, but still 2 are now down for WRG.
Yeah, that Battlegun nearly got the connection. Bibibluks would have been toast if that one did connect, but just managed to get just enough distance to get out of town. The bomb runs are going to become potentially even more dangerous as the zone, of course, closes. Day 3 mob resets are available for everyone as well, so we do see a kind of not taking at least a couple from the grind, and OTO doing a similar kind of thing as well, taking the Guardian. But don't have too much to farm here, to be honest. You're seeing them still level 9s. They ideally want to get the level 10s if possible. We're seeing Shroom kind of posturing potentially after the bomb run has exploded to maybe go down to the south side. GM also just potentially fending off NNN just above them. Looks like Charlie's trying to get some poke onto Shichi, but you know, no one's they're just out of range just slightly. But GM are looking a little bit of a sticky situation. They've only, not had any kills so far either. Another fight potentially.
Not looking good for bot as they are sandwiched between two teams, narrowly escaping but taking a lot of damage on their way out. BKT, the team that had beaten them earlier too, the one that's trying to sandwich them with OTO. But OTO trying to see if they can snipe out Numa, who swaps above their head, trying to juke them with those void plays. So close to getting out, might have actually been able to do so with the help of that fan.
Oh, yeah, I'm hoping that that's going to be the case. He tries to TP onto the buildings again for the second time, going overwards. Oh, but gets sniped at the last second. Is it going to be subject to the bomber run? No, just died to Flashy Frost instead at the last second. And hopefully Yasa can make it out this one as well himself. We are seeing some potential fighting on the top right-hand side as well, but at the same time, fighting over the Abyss Specialist, we are seeing ICH and Nop actually trying to get that poke in. It looks like they are posturing super aggressively to try and take this one. ICH are preventing it for the moment. Their armors aren't looking too healthy, at least on Spider Brawl, but it's still half HP, so they've still got an really wide opportunity to get it. It's TP'd up to the north side, which might actually favor ICH now in this potential opportune fight here. As Orlando's goes in with the Battlegun, doesn't find the connection, nor the Reap. Hachi goes in for the punch, gets a solid connection onto Orlando's. Orlando's already found it to start things off, and there gets a nice little dash shield bash, capturing out Ash. Aiden already finding the pick potentially. There's a nice little TP play at the last second, and Ash might be able to escape here, actually taking down Spider Brawl in the exchange. Wow.
What a play from Ash there. Unfortunately, can't confirm the kill, and we do see a team eliminated off-screen. Bot, our first one out of here, struggling ever since that heart fight against BKT. And then, unfortunately, getting chased down by WRG as we look at that team, staring down SID. I see almost going for the play initially, but deciding to portal back, staying safe with the help of that base camp, and even having the respawn beacon under their control.
Yeah, we are seeing a lot of scuffling now happening on the bottom left-hand side. Not too long ago, it was all the action on the north potentially, but everyone's managed to rotate somehow, and it's all rotated down to the south side. Lurok's already finding Ash to start things off. Yeah, Bubble's already been popped as well for Trapper, so in a bit of a sticky situation now. So already popped the Air Blast as well to try and ensure a survival against Orlando's continued chase. And looks like Orlando's, has been fended off successfully. Hachi does get the bonfire capture on the left-hand side. We do see that as well. So they are looking for some sort of rotation into the zone with the Bon unraveling as well. We are seeing another potential fight here. Yep, NNN, hopefully they can do some action here. Some major damage actually coming out from NNN. They're holding their own for the moment. Orlando's on low HP. The bomber run just come out. He's going to be still in trouble here, Magical.
Gotta be careful, Triple N. They might be split up. I don't think that Nop realized that, though. They don't actually press their advantage that they briefly got there. Instead, going back to the base camp, wanting to repair that armor. Ash trying their best to make sure to stand strong before Triple N can regroup themselves. Even getting that Oracle's pop, they know where they are. But look at how many teams are still alive. Only Bot, the one team that has been eliminated so far here into day 4. We are looking at how crowded it is now getting.
Yep, we are looking at B-Cam rewinding in around 15 seconds as well. The nuke's been dropped to negate the bonfire as well for NNN. And Orlando's tries to go for the aggressive send. Actually gets the kill onto Lurox with the kind of spin dash round. And Tripaline's also in super major trouble. The bubble's already been popped as well. Abyssal Breaker was super duper clean. Already, left at half HP. The Battlegun doesn't get the connection again by Orlando's. We are seeing some portal plays happening there at the last second. Orlando's gets a nice little bit of healing top up as the Mortars continuously drop down to the ground. But NNN do manage to escape with at least 3 members. But I'm not sure if Nop want to continue this chase. There is a lot of congestion here on the bottom left-hand side, so space is running thin, it feels like, as we do see Hudis actually finding a nice little clean kill onto Deprek, and a second kill onto Revel just afterwards. Wow. So Citadel, a mountain of trouble now. The wall has to be the saving grace here. The back is a 4-man, but I don't know how much longer they're going to survive here. Portal play through as well. I don't think it's going to do too much. Revel found dead again, but that might have just bought enough time for Sid to get out of town.
Yeah, unfortunately, using that on a small little wall there instead of the big wall, so SID already down Revel as WRG push SID off the platform, but SID at least getting that respawn, so they brought one of their teammates back fully, even though Revel had to pay his life again for that one. We go down south towards this meteor piece, and we see that it is getting congested here with even the 10 teams that we have. Now we're getting into the late game. We're seeing just how little real estate there is left to play. BKT, the team that is going to get chased away from the Meteor Beast. Itch and Triple N still holding on to the Meteor Beast, but Triple N trying to see if they can steal that away, while GM, they might be able to fourth party this fight as Itch and Triple N trade a couple blows initially.
Yep, and hopefully they can get out in this situation because they're taking a lot of damage, alongside the Beast as well, doing a major amount of damage with the lasers. Hopefully they do get out scot-free. It looks like they are going to, but Nopper now coming up from the north side. It's still up for grabs. I don't know if they're looking for the steal. They're trying to get the poker if possible, but it looks like, I'm not really sure who got the steal at the last second or the item. It looks like Spider would have taken the rewind at the very least, not probably going to be jumping ship now. We are seeing a bit of a level disparity there, at least on Kaos. But another fight here between the two green teams in this scenario, NNN and GM in this scenario. It looks like a second win has been popped by Calcio, allowing a little bit of an extra survival for the Knicks. Cookies, trying to last as long as possible, but the space is of course running out because of that zone closure. Already been forced out on the zone completely now. Trapalium getting the kill onto Cookies. And it looks like Chichi's going for the continued follow-up. The root just connected onto Calcio. That's what, second member dead now, and a crown has been picked up by Theo.
But this is what I was talking about. Where are the other teams? We saw that on the kill feed. SID were also in a fight, and they were able to pick up a crown. But Theo, holding on, sniped away, stolen. No crown for GM. Only one player left now as Itch also chased. Axer looking to see if he can get two teams simultaneously. Finds Hachi as well. These stragglers unable to join up with their team.
Yeah, it's going to be really troublesome now as well because the Abyss Specialist pickup is probably going to be, crazy powerful on Nyx potentially in this situation. We are seeing an Abyss Breaker being popped by Hudis, getting a major amount of damage, but it's already been negated by that Mercury Oath, doing so much value acquired there. It feels like ball, but a potential clean catch out there. Treadsy finding Orlando's, and now Nopper just 3-man. They have to do something crazy here to kind of turn this one around.
That's a lot of gold.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my goodness.
They are completely stacked up. It feels like they've picked up so much money and other resources. It feels like amongst these kind of mid-late stages of the game. You're seeing a rest at the last second as well on the bottom right side, so back as a full form, and it looks like and then maybe go for the Immorius here. Looks like they may have free pickings over this one. All four members are back. Spider-Ball with less than 1 minute, and Baroof with 1 minute 20 on his crown, respectively. Abyss Breaker's been popped onto Axel. Hopefully he can survive in this situation. Looks like he's got the last bite to survive. 40 seconds though. Dashing down to the right, maybe looking for Revel in this situation. They do get the pick. Back as a full form, man. Let's go.
And now SID sandwiched between so many teams as Rab almost getting split off. Triple N debating whether they want to join in the fight or hold on to the Immortus, looking for that orb of life, making sure they grab onto that, while OTO, they've been silent this whole time, but they find Itch, and they are looking to see if they get the broken shield oath, but he's able to get backwards, trying to re-engage. Itch, the huge punch there from Hachi, starting it off as they snipe down OTO, but SID, they can intervene as well. Deprek nearly finding the angle, waiting out the timer. OTO killed off screen by Shin of all players. These two left for SID. They don't want to fight as GM, they lose their lives. WRG, they're claiming more points for themselves, having all the goals they need, while we see more fighting. Triple N and Rab trading blows off screen. BKT and WRG, they're almost at the brink of death here for BKT. They had a good fight at the very beginning against Bot, but running into the wrong team with the bombing run, almost finding Baroof, barely able to get to the platform, but Shin was already there with Triple N, forcing this lone oath off the platform, trying to see if he can heal back up, get some armor, while WRG looking to snipe out SID off these platforms.
And somehow, Sid have just managed to stay alive that whole time. I don't know how they've managed to skirt around all the various teams that are surrounding them. Nop as well, looking relatively healthy on armors, but WRG are looking ultra stacked now since we last spoke about them. We are seeing that again. Roof trying to escape as long as possible. I think he's about to get caught out. One more LMB, and BKT are out. If you're left with, I think about 5 or 6 teams now. There is a res potentially dropped not too far away from this as well, so another team can potentially reuse it. You're looking at the Mercury also being popped by Chronopsis in this instance. He's managing to. Oh my God, Ash did so much damage to Lorix right at the last second.
Wow.
RMBs are coming out. Kaska's looking for the chase onto Shichi with a couple of LMBs, but the rails are there for a nice little clean escape. It looks like the rest of the members of Triple N are going to be able to get out at the last second. But Sid still, dagger up to the north side. Hopefully they can get out. Deathbreaker's picked up a crown. 1 minute left, it looked like as well. So hopefully they can get that one off.
I find it crazy that Nop and Triple N are still fighting. Two teams that dropped on one another at the heart at the very beginning of the game, yet still alive. But now it's going to look bad for Nop as they got sandwiched between the remaining members of SID and Rab. Nearly broken up, but they push them back with the help of that golden beam. Rab now getting sniped out of the air. They're down to 2 players while Shin pulled in. SID, they lose. Oh no, Shin was able to get the blink back with Triple N up in the north. Deathbreak holding onto that crown. 30 seconds left. Grabby missing the Bishop. Bishop barely able to get away. That's while they try to see if they can get the team back on their feet off another team's crown.
And hopefully Deadbreak can make it out. It's already healed up to full, 15 seconds left. It looks like it's going to be guaranteed in this scenario. Shin's just maybe going like for the full suicidal move to try and ensure that can happen. Actually, Levi finds a kill onto Trevonian, but he's going to get maybe a Orb of Revival Rest. Not sure if they can actually fully stick it. No, they get it back. So he's back at full HP again, managing to escape at the last second through the wind tunnels. Bomber Runner's also going to provide an extra bit of cover. As Rap go up to the north side, they've got that kind of solid ground to kind of chill on for the moment. And there goes Sid back as a 4-4 man. There goes the crown pop. So now Trapper is running out of space extremely rapidly now. He's already got the bubble used as well, if I'm not mistaken as well. He's already had to pop the E-plat to kind of guarantee he's got a bit of a safe space to kind of rotate around. Goes down to the south side temporarily. Another crown's been picked up in this instance by Rab. They're looking for the potential kill onto Sid. Can they get it? There goes the ring. Raw.
Look at that. That's a lot of damage.
Can they follow it up?
Nice portal. Wait a minute. They're chasing this down. There it is. They've got it. Levi bringing back up the team. SID over these platforms. Sniped out of the air. Pulled back in. Shin with nearly no health is going to be chased down by NOP. While Rab, this is another team that was able to reform, but they're getting broken up. WRG have already got him pushed back. Grabby getting him all the way into the corner. 2 gone for Rab. Only 1 player, Little Meep, over the abyss against the 1 for Triple N. This bunny trying to get the lockdown, but Crownless with the plots. Push back from the from the emergency bubble. Almost was able to find it, but Deprick trying to chase down that bunny while WRG and Nop still trading blows. And there goes Triple N. Little Meep takes one down before falling to Nop.
Oh man, that was a really nice sequence there by Meep, surviving through all of the knockaways that he had to face against Trapper there right at the last second. Even the bomb and run, and he even managed to get the kill at the end. So that's something you can be proud of at the last second, even if he didn't win that one. Looks like WRG are just taking names there wherever they find one. It looks like they've managed to maintain these armors throughout. Every single fight. It feels like we just seen them had the Eva armor evolve over and over again. Nop have managed to also recover their own ground as well, and armors are looking relatively healthy for them too. Deathbreak is last alive for Sid though, so needs to pop another crown. I'm not really sure if there's going to be many options though. It's looking a bit rough for Deathbreak. We are seeing obviously the poke, the nukes come out as well to negate the bonfire. Some poke coming out from the full north side as well, it looks like. So Deathbreak is definitely going to find his opportune moment to look to strike basically. He has to avoid the hooks as well coming from Bibi Lukes. And this is where the bomb runs are going to keep coming in. And, if a team gets unlucky here, this is where it could just spell like imminent danger. Like, a whole team could get outed if they mistime this. Oof.
I'm looking at where Crown could be for Deathbreak. It is all the way here, controlled by these 2 teams. Nop and WRG ready to trade blows, but Nop's got to be careful. They have been corralled in this corridor with Golden Beam trying to help him out. A nice use of the Abyssal Breaker, but not enough to break the shields. Only Orlando's losing that, but Five Puppies about to lose theirs soon. They're trying to get the pushback with almost Deathbreak sniping away the crown. Was not able to get in time to see if he can find where that is, and now it's going to be Nop deciding to use that jump pad to try to get out of this hallway because they are kind of corralled here. They are put in a cage, and WRG have realized that they're getting him pushed back while they try to see if Calculator can push him back themselves, but he's going to be taken down pretty quickly. Deathbreak still waiting. Huge punch, almost getting Meki Mek, still chasing this down, but Crownless just gets the kill just because they can. Now has picked up the crown, but can they stomp on the wisp? They need to get it. Have to get out of there. Deathbreak with no health left into the storm, sniped away by WRG. Nop now have their crown onto Ash. They've got some damage, but Meki Mek back to full health. Back to armor. They've got the push. 3v3. We're back to trios, baby. That's Ash has got to be careful with this crown. He's looking for the portal around, trying to get onto the other side to get the flank onto Trenty, who has no armor left. Even though it's exotic, it's useless when you don't have it built up. They push him back. He's got the damage. Ash almost getting Trenty, but not quite. That WRG defending their sorrows, sending in the front lines, but they're trying to get the snipe into the back line. Ash still waiting. A minute left on the clock. Hudis is now low. Orlando's looking to see if they can clean up onto Oath, but they've got the snipe onto Mercury. Ash gonna be the next target, but still with the damage back onto Tracy. The snipe not back in the game. WRG, they had it. It was in their grasp, but Nop are able to find the crown. They're able to find glory here in our first draft squads game.
Dude, that whole sequence, that whole prolonged fight was insanity. Deathbreak with that kind of Splinter Stealth-esque stealth mission to try and get the crown pickup. He gets it in the end. Almost gets the crazy punch afterwards, but he got CC chained, man. That was crazy. And then Ash with these R&Bs, the crazy dash for the wall stuns, actually finally procs the crown. Wow, man, that was so nice.
What a wild set of circumstances there. I thought that WRG had that in the bag, but Nop, well played for them, and how they're able to find those flank angles to kind of get around, and where I thought they were kind of corralled. I thought they had very little ways to get out of there. They did a great job of utilizing their positioning, finding a flank with the help of the portals and the jump pads to get into the back line and constantly make WRG in this awkward, like feel very awkward in their own positioning that they had to constantly try to defend Treadsy.
Yeah, exactly. And somehow Treadsy actually managed to provide so much space kind of centrally located in the circle, pushing them continuously to the left. But of course, you know, as we've seen so many times before, Saros portals can just rotate the whole circle around, make everything chaotic. And obviously Deprek was the kind of extra chaotic modifier on top, just coming out from nowhere, you know, absolutely giving at least one, picking up the crown. That's just, oh man. And it was like almost the perfect moment to go for it as well, man. Like you had to time it so perfectly to try and go for it, get the enemies just weak enough so that he can maybe get the finish and get his whole team back. And, you know, they played it pretty much perfectly, I think. The whole sequence is so good.
Really well done. Well-deserved win there from NOP. Picking up that win, but WRG, definitely good things to look at for that team as well. I think SID, another one of those teams that we got to look at how they're able to survive for so long. It felt like Shin or Deprek were on these missions to try to bring back up the team, and you can only imagine how this team is going to perform when they're on an even platform and they're on an even level, not playing from behind.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just thinking about like the whole early, mid, late game. Like, you know, which team would you think was looking really strong and then maybe like fell out? You know, what's your kind of prediction? Well, not prediction, but like how did you feel like it was going? At least from the early game, if you were to take like a snapshot of it.
I mean, I feel bad for Bot. I feel like Bot, from the beginning, they were struggling with that drop against BKT.
Yeah.
It was that early level for Blink that he was able to outplay them. He got level 6 compared to the 3s. They were chasing for so long, but couldn't actually get anything from that one. And so from that moment, they were constantly playing that poverty run. So I'm really curious to see what happens when they're in a slightly better game themselves. SID, as I mentioned, another one of these teams, I'm really curious to see how they're going to perform. But for me, I'm looking at WRG, I'm looking at NOP, and I feel like these two teams have a really good idea of how to play these late game fights, especially NOP. I've said it before, this Mercury play. I was wondering if any teams were going to try to see if they can adapt to that as well. Maybe copy what Chronoxius likes to do, because that Mercury here in squads, I feel like it's even better. And we are going into match 2. Of course, my favorite, it is Bullet Trains here, Samiri. We got to get the loadout on where everyone is going to go. Gridlock going to be the golds.
Yeah, exactly, man. It's the crowd favorite, with you just being the crowd, I guess. You're going to have to cheer for this one whenever the train gets at least 1 or 2 kills here. But of course, we are looking at, game 2, Gridlock, having the armors. We've got Soul of the Hunt up for grabs as well. We're looking at the drop line as well, potentially kind of going over like the top left-hand side of the map. So a lot of teams are going to have to kind of spread out in it. Yeah, it's such a weird drop line, but hopefully they can capitalize on it somehow.
That is one of the more rare drops that we ever have here. Like barely over any land at all.
So see how this one's going to unravel there. Looks like BKT have just gone for the for early XP for the very start at least. I don't know if they're going for like super spread farm at the moment. There goes Triple N as well. They're going down, potentially reuniting with BKT, but they're going to go for the long rotation around. It looks like for the rest of the mobs. But aside from that, there's not been that much contact. It feels like UTO are relatively close. All the teams are relatively close to each other, but I guess that's sort of one of the other things, right? There's a lot of resiliency with having just one extra person. There's always way more chances to get a res. If the fight is really looking south, you can instantly just start jumping ship and starting to look for a res, and having that extra person just makes it way easier, in my opinion.
And I with this kind of drop too, that's why we see so many teams dropping with one another, where normally we would expect with squads that they would be a lot more spread out at the beginning, but because it was such an extreme Western drop here, there's a lot of area where players are going to drop with one another. But we are seeing, as things start to load up, as players start to drop, there is going to be that spread out. BKT, they dropped all the way at Dawn Caps. They decided to bail once they realized there were 2 other squads, not even just 1, 2. They went all the way down to Academy, even all the way down to Gridlock.
Yep, and it looks like the soul was taken at the last second by Bot, if I'm not mistaken. So Itch, they're maybe trying to get one pick, catch him. Fortune misses the punch onto Godefroy, but the dagger's already been used now, so Godefroy is in major trouble. Aiden trying to force everyone away, but Shield's now finally broken at the last second, avoiding that void damage as well, which could have been potentially monstrous there. And then Spider-Bro comes in with the aggressive chase, gets the reap onto at least one. The spin plus a punch combo by Hachi, respectively, as well, doing mega damage, and Lingo's probably going to be the next victim here. So even though they got the soul, they actually paid a lot of price for it, but hopefully they can make it out this one, unless the Saros gets that crazy clean sniping. And maybe Kuba can do something here as well with the extra dash to kind of close the distance. Akalink's also found dead. So it's just one member left for bot, if I'm not mistaken. Godefroy looking to stick the res and can hopefully get his team out of town.
Should be able to get that res pretty easily in the desert, but we can already see that Itch are looking to see if they can move around that to maybe go for a further fight. But SID, the team that's been a little bit more patient, they were all in Cold Fang. They were able to farm that out, get a lot of the loot, then move up the catacombs, and they're playing just a nice, simple PvE style at the moment.
Yeah, and another thing to mention is, because it's kind of draft, a lot of teams had to kind of read off of the roster, right? Like, what could each person play, and you have to kind of factor that in. There's like two kind of things you can factor, in my opinion. One could be like just flat out mechanical prowess on, even if they are just a one trick. But then there's also the thing like, can you play a wide roster? Because when the bans come in, you need to take account for that. As we do see Lingo getting caught out at the last second by Itch, another free picking there. As bot just to get the rest. Oh my god, Hachi with this crazy clean punch there. It looks like Akalinks is going to be dead shortly afterwards, and Numo might be the next victim, but he's got a couple of mountains to kind of play on here. Tries to TP up to the top left. Looks like he might be able to get the escape here. Spider-Bro unfortunately scuffed his own TP through the wall. And I think Numo is also going to make his way out as we flick over to potential fighter Manacores.
And WRG are going to be one of the teams. GM, an early exit in the last game. 9th place this time around. Definitely going to be having that fire beneath them. And they're looking to take down the second place team from game 1. Mech doing a great job of trying to outplay for a while, but with barely any health, surrounded by 2, an easy target to take down.
Yeah, so they're having a much rougher game than they did for the first one. The first one was looking like a steamroll, but this one they've faced at least one hurdle so far that they're going to have to try and overcome and like reacquaint themselves, at least in terms of their like snowball factor now, because obviously they've lost a little bit of econ and things of that nature. We do see Aiden as well, Spider-Brawl with the level 7s versus Sid, all level 6. Shin trying to get the flanking, Hachi trying to punch, Spider-Brawl going with the aggressive in, pops the Raw, followed by the Abyssal Breaker doing mega damage, temporarily separating, but the crazy punch by Debrek, defying all the laws of physics, he felt like at the last second, completely negating Aiden's kind of walk-in. They do get the res up at the last second. The Chilling Finale's also been popped. The R&B continues to try and get the poke in. Hachi gets a nice little punch onto Shin to knock him away. And hopefully Itch can get out of this one in this situation. I'm not sure. They're going to have to go their split ways for the moment to try and buy themselves the maximum amount of time, ensure the chances of survivability are high. But Kuba might be the sacrificial lamb here. Sid continue the chase. It looks like Revel and Shin respectively are trying to get that damage in whenever possible. That break not too far behind, of course. There's the battle gun play in the connection. There we go with the stun. And Kuba is finally dead.
And this is what I was worried with Itch, is that what happens when SID finally joined the fight, because they were free farming. Itch went for the fight against Bop. They were getting a lot of those early plays, but SID, they got the golds, they got the loot. They were looking really strong coming out of that with their relics, grips, kicks all online. And so sadly for Itch, it was that SID, they were just the stronger team after that. Were able to bully around the team that had been bullying around another team previously. So now they're going to be quite behind when they started off so strong.
Yeah, exactly. And we are seeing that's kind of pulling up to the north side as well. So a lot of teams are, trying to make their rotation up, trying to farm mobs whenever possible, of course, with it being day 2. But Hachi is in a potentially sticky situation there. The trees kind of scuffed him out at the last second, and he's had to pop the ulti to kind of ensure his escape as the Abyssal Breaker is popped on the north side by Kausk, doing a major amount of damage to Spider-Brawl. Looks like Kuba can make it out as well. Aiden trying to get some space, as he should do on the Oath, but the ulti's coming out on both sides. Another Abyssal Breaker has been sent out as well, plus the orb.
Oh no, one's gone!
Catching out one member of Itch, so just two
Two's
members,
gone, three's gone!
Now. And it's been spiked now. This could be the early out. Oh no, they grabbed him.
And there goes Kuba! Itch are out, but this starts off the fight between OTO and Nop, as it is going to be 1 in the storm. 3 still dealing with Nop, already getting flashy frost, and then looking to see if they can turn that onto Draco as he skates away the best he can, but he runs into the wall, pulled back in by the Reap, and it's going to be 1 more kill for Nop.
Dude, that clean in was so nice from Nop. I think the tree scuff on Hachi actually made things really, really go sour for them, because they lost a lot of space that they desperately needed. They needed to go over to the island as soon as possible, but they just couldn't do it. It felt like, especially with Kausk already being there, it made things really difficult for their rotate as well. So you see Sid and Jim having their little respective fight. Shin potentially running out of space early. He's trying to pop the fuselage to last as long as possible. Ice is there for the reinforcements, along with Rebel. He's managed to dash away at the last second. The Vortex Charm's been guessed the connection at the last second. He's taken a bit of damage, but already rapidly healed up by Calcio. And Sid are now looking to hopefully, completely jump ship here. It is halfway through night 2, so there's not too long until day 3, of course. Godefroy just get a kill onto Trapper as well. We do see on the kill feed as BKT come in. As you mentioned, the third party.
BKT, they went all the way to Academy, then to Gridlock. They got the gold armors, and GM are facing their might. Calcio is already going to make sure they find one as they got Theo, and now SID, they realize they can intervene and help out. GM on the run. They already have lost Theo, and Calcio doing their best to make sure the team is going to be fine, giving them a way out.
Yeah, and aside from that, you know, they managed to get away relatively okay in terms of armors. They didn't really get like too damaged. We are seeing a lot of teams chilling on the outskirts though. Potential catch out on Vanegrove. We are looking at flicking over there real quick. We're seeing a triple N versus bot. Lingo on 1 HP managed to escape at the last second. The poke continuously comes in from Shichi. The Numa, or yeah, it's Numa. I was thinking it's got to be a Void player there when I'm seeing it in this situation. But yeah, it's getting the TP over, it looks like, at the last second. Jumping around all the way down to the south side. Lingo does, manage to escape as well amidst the chaos. The portal, obviously, from Saros did help with that kind of a maneuver. But we are seeing Bot actually going for the back play onto Shichi, trying to catch them out potentially. They may be able to get the kill onto Shichi if possible. 1 HP. Can they get it? They do get it at the last second. Godefroy is still in a sticky situation. Can't get the backup of his team. He's pops the fuse to try and last a little bit longer. He's got a bit of the life still coming in as well, but still cleanly hit by that nice Shichi R&B and found dead.
And for bot, they've been struggling this game, kind of like in the last game where they had that hot drop, and ever since then, it has not been going their way at all. And now we look at this three-way fight. WRG, SID, and BKT all trading blows. Treadsy over the Abyss, trying his best to outlast and survive, but even with the Mantle Tech, it's not going to be enough. Push back, looking for that Howl, but with a chilling finale on top of SID, they've been split up, losing Shin in the process, while they have picked up a crown for Deprek, looking for the punch onto Baru, but missing that, instead having to blast back with the help of the grenade, leaving Mr. Ice-T into the clutches of BKT.
Man, this is a crazy snowball for BKT. I felt like that fight was pretty instrumental, especially getting Treadsy down as well amidst that chaos. We were looking at a Nop as well. Oh, Triple N getting a nice Abyssal break onto Landers to start things off, but that's obviously going to be up and healed in no time, of course, with them having 2 healers. Kauski's spending off Smold still on the Oath. A couple of hammers have been exchanged, and Shichi tries to go for the poke, but gets hit by the Chonker at the last second. Trapper just go for the aggressive dashing onto for the roots, but unfortunately only hits the Sky Shot. Landers is slowly skirting down to the south side. The portal's also been used by Shichi to try and get some crazy poking whenever possible, as Landers just go for the send-in. And Trapper actually gets the root in the last second. A 3-man roots can Smold follow this off is the question. I don't think he can. It's actually been reaped in. He actually might pay the price for that aggressive send-in. Kauski kind of sees that kind of opportune window and goes in, pops the ulti. We are seeing the bubble also being popped as well on Trapper. So, and Bot come down for the free third party. They're in a bit of trouble now.
Bot actually taking full advantage of that, nearly finding some targets on and off, but unfortunately for them, still behind the curve. You can see how they are lacking in armors. That's why they don't continue to push the issue onto Nop, letting them escape. Triple N, they'll get out of there as well, but BKT suddenly find themselves surrounded, but they don't realize that quite yet. They see Triple N right in front of them. They want to have this fight, but they got to be careful because behind them, Nop, Bot, and we even saw there's another team that was nearby. Sid could have possibly intervened. While we look at other remnants of fights, WRG, our second place team from last week, they are only down to 1 player now.
Yep, we do see Dragon Breath rounds spawning in not too long as well. The Guardian's still available for our Triple N as well for some extra goodies. We are seeing some train reses happening from a couple of different teams, but it looks like a jump off at the last second for one, but it looks like WRG are probably going to get theirs at the last second. They're going to take a bit of zone damage though. Day 4 still probably survivable for at least like a good 20 to 30 seconds or something along those lines from full HP, but GM do go down to the south side. You're looking at that rotation, as I mentioned, in from that train res. Sid still only 3-man. They need to get back at Ice-T. Looks like the res is happening right now as we speak, though, from Deprek. We are seeing an aggressive in by Levi. They're trying to get a potential free picking onto at least one member of Sid, back as a full 4-man though. Oh, and they fortunately find one free picking onto Rebel to start things off. As the chase continues, Meep tries to go for the hook, but unfortunately misses it. And if Sid navigate this one poorly, they're going to be met by OTA as well on the north side. But looks like Yas has already fended that off with a couple of hammer exchanges. But the Guardian's there for an extra bit of money econ for Sid. And maybe they look upwards afterwards, but there's a triple chonker setup, a quad one even. So it's going to be quite hard to fight through this one, yeah.
Who's going to try to contest this? You do not want any team to have this one. And OTO desperate to grab on to the Dragon Breath rounds. Well, Rab, they're waiting it out. We see down south, there are 3 teams already trading blows. BKT looking for Triple N with GM right above them. But it is going to be the first fight with Triple N, the team that has to get out of there alive. GM nearly intervening, but BKT, they decide not to continue that, knowing there's a potential third party.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things where, if you do decide to kind of run away in that situation, you have to acknowledge that you might be having a bit of a, less XP because you're trying to fight over that mob camp, but when a third party comes, you don't have any chance of getting it. It looks like, Triple N have already kind of figured this one out and went for it sort of early as the Abyss Breaker's already even popped Daxor, taking actually quite a lot of damage, but they get a nice little spike at the last second. Spro killing Trepper to start things off. We are seeing a nice little bit of a maneuverability coming in from Lorox at the last second, but Axel's going in with the chase. The Abyss Breakers have also been popped now by Baruf, and they do finally get the kill onto Lorox now, so it's looking relatively even, well, 2 for 1 actually, so a little bit above for BKT, sorry.
Well, Triple N, I'm looking where they can go from here. There's a crown right there at their feet if they want to pick that one up. Not many good respawn beacon angles, but up by the tracks already. Revel losing their lives to Rab. Train gonna go past, but not. Didn't realize he had the elevation. I was so worried about that one.
We are looking at Ice as well, chilling on the bottom right-hand side, and the potential engagement here from Nop. They're trying to get some potential free pickings from that kind of a wide rotation happening kind of through the center of the map, it feels like. Open to, every opportune eye. And looks like they might be getting caught up or forced up by Cookies at the last second. Triple N are definitely a little bit homeless now, but hopefully they can find something. They are, looking to find or chill in the bush for the moment. Flashy probably already saw this happening as well. Rab looking for the pad play, jumping over to the bottom right-hand side. They're jumping over to Iron, which looks to be safe. Looks like Shroom got caught up by Singularity as well, so that's a nice little free picking there.
Bot, this is not looking good for them either. Yeah. Trying to get away from GM. They've been struggling all game, and they're already losing Void. One of their escape tools gone. Sniped over the tracks. Barely Lingo able to limp away from the fight, but Bot now running up to 2 teams as Shichi already surrounded. Accolades dying to the train. And then looking for the other 2 of Bot. Lingo's gone. And with WRG trying to get back into the storm, they have to deal with SID right in front of them, putting down the base camp. All this aggression from Sid, it's only going to lead to Shin's death as he's sniped out of the air, unable to blink backwards.
Oof, and GM has surprisingly managed to make... Oh, they get a spike at the last second as well. So that's another thing. We are seeing a res happening from Flashy. I think it's going to be successful, but GM are going to be haunting this one. I think another team also saw it as well. So that's definitely going to be a free chase there. Looking at a crown pickup as well. Mr. Ice-T has got the back as well. So at least back has 2 members. Draco's goes for the portal up to the south side. Insta found dead though. Flashy probably going to be the next victim here. Found dead as well. So that's 2 teams dead instantly in the blink of an eye. Wow. And we are seeing a res on the top side as well. Wow.
Gone right before and then right after them. OTO, as they had gone for the bullet train res, they were dragged into the storm and into fights afterwards. We might see the same thing happen to SID that happened to OTO before them, because WRG are still there, but they're dealing with Triple N in front of them. SID might be able to take advantage of that one to find a bit of an angle, that small window of opportunity to get back into the storm around everyone. But look up in the north, Rap already dealing with Nop with the golden beam put down, but it's going to be a fight from Sid as they find Rab on their flank. They were trying to get out of there alive, but Nop and Sid work together, pick apart Rab. Minato into the storm, gone. Only Levi is left. Nix was nearly able to escape from Nop. We're dealing with Sid. Too worried about this new team that has now joined into the fight, trying to get into Ion Acres, while Levi taken out off screen by Mechty Mech, but the separation on the SID. Shin, team captain, gone. The other 3 now in the fortress, dealing with BKT to the south. Triple N holding onto a crown inside of the fortress as well, with Sid barely able to regroup, finding their own crown.
Yep, 2 crowns have been picked up. Deathbreak just picked up his as well. We are seeing a very aggressive inward, some defensive holding on this mini island from GM. They've successfully fended off at least 1 member. Revel found dead again. It feels like he's always been the sacrificial lamb for this team. It feels as a not, tried to fend off the territory against WRG. The EMP nade doesn't get a connection. Mechty Mech's going to be fine in this situation. We're going to see him probably walking up and starting to get some R&Bs in very, very soon. We're seeing the walls also covering up, kind of every entrance here. There's a nice spike comes onto the Deathbreak at the last second. Unfortunately, found completely dead. So that is Sid outed. We're just left with 5 teams.
5 teams, and we're getting pulled back down to the bullet train tracks with a crown from Triple N. 1 second left. Can he survive? The Smolder does survive just long enough for the 2 to get revived, but unfortunately, where can they go? Treppa, Chichi, already surrounded by 2 teams, might be pulled back in by GM as they look for Treppa. They've got Chichi, both of them down. Only 1 left now for Triple N. Can they get another miracle crown play? No. It is going to be Spro Crane to find Lorax off screen.
Man, and BKT again, we've seen them consistently acquiring power, just like in game 1. It was a kind of similar situation, but transport, and now it looks like they're able to fill up anyone.
Train!
Somehow managed to make it through that one. That looks really weird there at the last second. We are seeing
the shadow dash. That's why.
Exactly.
Went through that one. While Nop are trying to get some damage onto WRG, who are on that little platform, trying to see if they could hold strong. GM placing down a respawn beacon to bring back in Charlie, who had been fallen beforehand. And now with Nop in the north, WRG on their little platform, BKT in the south, GM, they're just waiting it out and seeing how they're going to be able to play around these tracks.
Yeah, hopefully they can make it out this one. We are seeing Mech with the Dragon Breath rounds pick up, so there's definitely going to be extra damage coming in, especially like super clean poke. They've dropped 2 walls to kind of ensure that they themselves don't get poked. 3 walls, in fact, and they've dropped the vision aids as well to try and ensure they know exactly what's going on around them, so they can now, send their attention elsewhere. It looks like, Mech is, or Treadsy's even going down to the south side, trying to get some poke in. The circle's still favoring them, or every team in this situation. I don't think anyone's going to get caught out here. You're looking at Blink on the bottom right side, just chilling for the moment. The nuke's already been dropped to negate the res as well, so no one can kind of do something crazy there at the last second. GM are potentially the ones that have the least amount of space back, so dies to the train, unfortunately. What is going on?
Dying to the train, not paying full attention. Now BKT suddenly in a disadvantageous situation. GM might be able to take advantage of that, but it is going to be a separation from BKT. They will no longer stand together, no longer united. Even with Sprokian sniped out of the air, looking for the fallen teammates, even with the chilling finale, is it going to be enough to stop Nop from chasing BKT? BKT, I don't know where they can go from here. Nice, respawn beacon has been placed down. Might be able to bring back up the team, but we see that other fights. WRG was able to find a nice dunk onto GM, who are suddenly the team eliminated. BKT, even though it seemed like it was going to be dire for them, they were able to get back on their feet while GM are silenced.
Yeah, but there's amount of space that they have to play, and it's looking a bit dangerous now because the zone is putting full south side. We're seeing an aggressive in at the last second by Orlando's. Had to pop the rewind, so that's a very, very instrumental thing that could have been beneficial. No one dies to the train. Blink does die there, Mr. Chaos. Looks like a res force off at the last second by Who Dis, and actually still going for the chase, gets the spin, gets an extra bit of damage. Hopefully he can survive this one because he himself taking so much damage from Mech, already found death now, so BKT are down just 2 members.
Could rebuild that beacon, but here come the mortars, making it very difficult. Do you have enough time to stick the respawn beacon? The Storm's going to start to do a lot of damage. They're trying to put up a wall, any kind of resistance. They've got the respawn, but now they got to get in the Storm. Sniped out of the air by Meki. Who Dis playing aggressively, pushing them off their E-plat they created. BKT, lose Brocade and Axer at the same time. They're about to lose their entire life as Baroof has no health left. Taken out by Who Dis, leaving our final 2, same as last game. WRG, Nop, but this time around, Who Dis was trying to get the backline play. Treadsy was already able to get rid of their oath, and now Nop are on the back foot. Got to be careful. The train nearly going to be avoided, but now pushed back. WRG, they have to be careful. They weren't able to confirm the kill onto Calcinator, but they got a lot of damage. Beautiful pull, bowling back in the kill, taking out that Mercury as well, but they lose Who Dis for it. Their oath is now gone. They might be able to bring back up Noxious, but now can they stick onto the whips? They were able to get Calcinator, broken shield, and now the WRG pushing back the 2 remaining players of Nop. They are getting their lives taken out almost by the train. Narrowly avoided. Baby Blues waiting to drag him over the abyss. Orlando's not going to fall prey to that one, though. Waiting out the timer. Now it's a 1v1 duel. Trying to see if they can take the res on to Ash with a reap back onto Meki. Meki with Soros and going up against Orlando's Knicks, but it's going to be Ash back in the fight. Back on their feet. 1v2. All onto you, Meki Mech, to try to snipe him out of the air, but there's nothing you can do. Maybe with the orb, but unfortunately, they could not find a win. It is going to be Nop second in a row.
Dude, that again, the squad's end games always feel so much more intense for some reason. Orlando's basically like 1v4'd, it felt like as well. He was just spinning, getting that life steal consistently. Even popped the rewind as well to get extra value. He was just constantly taking names in that last fight, and I'm sure that Nyx will hopefully get adjusted for the next patch because that was just crazy work from Orlando's there. Sheesh.
Whew, I mean, not too surprising when you get those buffs for Nyx, where I feel like Nyx just had some bugs that were bothering her when she first got released, and then after some of those got fixed, and a couple of buffs after that have now made her quite the menace on the breach.
Yeah, that was so crazy to see. And, I thought it was going to be like one of those crazy sequences we saw, like, 1 or 2 weeks ago with Mech just going for that crazy, like, 2v1. But I think, once the res was successfully stuck, it was, looking a bit south there as well. One other important thing to call out was Treadsy almost nearly got his own orb res as well, but was unsuccessful. We do see Orlando's, like, sending his Wisp into the train with the pickup. So That was a nice little bit of a cool tech there in the fight as well. But oof, crazy end game again.
And right now, Nop are looking really good as a team. And it kind of goes into what we were wondering when we were looking at how you can define the meta for yourselves. Obviously, the three powerhouses, Saurus, Oath, and Nyx, that has been a pivotal part of their success. But this Mercury pickup, I think, is also something that is low-key, like, winning them a lot of these games, getting them into the late game where they are very difficult to actually get, because if you don't fully kill anybody on Nop, that Mercury's contingency vial brings them all the way back up to full.
Yeah, it does seem to be like almost a secret source, and it feels like as well, because of the end game cycle just innately being small, the amount of value you get from the beam is just inherently higher, right? And the mortar as well, of course. So, and as well with, especially in the game one, you know, having a Mercury in those small corridors was just super duper crazy value. So like that just just multiplies it. It feels like, because you're just guaranteed to get it, and because it's because it can do so much in the range that it's in. You know, you can redirect the beam. You know, unlike second wind towards like teammates just temporarily for like maybe 1 second, and then to enemies another. And here we are looking at some of the replays from some of these early game fights. Oh my god, yeah, it was actually very action intense with Itch being outed like first. Wow.
First, very early too. A very unfortunate situation for them. Bad fight against Nop, and we were talking about how in squads, usually that one player, now it's a lot easier to get that one player out of there to get that respawn for the team. But when you run into another team on your way to try to escape, it was tragedy for Itch.
Yeah, exactly. And we remember seeing Godefroy trying to go for like the 1v3, but yeah, he did get one pick at the end, but Bot were completely forced out here just before this fight happened as well, which is crazy work. And then this catch up from Axel, it was really bad for NNN, but they did manage to come back at least for a little bit longer just after that. WRG as well. They forced out numerous teams. It felt like Sid, I felt like Deprek was living for such a long time for his team, and yeah, they just couldn't do any more. Oof.
You can only do so much, you're trying your best, trying to make sure you bring back up the team in every way you can. But one of the things here that we're noticing with squads is because there's two less teams. A couple less early game fights are likely to happen. And then when you get to these later games, because you're also in teams of 4, it feels so much more crowded in some of these late game fights where we had, 6 teams there when Deprek was trying to find that crown play. And there's just nowhere you could go without running into someone.
Exactly. And it's just one of those things as well, like the dynamics of having that extra ulti to account for as well. Like you're expecting a certain amount of damage output, but then you have to really always expect that extra, missing quarter that you're typically not used to if you've, always been playing squads for, however long it's been since we've had trios, You always got to kind of account for that. And sometimes if you don't account for it, you're just, you're losing out in a major way. So.
And so now Nop are going to be our only team that have won so far here on our first lobby. Looking really good as a team. And like I said, I wonder if the magic sauce has to do a lot with the supports, because I'm not really seeing... there are a lot of Zephs and a lot of Alunas, but I feel like these late game supports that we kind of forget about, like Mercury, have even more value here in squads.
Yeah, 100%. So game 3 as well, especially, like... I'm just trying to think if anything, because as I was mentioned before, can any team kind of swap in and out of their roster, do something a bit different? If you pick someone who's got like a wide roster, do you decide to go for a change? And maybe now's the time, like you've given something maybe like 2 runs and maybe things aren't going so well, maybe you decide to change it up. I'm wondering if there's anyone I can think of off the bat who could flex around if they're having like bad games,
Well, they're going to have to flex after this third game anyways with bans.
Yeah,
because
for sure.
We're going to lose Oath, Saurus, and Nyx. That is the meta right now. Those are the 3 premier hunters. And once those are gone, it's what is your strategy past that? And I feel like for Nop, they're going to be one of those big teams that really has to figure out what they want to do in order to get themselves back in a better foothold, because they're going to lose 3 of their 4 hunters. Mercury, likely to stay there for Chronoxius. But the other 3, it is going to be rough for them to try to figure out how to build up the team from there.
Yeah, and it's one of those things. If you pick everything correctly early on in terms of like your picks, you might have like potentially rougher early first 3 games, but then afterwards you might be like swimming in victories because you've picked the correct sort of draft to kind of modulate around the bans and have like a solution for every kind of problem that might start to crop up with the bans being in place or out of place sort of thing. So. Yeah, man, it's so interesting to see. Like, well, I'm just looking forward to seeing what can happen with squads in this kind of new iteration with the new heroes.
Yeah, I mean, really, really interesting to see. But of course, we do have to get through this third game to figure out how our teams are going to deal. And pretty much going to expect them to stay on the same trajectory they've been so far with their hunters. It's not until after that game that we'll have the bans introduced and maybe see some adaptations. Before, we kind of saw some teams and some players try to metagame things, but I feel like right now, with these 3 hunters being so prevalent, there isn't really much metagames you have to do. You don't have to worry about changing things up. Just play the 3 strong ones if you're comfortable with them. Maybe, oh, we do see some themes actually changing. I see OTO Draco swapping off Celeste over to Wukong.
Oh, okay, yeah. He was definitely formidable on both for sure. So, having that, as I was mentioned, that big roster does, help. If things don't look too good, you can maybe just change strategies and have that as the kind of method of, either getting kills or looking for escapes.
What are these drops?
Yeah,
look at this.
Wild.
Wow, we are from the really western drop that we had last game. Now, completely southern from Cold Fang to Scav Bay. Very odd to see. And golds are in Cold Fang. Where before, I didn't think that we'd see too much fighting early game. I would expect now, with the golds here, right underneath the drop. 3 teams, BKT, SID, and we've had one other team also dropping here. All of them probably going to be likely to fight, and we see that BKT already trying to get some damage onto SID.
Yep, and they picked up 2 armors amidst the chaos. It looks like Blink is trying to, fend off OTA for the moment as Yasuo goes for an aggressive stun and doesn't actually get the stun on turning on. The Ice Walls would have been dropped as well as BKT go down to the south side, looking for maybe a Scarlet's run rotation if they, wait too long here. Unless someone gets caught out, Yasuo does take the rose back at the last second. Maybe OTO decide to jump ship now, but they're not going to have, too many rewards to reap now after they've kind of taken the north side of Cold Fang, because for sure the left side is already gone and obviously the bottom side is already gone as well. So they can maybe get the key and get the chest or the vault, but after that, there's not much to grab.
And looking at right now, OTO not getting any of those gold armors, even seeing SID, they didn't get any of the golds either. That was mostly grabbed by BKT. They got a couple of them. They decided, hey, we don't need to fight. We don't really have the levels nor the farm to make sure we're going to be in a good spot. We might as well hold on to our gold armors, get out of here, go over to Skyrat's run, and then farm from there.
We do see a potential catch-out here from Thea in this situation, but of course Oaths typically have a a very long lifespan, it feels like, with the Bright Shield, of course, blocking the majority of damage and CC, but Orlando's is looking for the chase here. The Shield Bash has been used at the last second. Nice little reap, yeah, plus the spin does get the spin towards us temporarily. There goes the LMB, unfortunately doesn't get the connection, and now 2 members are back for a knock. Looks like the Mortal's already been dropped as well. Gonna get some extra damage in. It looks like the last second Theo is dead as all members of NOP back onto Theo, and he's dead.
He's dead, he's done, but he's not out of the game.
Yep.
TM, the rest of the team had gotten up to Ion Acre, so they have many potentials. But nice pull there from Revel on the OTO. Dracos had no idea they were coming in from the northern part of Cold Fang, finding a free monkey kill.
Yeah, that was a nice little back at the last second. I guess it was unexpected, They thought, oh, that's free domain. We'll just take this over, We'll take the vault, even if it takes us a little bit of time. As we do see another bit of a fight here, another continued juggle from a GM again against a Nop in this situation. Theo is back alive already, found the res, and Nop take the rest of the goodies after Cookie had opened the vault. Of course, there's still a couple of mobs, surprisingly, in Iron Acres because of the drop pattern has kind of made that the case. You're looking at Abyss Hatchling up for grabs though, about half HP. I don't think GM can get the steal here though, with their kind of comp. Unless there's a Mortar still or something along those lines. Cookie's lurking around, but I don't think he's going to be able to do anything. Aside from that, we're seeing about 2 to 3 teams, going for a rather rapid rotation into zone. I think WRG were doing that from the top right-hand side. If you do look at Triple N as well, they've gone, scattered around manacles, kind of maybe looking to force out OTO. You can see that they're level 4, still relatively under-level. This is looking quite troublesome for at least 2 members here as the chase comes in from Triple N.
Shroom, I don't know. There's going to be an easy way out of this one for you. Try to go right beneath the team, but unfortunately, they were already ready for it. And while Dracos is still level 4 as well, they are going to be chased into 3 different directions. Triple N debating which ones they want to look for. They've already sent up one north. Looking to see if you can find that lone monkey that's gone up into Wellspring. But here comes the rest of Triple N. Looking to see if they can find him, but maybe Dracos was able to juke them into that brush. Triple N scouting out, but not finding it quite yet. There was that ping onto their position, but I don't think anyone's even wise to that.
Yeah, that was a bit of a sneaky play there at the last second. We are looking at some major fighting potentially on Entron as well, but just as we look back over as well, we're looking at a major chase by a Nop in this situation. The spin at the last second from Cookies has maybe extended his survivability by just a touch, but Kausk just coming with the dash shield, bash into the wall, sealing the deal onto Cookies. So now it is just GM with 3 members again.
Yeah, just down to 3, but this time a different one of their players is down. It's Cookies, who has lost their life, and now actually might be another, because I see that Nop are still chasing some of these players of GM. But looking at other parts of the map, you have BKT and Bot. It feels like these 2 teams always fight early game.
Yeah.
And the last couple times it has not worked out for Bot when they have fought BKT. BKT were able to win these fights and get good advantages, so maybe Bot looking for a little bit of that revenge arc, but they got to be careful. Right behind them, Treadsy was looking for that angle. He had already gotten the portal over the wall, but instead it's going to be them retreating to try to get out of there.
I feel like they were just trying to capitalize on that early level so that they all had. Lingo tries to go for the TP through, but gets reaped at the last second, which is going to cause him to probably be dead here as he remains in BKT's arms. We also see the TP play at the last second, potentially from Numa. Then they get onto the mountain. The aggressive sending as well with the Chilling Finale, but not really catching anyone. And then Chilling Finale has been popped secondarily again, this time by Akalinks, not really getting too much fire, but extending his survivability. Maybe just enough for a TP play by Numa, but still, unfortunately, found out at the last second. I can see him trying to plan his escape there to try and ensure Akalinks' survival, but unfortunately doesn't get it. The stun also doesn't get the connection as well, but Numis just found maybe enough space to escape, but Blink is now looking for the chase along with Sprokane just behind him. The TP play to kind of potentially do a little bit of a late kidnap. Jumps up to the north side, and now Rabba there. So hopefully Numa can get out of this one, because another team for this third party. I don't know if I can handle it.
Numa, though, actually is going to get out of there. Rab, we're debating looking for Numa or looking for the fight against BKT. Now they've actually looked for Numa. They've got him, even with that Sky Shark, they got the spike. There's no escape for this Void. Only God of War is going to be left now for Bot.
Yep, on the top right side, we are seeing a potential other fight happening as these 2 teams continue their dance, but it looks like Bivlux has taken a major amount of damage at the last second. There goes the Abyssal Breaker at the last second. And it looks like a nice little hook as well to ensure that he doesn't take too much damage from the zone. Maybe they continue the chase, but GM are definitely having a super duper rough game. Cookies is getting the back as well. Maybe Charlie Lee, but can't even get that one in time, unfortunately. So yes, they're now just trying to feather away if possible. But Hudis is there aggressively with the chase. Theo's trying to buy him enough time to get out of town if possible. The portal play has been used now at least once. Charlie Lee's already used the air blast. Has got basically nothing left in the tank, unless he's got the primers for an extra bit of survivability. But I think he might die to the zone, and that is the case.
Yep. That's what I was expecting too. He did not have enough health, and we are into night 2 now. Sure, it's not that much damage, but it's enough when you have barely any health. We see a nice kill there by Little Meep onto SID. Shin taken out with the rest of SID trying to get away because Bot have reformed, and they were looking to see if they could third party a fight, but I don't know if this is a fight you really want to take. Akalinks is already at 50%. Their armor is not looking good for Bot.
No. They've had that mid-game fight with of course. Numa being caught out was very extended as well, but they still managed to maintain the majority of their XP, so they didn't lose too much out overall. Apart from the armors, of course, as you just mentioned. Revel trying to get the Battlegun play potentially onto Rab, but doesn't find anyone. We are seeing about 2 or 3 teams having a major dance here. It looks like Itch just get out at the last second. They've lost a lot of HP, but Hatch is rapidly heating it up. Not actually in a crazy bad situation. Ash lost alive now. They're trying to get the rest potentially onto Chronoxius, but Ash can't really stick this one anymore unless the Symbol Cocktail comes in at the last second. There we go. Mercury is back alive, dashes up to the top right side. Orlando's there trying to buy a bit of space. Hopefully they can do something, but Kubo's trying to get the poke, but there's just been enough space created with this charged enemies to get out of town.
This is what I'm talking about with Mercury. If you don't confirm the kills, that is a menace of a hunter here in squads. And right there, Nop, I thought we're done. I thought they were toasted and gonna finally be eliminated early, but no, they get out of there. They all survive, and now it's gonna be OTO dealing with Itch, who are now on their own vengeance tour after getting eliminated first in the last game. Draco's gonna be in their eye. Monkey down. OTO scattered again.
Oh man, it was looking quite good for OTO at one point, pretty early on in the game, but now they're looking like they're struggling like indefinitely. It feels like we are looking at Resonating Idol dropping in around 15 seconds. It looks like the rest is being stuck by Shroom as Triple N going for the aggressive center, force him off, and now Shroom is going to have that kind of LMB movement to get out of town. I remember the days where Seth's movement was really, really crazy, but then the kind of nerf came in.
Me too.
Yeah, now it's not as good, but Shroom is one of the kind of people who can still leverage it, whatever's left, as the still tries to survive as long as possible. The Roar's also been dropped onto Shroom, and now he's finally been caught out by Root as well. He's got a nice little dash for an extra extended bit of momentum. Maybe he can get a crazy spike onto someone, but somehow has managed to survive and reunite with his team. Crazy work.
As you said, if anyone's able to still get the maximum amount of the nerf movement, Zeph, it is gonna be Shroom.
Yeah.
That guy is so good at that hunter, where it seemed like he was dead for surrounding his position, yet somehow gets out alive, back with the team. Sure, they are down a player, but we look at this other fight between BKT and Rab. Couple of traded blows, a nice pull on a Minato, getting rid of his shields. The Raxer having that exotic armor on Oath. Gonna be really difficult to take down. It's gonna be Axter, as now they are looking to see if they can get rid of Nyx, nearly sniping it. That's gonna be Little Meep and Minato finding that one, while OTO might intervene, but Rab are in a powerful position right now. That Oath is gonna be very scary to deal with.
Yeah, but it looks like Rez has already been stuck to get Axel back. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. Of course, they might have lost the armors though, but hopefully that's not going to be like some sort of instrumental piece for the loss or the win, because they may need it in this situation. We do see Yasuo going the aggressive sending, followed by the Abyssal Breaker. We're not really extracting too much value because of the pillars, but Levi is actually remaining in the fight for a prolonged period of time. It looks like as OTO continue the chase, but Levi's made it out at the last second. But he's trying the same thing, but can't do it. The third party comes in. Looks like they're capitalizing on it so crazily.
They lose their Oath, they lose Minato, they lose everything, but sticking the res. Little Meat brings back up the team, but now Rab, where they had all that power, they had the exotic armor on Raxa, now it's gone. OTO dealing with the remnants of that fight. BKT trying to continue and clean up players that are escaping. It's up to Shroom again, but this time around can't pull off a miracle. OTO, the first team out.
Man, I wanted to see another one of those kind of sequences again, but I don't think we're obviously not going to see that one anymore, at least for this game, as you do see Cookie trying to survive against 4 members of NOP. It looks like he's made it out the last second with that dashboard. Landis is there with the chase aggressively afterwards. Debret trying to get that crazy punch in if possible, trying to find the angle wherever's there with the reinforcements. Shun is trying to get the kill onto Cookies potentially, but he's got the nice little reek spin to kind of force him away, get a bit of lifesteal. The Battlegon gets the connection from Rebel, but Charlie Lee dashes that one away at the last second as well. We are seeing Debret's Wisp being carried away as well, unfortunately by NOP. So, crazy third parties coming in continuously here.
But right now, I am still all eyes on NOP. This team just seems untouchable. Every time you think they have a bad fight, they're able to get back in. Itch eliminated off screen by Bot, another team that had been struggling, and Itch was looking like they were doing better in this game. But as you talked about just a moment ago, Samiri, so many third parties. And which is surprising. We did not expect that going into squads. We thought we would see a lot less of it, but this is what happens when you have less fighting early game. So many more opportunities for third parties.
Yeah, we are seeing a res being stuck as well, and the red GA has just dropped to the ground. We are looking at GM going all the way top left. Lingo taking a lot of damage from Sproken at the last second. Axel's there for the reinforcements potentially, but Sproken just take the kill right at the last second. WRG looking for a rotate up to the top right hand side, or maybe an anywhere but here rotation, I think, or something along those lines. That was kind of crazy there. Rebel is caught out as well by Triple N. And, not for trying to hold ground as long as possible, but they themselves may have to jump ship as Triple N continue the aggression. Small gets the Abyssal Breaker, but not too much value. Yeah, blocked that one basically perfectly. The trunk has also been dropped as well to ensure they have an extra bit of space. Look for rotation kind of slowly towards high ground. We're seeing a lot of teams scattered on the bottom left hand side, but maybe a potential isolated fight if Triple N and NOP stay there on the north side. But aside from that, just looking like a lot of dancing, but not an engagement here. Maybe Triple N get this pick onto bot. I'm not sure.
It's not looking good for bot. They've been on a poverty run all game long, and now trying to escape danger. It's not looking good as Ackling's on that Sky Shark. Pinpoint by Triple N, but thankfully was able to avoid the reap. But then running into Rab and sniped off the Sky Shark. About to blow the shockwave, sending Levi running, but he's going to be on the hunt to take out Acklings.
Yeah, and they've only got 2 members left now, but there is like a rest on the north side and to the left of them, so it's not too difficult or an impossible challenge. So I expect to see that happening at least at some point, unless the crown gets picked up, of course. NOP seem to continuously be having very long, prolonged engagements with various different teams. This time again with their Triple N. I'm wondering if this is going to turn into a full fat fight though, but there goes Kaz from the bottom left hand side, pops the Abyssal Breaker, looking for the catch out. The Abyssal Breaker has been turned by Smold, gets a major amount of damage, but Kaz just managed to survive with 1 HP somehow, and the laser beam comes out from Chronocritus, getting major damage, taking down Lurox, but the Wisp revive is there basically instantly, so they are going to be back probably as a 4-man. Hopefully they can make it out, but they actually even get a kill onto Meep as well.
Nothing can kill this Nop team, and now, as they held their ground, it's Triple N that have been scattered because too many teams surround their position. Shichi held over the lava, trying to dash back to the rest of the team, but already Orlando's was in position to punish that. GM now sandwich Triple N, the 2 remaining players trying to get out of there, but they are going to be gone. Trepa first out, then GM dealing with Nop, who've held this line for so damn long. Their contingency plan pushing back. GM holding on to hope that they can heal back up, get Cookies in a better position, but that golden beam already disintegrating the bright shield on GM, who hold on to life, but they are now battered and bruised, but not have to deal with a new contender, a new team trying to fight against them. It's WRG, the team they fought with in the final circle so many times. They lose Ash. Finally, someone taken down from Nop.
Yep, and we do see another fight continuing here. It looks like GMO trying to get the third party if possible. I think Mekimek could hopefully escape this one, but the damage keeps continuously coming in. Cookies finally gets the killing blow onto Mekimek. You know, kind of, what's it called? Like old teammates from, you know, Rat, of course. So, it's just sad to see these games taking each other. Or is this the zone pull? Which bit?
You see that? The zone pull, how fast that is going to force these teams. It is cross-country storm, by the way. That is why it is so quick. But we go back into the circle as Triple N, they were able to find the respawn beacon, but now they have to deal with fighting against it. They got Deperek. They've got to be careful of Revel, though. They are over lava, but Revel has nothing left in the tank. He's on the run, and he's sniped out by Lasmolde, with Triple N still holding onto the circle. Here comes the team moving back into the circle, but WRG, even if they were able to bring back up the team, they have broken armor. Nop in a similar position. They got to be careful on how they're going to be able to position this one against Triple N, but WRG are the team separated, trying to run back and regroup with one another, while Nop, the other team that was joining them on their migration into the circle, Nop take out Baby Bullets, and who dis? WRG only down to 2. Can they make another final 2 stand? They got to survive somehow. Triple N are hunting him down. Treadsy's gone. It's just Meki left, and there's going to be Bot taken away off screen with WRG not in the top 2 this time around. BKT sending in with the chilling finale, trying to get the root while the fight happens between GM and BKT, but Axer got to be careful as he tried to reap back onto Cookies, but the Nyx v Nyx battle going Cookies' way until Revel shows up out of nowhere for the RKO with Baroof now spin dashing away from Nop back onto the boat, barely holding on to his own life. No teammates around him. It's just this Oath.
Hopefully he can do something here, because reses are going to be, you know, very, very slim. It's not bullet trains this time, and Rebel's already got on one of them. He's already picked up the res, and he's now maybe going to be able to look for that kill on the final kill onto Baroof. But now the zone is pulling up to the north side. It looks like the rest is being stuck on the south side. And I think maybe Sid can see this one, but I don't think they actually want to. No, they actually are going to be gatekeeping this one in the zone very aggressively, sending it in. They do get the rest stick at the last second, but it's going to be so much zone damage taken. Can they get out?
Look out.
The portal play.
They're trying to portal. They're in, but look, Nop are already in position. This cross country forcing them into foreign territory, and they're struggling to break through the resistances. Nop were already set up, ready for the teams to migrate. Chilling finale for BKT, almost with that miracle play, but unfortunately, no position left for them. Nop still holding the line against SID with a spike onto 1, but above them, they got to be careful. Triple N have been waiting for them to push back with the portals, but Nop are not going to be easily fallen. It's going to be up to GM to join in with Triple N to try to see if they can get any damage on Nop, but that Mercury doing so much to keep them topped off. SID, as they slowly migrate up into the storm as well, they got to be careful with Nop, Triple N, GM, all 4 teams within close corridors.
Yep, and hopefully it looks like Sid are going for the wide rotate around, so that's going to give them ample opportunity to get like the clean third party. Maybe Triple N kind of recognize this. I think they might meet each other on the other side. It feels like I expect that to be happening very soon as the Mortar keeps continuing to get in those connections. And there goes that fight I was speaking about. It looks like they are, you know, finally find each other. There goes the Raw finding a nice clean connection. The Hook also doesn't get the connection either onto Blink. Oh, I'm sorry, missed the ice, getting absolutely chunked at the last second. Basically one shot it felt like, and now Sid, there's Deperek with a nice little punch to buy a bit of time, but Trep has already forced him away as well. Sid now have to look for a res again, chilling in the bush. Hope they get found by a Nop, and now they have to jump up through like numerous teams. Hopefully they can make it out. The Squid also missed as well by Revel, so he's got less mobility to kind of get out of town here. But the other 2 members at least have.
Anywhere but here. Oh, interrupted. Might have been able to slip through their feet. Almost getting out of there. Revel's alive. He's done it. Got back with the rest of the team, but still only 3 of SID. They got to be careful. Nop looking for some damage onto Triple N, while GM staring down Nop. Might be able to find at that angle. The flank Nop, sending the nuke to get rid of the base camp, but it's going to be picked up by Chronox just in the nick of time.
Yeah, we also did see as well the crown res on the top left-hand side, or the crown pickup, should I say, from Depbrek. And yeah, I did see that crown, so he is maybe looking for a potential kill onto someone if they start fighting each other like really heavily. GM obviously having the minor scraps here and there, but they've not gone for a full fight. It looks like a triple N of going down to the bottom right side, maybe looking for the flank full south side onto a Nop in this situation. 50 seconds left for Depbrek. Not too long to wait. We are seeing loads of vision aids being dropped as well as the poke starts to come from Ash, forcing away a triple N in this situation, but Shichi's trying to hold ground as long as possible. He's run out of mana just for the moment. Ash is, continuously trying to get the poke. The circle is now moving down to the bottom right side. Trapper trying to get the root, unsuccessful. The shield is also going to be there from Small as well. And I'm thinking Nop are going to, really push on this chase here on the bottom, on the top right side or bottom right side. And GM also had the similar sort of idea as well.
I was looking at Triple N, and now they've been sent over the abyss, but without any teams there to punish them, they're going to be fine for now. Sid waiting out that crown. 15 seconds on the clock. Should be able to get that one, while GM not wanting to really play for that issue. They don't want to see if they can go for the fight against Sid when they're at a disadvantage, because they know with Triple N, Nop all nearby that it could easily backfire against them. They'll let Sid get Mr. Icy back on their feet.
Yep, we are seeing a couple of fans being placed as well to kind of negate the amount of time and space that Sid have to play on. So they can't play on the train tracks now without having to waste a bunch of time, which means they can potentially lose a lot of space. And Poker shouldn't go really aggressive with the Fusillade as well. Was when he took the dagger back though. Not achieved too much value, but they have forced away GM successfully along with Triple N's help as well. So we are seeing double pads being dropped for GM to kind of jump over, but Sid are probably going to be waiting there. There goes the dash over. They're really trying to make their way over super duper fast, but I don't think they can because there's another team just beneath them as well. The second one just get the hit onto Depbrek. Shin is already found dead as well by Cookies, and he's looking for the second kill potentially, but Depbrek is holding ground for the moment. Going to be running out of time. They're quite, pretty much fast. I don't know if GM can do any more here, though. Let's see.
Sid are in a bad spot, though. They've already been pushed back. Depbrek tried to see if he can get the fight onto GM, but with so many teams in this dogfight, who's going to get sniped out of the air? GM put down the E-Plat Cookies, tries to see if he can get the Mega Avalanche. Sid looking for the revive on the wisp. Mr. Ice-T back on their feet. GM, Sid down to 2 players. Nop and Triple N still holding on to the main lane. That is going to be the push back. Trying to get some damage onto the back line of Triple N. Getting a little bit onto Shichi. That's going to be the mortar. Launch at them. Waiting for Treppa to see if he can dash back with the emergency bubble, pushing him back, but Mr. Ice-T, he's been found out. Now it's just one left. Depbrek, the lone survivor for Sid, while and the GM weren't able to manage themselves. Some teammates back on their feet, but Depbrek picking up the crown right in the middle of Nub. He's been bounced around. It's a bounty castle for poor Depbrek, as now Sid are gone.
Yep, and now is the opportune moment for GM to kind of go down to the bottom left-hand side, looks like, to have their potential mini-fight with Nop. But hopefully Triple N kind of recognize this and go for the third party. There goes Swole with the super-duper aggressive Abyss Breaker ascended from the pad. But not for now, desperately running out of space. It looks like Triple N are trying to feast if possible. The Abyss Breaker has been returned at the last second by Kausk, trying to get as much damage in as possible. Chronoctus has also popped the ulti, and Theo obviously recognized this. He pops his own Abyss Breaker. Ash may be running out of space quite rapidly. Of course, he's got the TPs to kind of rotate around the map, of course. Looks like he's going to do it with Orlando's help. It looks like at the last second. The second win just knocked 2 members away at the last second, which causes them to, lose that space that they desperately wanted to have. It looks like they've been knocked around. Orlando's trying to survive as long as possible. Can he make it out? No, Cookies does get at least 1 kill here as the fight continues.
As they got the Reap, they almost were able to find Chronoxius now with another Oblivion spin, but not holding alive. They still have 3 on their feet. They just need to be able to get the respawn if they want to get another fight against Triple N and GM. But right now, Nop are 2-time winners, looking like the team on the back foot. But we have seen many a time from this team that they are scrappy, and if you aren't able to fully kill them many times, just like the cats of the breach right now, they have been able to get so many lives out of these games.
And NNN have managed to maintain armors as well, so they're looking relatively healthy. They've got the cook dropped as well for an extra bit of econ and things of that nature. The Vortex Charm unfortunately doesn't get a connection either. Theo's trying to make sure that they've been forced off completely. There's even a portal used as well by Triple N to really force them off. Nop as well, they've not managed to maintain armors as well, amidst their, the fighting, the scrappy fighting that they've continuously had. As we are seeing a couple of walls being placed as well. The crown picked up, 1 minute 5 left roughly for Ash on the top left. Hopefully they can get the pick if possible. Cookies in a little bit of a troubling situation. Hopefully they've got the pads, otherwise they're going to have a prolonged fight here. The 2A's also been dropped. I'm not sure if that's going to be for Heart or not. Maybe they're looking for the cheese pick to kind of negate the jump over with the tires, because that's going to be a crazy couple of kills potentially there.
I think it's the cheese pick. I think they're looking for it. Lots of damage on and off. They're nearly dragged into the fight with the golden beam, trying to heal them back up. Chronoxius down, even with Ash wearing the crown. Tried to go for the portal, but accidentally went on to the fan, and now is locked on the wall almost momentarily. Not trying to avoid all this damage. But Ash doing their best, almost reaped over the wall again, putting down to the portal to make sure they weren't pulled back fully. They're taking so much damage, and with no time left, it's gonna be Nop not finding their third in a row. We will have a new winner. Triple N, they go for the full aggression against GM, getting some damage onto them, but somehow GM have been able to hold on to their life, pushing back Triple N. Shichi now getting assailed. He has to be careful. He's been flanked, and they with them on top of him, narrowly escaped. Now but the snipe on the Triple N. They've lost one, but they were able to get Charlie in kind. 3v3, being careful in how Shichi positions himself. This star is all important to the success of Triple N, as that's why Cookies tried to reap him down, but he barely survives, but at the cost of Lorax. And now Shichi getting chased down, nowhere to go, sniped out by second win. GM will take game 3 as Smolde did his best to survive, but GM had the fight.
Dude, I kind of wanted to see the heart play at the end. I'm not going to lie. That would have been super cool if they actually, like, you know, kind of planned it preemptively, you know, made sure it was on the tires as well for that escape. But again, it's been such a scrappy fight. And, you know, we did see as well, not, but just didn't have the armors. They didn't have the sustain. They ran out of space. They didn't have the pads. Of course, they had the portal plays with Ash. But, you know, even with losing one member so early in the fight, it was so hard for them to recover. Wow.
And well done to GM. I thought for a minute there that Nop were about to find their third in a row. Top 3 finish, gonna be nice for them, on top of the world at the moment. But of course, we talked about bans before. They are gonna be one of the teams really hit at that, I think, when we get into the next part of our games. But I mean, if we have time to look at the replays from that game, it was quite a chaotic game in that one, and kind of goes to show how different squads can be, where in trios, because there are those 2 extra teams, you have so little space to really work with early game, that we have so much you're fighting over. But here, with the fact that there's 2 less teams and 4 players per team, you're working more together. It's not until the mid and late game that we really get the chaos to actually get online.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, so many teams were fighting constantly. It felt like Deathbreaker, every single time we see him last alive, like whatever, top 3 or whatever it is, he's picked up the crown, he's trying to look for the res. You know, I'm pretty sure we've seen it like every single game today for this SNS. But man, it was such a crazy sequence there. You know, there we go, getting right at the last second, but not, you know, do completely suffocate him. Doesn't unfortunately get the punch connection either, and yeah, he is unfortunately outed there. But man, yeah, this specific sequence, yeah, Ash was just getting pinballed around consistently. The second win comes in, the portal play, just had nowhere to go, just explodes into smithereens, and then, you know, Triple N try and get the in onto GM, but then GM kind of just turn it around. They get at least 1 pick, and they can just continue this snowball from there just afterwards, man. Really, really nice play.
And here we had this, it was a chaotic fight at the end, where it did seem like GM were in a bad position at first, but they did a great job of making sure that Cookies was constantly putting Shichi on that back foot. Kind of like what we saw earlier when we talked about Nop and their first win against WRG. They were able to find Treadsy constantly to make sure that it was difficult for that Saurus to set up. Similar kind of thing here. But of course, when we get into our next set of games, we will have bans. So, I mean, let's be honest, we already know. It's going to be Oath, Saros, and Nyx. Those are going to be the bans. We don't need anything added up past that. If anything changes from there, I will be surprised. But we are still going to toss it to a break. That way we can add up the points and see how our teams are doing, as well as figure out exactly what our bans are. So we'll be right back after the short break. Hello, welcome back in. We are here for Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. It has been our draft squads day, and it has been quite exciting, Samiri. And by quite exciting, I mean we have a race at the top between two of our teams. No surprise when we look at our leaderboard which two teams those are, because they have fought in the top two twice. And then looking at the other teams, it is actually going to be quite a distance between those two. So NOP and WRG, very close to each other. 6 points only separate them.
Wow, that's actually crazy how close things are, and there's such a big disparity between second and third onwards. But then, you know, the kind of a third to fifth is really close actually. So, but of course, with it being only game 3, we've still got 3 games left. There can be massive turnarounds for these, like, you know, third to fifth teams to maybe at least fight for second or first. It depends on if you know, NOP or WRG get like potentially targeted here somehow. But you know, with squads, it's really hard to get that like targeted focus. It feels like the game's pacing has like accelerated so much since you know, the last iteration of squads we've had compared to now. You know, it feels like the game's been 10 up to 11, you know, speed wise. So maybe they can get a catch up. But yeah. But
you say they can't get targeted. Yes, that is true. It's a lot harder to target them in game, but they can be targeted when it comes to the bans, because we do have our bans ready. And it should be a surprise to absolute nobody if you were paying attention to the last games. What hunters those will be: Saros, Oath, and Nyx. Goodbye. You are no longer welcome on the breach.
Oof. And this is going to be like the big shaking factor, where, you know, what we were kind of speaking about earlier, like if it's going to actually cause enough of a change for these like at least 2 top teams to maybe have a bit of you know, cause a bit of suffering for them, and they have to actually go to like some lesser picked heroes that aren't as you know, mechanically perfect as they'd like to be. So and conversely, of course, for the other, you know, third to fifth teams and onwards, you know, if they've got like better picks now, or picks that are more open in the meta, they might find more success now. So
right, I'm looking at our Celestes that we already saw played a decent amount. Even if we look at our other stats, we had a decent amount of bishops, kingpins, shivs, zephyrs being played. But once we get past that, the other picks that I'm really curious to see if we're going to start seeing, because we honestly have seen a very narrow selection of our hunters. There are a lot of hunters that have not been touched at all that I do expect to maybe see an appearance here now on the breach, such as a Jewel. Oftentimes with Oath being enabled, no Jewel is played. Once Oath is taken away, that's when we start to see that Jewel come into effect.
Yeah, for example, like Shrew might change to it, for example. I think Smold used to play it a lot in the past. I think even in yesterday's scrims he was playing it, so I expect that to come out at the very least. You know, even the Brawls could come out. You know, Brawl used to be quite a you know, popular picked hunter, but you know, I feel like his pick rate's just dropped to 0. Maybe that just comes back again. You know, he's got like crazy Abyss play with the dunks, of course, the face steel chain for the chase. He's got like crazy survivability with the ulti, so who knows?
But we do got to do one check-in that we didn't do at the beginning of the show, and that is our plays of the week that we had from last week's games. So let's check out Kaya and who we have for our top plays, because I'm excited to see which ones. There are some really exciting ones. I think there's some crazy plays that we had just thinking back to last week, both in NA and EU, because it was Turbo Cup. So let's check out who our winners are.
Gecko.
So, Ghost not down.
Dead.
Above you, above.
I marked him off. Oh my god.
Oh my god, Gecko.
Triple pickup by Gecko! Taking down Apex! What just happened there? Wow!
Second place goes to Jetski.
Miss! Good one! We win this! I killed one!
Jetski's got it! Afro's alive! LC! They might have done it!
Killed another!
They got the red.
And it's overshadowed! They got the revive though! That is going to be a double spike as Jetski tries to go for round 3 up against Pine and Height.
I'm with Ron right now!
Buy a crown! There's no crown. Can you stomp? Can you execute? Crown right there!
Got him!
Look at Afro back in the game as well as we are back. No losing Height, and now LC have taken control. It's only RTK left for Bath.
Just don't get spiked.
LC claims victory in one of the most insane endgame fights I've ever witnessed. Holy bro.
And our first place goes to Mr. Fluffy Fish.
Let's go dash, let's go dash.
I'm ready.
Play with me. Play with me. He got reject. He rejected.
Can't do much about that.
I'm raising, by the way.
This is surely going to seal the deal, unless he's got another heat shield. I think it's still going to be a cooldown.
Oh my word!
The backfire is not enough going to be enough.
Oh, he's back out!
He's back in the game. A 2v1 now. Oh, has no hit potions, by the way.
He has to go in for the save. Abyssal Breaker down to Greninja. Q to speed up the process. They've got another big block on Blake. In fact, can they find the kill on Blake? Greninja's back. Unbelievable turnaround.
Go! Got him! Good!
Look at the shield from Greninja through the bungee rope. Unbelievable. Outstanding. Blake gonna be stomped. Aurora gonna be flexing until tomorrow.
This is so similar, by the way.
Thanks so much for joining us for this weekend of SNS, and we hope to see you next Saturday night for more SUPERVIVE.
Look, I didn't want to say it, but I knew that I was gonna win. When that play happened last week, I knew nothing could top that, Samir. That play from Fluffy Fish was just insane.
Dude, all of them were so crazy, man. Like, the first one, I didn't get to see, like, Gecko's POV fully until we've seen the full context of, you know, Gecko's POV now. And, oh, man, that was just so crazy, man. Crazy, crazy work.
But we are already ready for Game 4, and we hop right into the breach, into action, as Detberek has been taken down by WRG with a nice slam from that Dragon Slam, pushing him back, but losing Hoodis at the same time. Now it's going to be Meki Mex Wukong chased away, taken down by Lesmolde, and WRG, they had the fight, and now they are the team on the run. Triple N's third party absolutely eviscerating them, and SID as Revel gets the pull, but with no slam and no hope, his life is forfeit.
Dude, what a crazy way to stop the game off. It looks like there might be another chase here by Ice, but Small is going in for that crazy play. Just needs a couple more LMBs to connect. Can he get the kill onto Ice is the question. The 80 Strafe continues the dance. Is now been cut short by Shichi, backing on his teammate and just sending a couple LMBs his way. We're looking at Bot with the gold armor farm as well, and the Cold Fang gold, of course, which is going to be a massive, massive boon. It looks like GN decided to go to the south side for the Skyrats farm, and a lot of teams are going to have to maybe look for that rotation up to the top right side for the zone, but man, what a way to start the game. Holy.
What a way to hop on into the breach with our bans, too. To remind everyone, that was Oath, Saros, and Nyx. Those three not allowed here on the breach, not in our final 3 games. And we see how teams have changed or not changed. BB Blue still on that Kingpin with a nice pull. Hoodis back onto Aluna, no longer on Oath duty. And seems like WRG, now that they've gotten back on their feet after that rough fight earlier when they got sandwiched between 2 teams, now looking like they are gonna be strong. Dracos not even on their Celeste anymore, having opted for another new hunter. Was on Wukong in game 3, Celeste in the first 2, now on to Kingpin here in game 4.
Yeah, I think that's one of the kind of constraints they had to deal with, because Meki Mek is known as like a crazy, crazy KP back in the days, but Biblux is also known as one as well, so they had to, you know, kind of concede it. But of course, Meki Mek is flexible on a variety of different characters,
Very
so,
flexible.
you know, we're seeing him on the Wukong now. We are looking at a variety of teams from the left-hand side, walking their way into zone. Itch on already a half HP respectively, trying to trim the bush, but already found out by Numa, sends in a couple of LMBs. Acolytes is trying to get that vehicular manslaughter if possible, but it looks like Hachi's maybe able to steal the slash.
Nice
at the last second, can he do it? He's got the stasis, but it's still not going to be enough, unfortunately. And it looks like there is a nice little win ring for him to get potentially escape, but Acolytes is looking to continue the chase onto Aiden, his 3LP member, of course, but maybe Aiden's allowed to escape in this situation. I don't think that's going to happen, though. The Skyshot chase is continuing. He's running out of space there, tries to get the dunk onto Numas, unsuccessful, gets spiked at the last second by the LMV. Oof.
See, this is also one of those crazy things I love with bans, because some teams, they're just not as comfortable with the meta. They don't necessarily like the Saros, Nyx gameplay that we've had. And once we get into bans, they actually feel more comfortable because now they actually get to thrive. They don't have to worry about the things that had been stopping them from other teams. They're on the hunters that they are known for. And they're looking really good. Bot actually in a really good position, I think. Now that they have swapped up some of their hunters, they have Eva on their team this time around. And we just saw right there, that was a very successful fight for them, where in the last 3 games, they struggled in these early game fights.
Yeah, and another thing as well, you know, we often talk about like Jewel being like a more open opportunity once Oath is banned, but another one to not forget about is Felix, of course. So maybe see a bit more Felix uptick as well as Levi tries to EMP neighbor is unsuccessful. Rab continuing this aggressive chase. It looks like Levi just get a nice little put in at the last second. It implies a couple of LMBs, but looks like a massive catch out onto Meat. He's trying to hold his ground as long as possible as Raxon pops the double heals. Aid now on less than half HP as Meat continues to chase. It looks like Spider-Ball is trying to get a bit of poking and misses his own face steal chain, so he has to jump ship himself. It looks like Itcher going up to the top side. They're under level now compared to the average, but there is a couple of mobs still left along their routes as the circle continues to close. It looks like there might be a potential catch out here. Spider-Ball now on its last legs potentially. Just pick up the heal at the last second, tries to dash around the rest of the team. He's popped the face steal chain as well. He's got the wind ring as well for an extra bit of momentum, but the battle gun gets the connection, and it looks like they're going to be able to get the kill unless he can escape. Even with the ulti pop, it's not enough.
What a pull there with that bungee gum, dragging him so far away. He thought he had the prediction on it, but no, just a little bit off. And looking at this fight, Acklinks not on Celeste this time around, on Krista. We're seeing a lot more Krista, but getting dunked there by Baby Blux. Playing a little too aggro up against a Kingpin. You always got to be cautious of that. Now with the Sinner's Embrace put down by Lingo on the hunt, trying to make sure this Eva not going to have an easy time. That gold armor even going for the stasis to try to see if they can survive, but now they've been rooted over the abyss, and Hoodis, an aggressive battle bunny on the hunt. Support v support action, but one of them a lot more predator-like than the other, and with the help of Mech, Lingo is gone.
We do see also 3 teams on the south side. OTO going for an aggressive send-in. They got the root connection as well onto a Treads, if I'm not mistaken. They're trying to get the kill. Oh, sorry, Shichi. They do get it at the last second. And now it looks like GM are having their little mini face-off against Sid. And Charlie's trying to get that extra damage if possible. Along with Deathbreath as well, trying to get the crazy punches. Ice finds 2 kills onto GM as well. Crazy work. Cookie's probably also going to be dead shortly afterwards as Shin tries to feather along the wind tunnels as long as possible from all members of OTA. But the hook finally comes out and the dunk. Sealing the deal onto Shin. Deathbreath gets the meaty punch afterwards. Flash Frost survived with 1 HP. It looks like OTA are going to be able to jump ship, but they need to be able to find the res just afterwards. Oof.
Yeah, now that Shroom too. Shroom having swapped up, not on Zeph this time around, as you had called out, now onto this Jewel. But unfortunately for him, a little bit more susceptible when the teams are all surrounding you. Doesn't quite have that same movement that we know Shroom is capable of with Zeph. Even if Jewel has great movement, it's just we know how Shroom is with Zeph.
It always feels like a Jewel has been one of those kind of picks. Like, you know, you've got like kind of outfit somewhere in your closet. It's like, you know, I can pull that out like maybe once a year and it really pops off. Jewel feels like that pick every single time I see her, man. It's like, you know, sometimes she has like those crazy highlights, but it only happens like once in a blue moon. It feels like, you know, if someone can pull it off, it's always like a showstopper, you know?
Yeah, I feel like that's an apt like analogy too, because it's one of those outfits you should only do once a year, and sometimes it's like you pull out the swimsuits and it's winter. It just it doesn't vibe, guys. Sometimes it just doesn't vibe.
Yeah, real. We're looking at WRG as well against Knot. We're seeing Ash already popping the R&B, trying to get a bit of damage potentially on. The dunk does come down as well as the battle gun, but NOP just don't care about it. They're jumping in for every obstacle they find. The root finally connects at the last second. No one's going to get the connection. Actually, a potential little catch out the battle gun might actually be a bit of a negative thing for them at the last second. Calf is trying to hold his ground with the face steel chain. Looks like the dance continues here. It's very, very slow, and it looks like he's making Mech gets a nice little dunk at the last second, and maybe Knot and WRG go their own separate ways, but I expect them to be, you know, continuously fighting here from here on out. So as they continue to mirror each other.
As teams continue to move around, you're seeing how things are at the moment a little chaotic. Nice snipe there on the Cookies, and then returned by Theo with his own dunk. 1-for-1 trade, and almost having Rebel do the same to Charlie in kind, as it is going to be difficult for GM to get out of this one, even if it's an even fight. You see the aggression from SID, and with a new team out of nowhere, OTO into the backline. Calcio now with the crown trying to get away, but with the lasers in front of him, hopping right past, but chased down by Shroom, right on position, but getting dunked, giving back the crown to GM. Then they take down more of OTO. Yes, sir, having to get back into the machine, but Sid are already in position, ready to try to see if they can capitalize on OTO's failures. But GM, they're just waiting, seeing if they can get back as a team. While out in the outskirts, we see Mech WRG waiting for their moment to strike. Lasers about to look for the damage, but not going to get anything on to WRG. This Mech narrowly gets away, and then Deathbreak finding a huge punch onto Cookies. Second win. Stomp the Wisp. Make sure you take that out. Hopping over the lasers just to make sure it's that much more difficult.
And we do see like 3 or 4 teams on the right hand side as well as the left hand side. There's like no one in the center as Mekimet continues to, try and get his escape off if possible, tries to take the rails and even has to pop the ulti now to try and make sure he can survive. But the Battlegun does get connection, pops the ulti now, and he's pop the R&B. Still not enough, and OTO pick up a nice little free kill there right at the end. We're looking at 20 last life for WRG. So many teams surrounding him, and a major set of fights happening here, Magical.
Rab losing 2 already. It's about to join in. BKT staring down bot, but you gotta be careful with the root. They've already got connected, dodging away. Lingo barely getting back with the team, holding on to the orbs, but engaged from Felix. Then turn back in kind. The Fox could not fly away, but they have respawn beacon control. Broof's already on top of it. The Fox will be back up for another fight while bot try to see if they can swap back in a better position. But what a pull! Landing, not getting the dunk connected, but still separating bot with Godfroy slammed down by the Dragon Slam of Blink.
Yeah, Blink has always been a crazy Wukong. We always are seeing ICH also coming up towards bot as well. They're going to be running out of space potentially if they last too long here. Sprokane goes for the aggressive send in. His race doesn't get a connection onto me. Unfortunately, Numa found dead in the blink of an eye as well as Lingo just chills on the bottom right side just temporarily, trying to chill on the orbs of Argos for as long as possible. Pops the Beckett as well on top. He's basically got nothing left in the chamber, I think, after this second orb of Argos. Actually manages to dash over at the last second though. What am I saying? It looks like he's there with Blink and Spro for the survival escape. It's not going to be enough.
WRG were spotted out, and Acklings was already on the respawn beacon, so bot, it seemed like they were done, but they forgot about this Krista. Kuba then getting sniped out of the air, leaving Itch with 3 players still in gridlock, still having base camp control. Respawn beacon is nearby as well. They're already hopping on that, dodging away from the pull of Baroof, waiting to bring back up Kuba for another round, while bot look to see if they can sandwich Itch.
Yeah, they're trying to but never get this one delicately, but never mind. Cooper takes an absolute monstrous amount of damage. The hook from Aiden does, unfortunately, doesn't get the connection. Spider Brawl has been juked away from his dunk as well himself. He has to pop his own ulti to try and survive with 1 HP. Maybe he can get out. Nearly got out, but Acklings was there, just mirroring the chase perfectly. Hachi's trying to go for the monstrous punch. Unfortunately, misses it, and the Singularity gets the connection. Unfortunately, Cooper found dead shortly afterwards. Rab are outed as well. Itch, I think, just have 1 member left somewhere. Aiden has managed to escape, just chilling on the right side for the moment, looking for a res. But yeah, oh my god, and GM after straight afterwards. Crazy.
We're having so many of these teams that have these stragglers getting found out.
Yeah.
With 3 teams gone in the blink of an eye, it seems like we might have another one joining them because Itch only have Aiden, but it's going to be this fight between Sid and Bot, already separating Acklings from the rest of the prey. The pack's been separated. Now Lingo tries to see if he can get back, but Deprex says there's no way you're bringing back up your teammate. Sinner's Embrace has locked in 2, but it's going to be BKT again with the third party onto Bot, and Lingo going to be the target, taken out even with the anomaly.
Oh my god, Sid came out on top in droves there, but we do see Itch actually getting the res off of Mr. Kevs. They found the perfect opportunity. It looks like a hook's coming in as well, with plus the full damage. CC connection, Deprex getting insta-gifted. It looks like an Aiden's trying to follow up with the slug wave, trying to get a bit of damage more peppered onto Sid, but Shin is going in for as much damage as possible. Pops the dagger back at the last second. We are seeing a bit of backwards kiting, and maybe even a res, it looks like, on the right hand side for Sid there at the last second. Hopefully they can pop that one off. Yasa just find a kill onto Lurox, and Orlando's finding Small as well, so Triple N in a bit of a sticky situation. There goes the res, so the back is a 4-man. Axel getting a kill onto Calculator to follow things up, and a nice little hook at the last second again by Revel this time. Battleroyale unfortunately not getting the connection, but a nice little defensive hook has saved Spider Brawl for the moment as this fight continues. Oh my god!
And Shin, what a flank onto Edge, already sending him running over the abyss. Bot eventually lose their life. Godfroy was found. But now we see that Itch, as they had already used that respawn beacon right before you. It's going to be Aiden way up north. Thankfully for them, they're able to at least bring back up Kuba, so they're not quite out of this. But Nop, another one of these teams, they've been dominating in the first 3. But now with these bans, they have been not seen nearly as much on the kill feed, nor in the fights. And we can see how it's really impacting them. They already are down Calcinator. They're looking to see if they can create some land with an emergency Penguin.
Yep, and I think they've done this successfully. I don't think any team's going to be in looking for the aggressive chase just for the moment. It looks like a res has been popped by Triple N as well. They're trying to get the kill. They actually find one onto Flashy to start things off. There might be another catch out here onto Dracos unless he can escape from this one. He's got the KP for the dunk to play in the Abyss. Lorax unfortunately misses him. OTO managed to, basically reunite as a full 4-man. They get the res off as well. They're also getting the scan up for the UAV, maybe repairing a couple of armors, and we need to see how the next zone is going to play into things as well, because obviously teams need to play carefully around that one. Hatcher picked up a crown, 1 minute 10. We are seeing Kuba down the south side as well. Now he's revealing himself. The root has also come in. Shooting with the aggressive dash as well. At the last second, hopefully Shiji can make it out this one. They do get it off! Back as a full 4-man.
He's got it, but you got to be careful because OTO are already on pursuit.
Yeah.
They've got Aiden locked down with the bungee, sailed down to land, but 3 are alive for Itch. Looking to see if they can stop the Deathbox revive from Triple N, but they have stuck it. Shichi will be back in the fight despite the heroics from Hachi.
And hopefully now they can do something with at least having one more member alive. But the circle is not being favourable to them at all. It looks like they're going to have to take at least a little bit of zone damage here. Endgame damage, of course, is going to be extremely punishing if they wait too long. There is another crown or a couple of crowns that they can pick up amidst the chaos. But Sid see it, they're instantly going to go for the pounce. There goes Hachi with the crown pickup. Kuba with 1 HP. Ice has been knocked away at the last second to maybe ensure survivability. The hook does connect from Revel. They're trying to get the kill if possible. Deathbreak has already taken down Kuba now. And it looks like there's going to be at least one more victim here. Survivor is also dead. So it's just Hachi now. Last alive. Uh-oh.
And with the crown again, you got to pull it off a second time this game, Hachi. Bring back up the team, but we are seeing how the circle is working against you right now. Up into territory controlled by Nop and Triple N. Triple N, without Trepa, their support, going to be a little bit difficult to stare down that of Nop, but looking at the other teams, OTO, SID, kind of hanging around the outskirts of the circle, looking for that crown, trying to see if they can bait out Hachi, who blasts off away, trying to stay far away from OTO. Has an unstable portal. Can he hop into it in time? Already chased by OTO, dodging away, trying to bait them over the abyss, but SID not going to be baited in, and that's going to be Itch out.
Yeah, it was really, really troublesome because of the amount of trees that were there. The bonfire was also there, which OTO were already backing on, or Sid. I think it was Sid, actually. Extreme gets his ulti cancelled at the last second, gets a slug wave just after to the face. And Sid already lose one member in that very, very quick exchange. But hopefully they can do something about this one. Already back as a full 4-man. I don't think they're going to have too much of an issue, it feels like, at least. When they find the opportune moments of res. We are seeing a couple of armors being picked up and maybe some money as well by Smold. And now there goes the rest stick by Yasa, trying to pick up Shroom if possible. There we go, back again, as I was mentioning, as a full 4-man. But Triple N, we're looking for the wide rotation around. They're taking control of the island just temporarily. Shishi's probably going to make his way down there as well. Small is going up to the top side. Shin is looking to feather across, trying to gather a bit of information, see what's going on before his team can make some sort of judgment. OTO actually going for the aggressive play as well. Looks like a massive fight might be unraveling here very, very shortly, Magical. Oof.
Triple N in a bad spot right now. They're on a Pixel Island with a respawn beacon. That respawn beacon ain't going to be your safety. They've already lost Lorax, and they've already used that respawn beacon, so they're going to be chased off of there by OTO and Sid, who now trade blows. Now the team that they sandwich is gone. It's going to be the 2 starts of the bread fighting. Already OTO, but God. 2 gone. Losing Flashy and Yes Sir, and they are going to have to deal with Triple N. We're now onto the respawn beacon, trying to bring back up the team while simultaneously fighting. Pull misses from Revel, but they've got what they came for. They brought it back up the team, but then a slam from Revel. The small they gone.
And it looks like the fight isn't stopping there. It looks like Nopper trying to get that pick onto Trepper, but the bubbles popped and just giving him just enough survivability. A nice little squid dunk play as well by Revel, getting another kill as Orlando just goes into the zone temporarily, trying to really force out and guarantee this kill. Gets the spike up the last second onto Lorax. Secondly, Trepper as well, so Triple N are outed. We're just left with 4 teams now as the fight doesn't seem to be stopping again, Magical.
And Nop, a team that we thought was going to suffer in the second part of the games because they lost most of their hunters. They've been calm, collected throughout Game 4, waiting for their moment to strike. They find it perfectly. Got rid of Triple N, and now OTO onto their last there. There's a pull from Rebel. Does not find the dunk onto Ash with Shroom over the abyss. Respawn beacon right ahead of you, but Sid already in control, and you surge forward, losing your life. OTO still have 3 way up north. They were separated from their jewel, and it's not looking any better for these 3 remaining, but they might have some backup because BKT have been waiting, same with SID, to start off a fight against Nop, but they are looking to see if they can fight one another. SID and BKT trading a couple blows. Dragon Slam has landed. They got to be careful because there is going to be the hatchling that's landed behind them with Nop over the walls, but not all of them were able to make that jump pad into zone to try to go for the fight against BKT. Axer is taking a lot, and now with BKT push all the way back to the wall, they lose 2 immediately and separated. Blink trying to get away with a hunt from SID. They wanted to get rid of another team, but they got to deal with Nup, who are in their territory. 5 puppies is down. They've got Chilling Finale. Pull as well. The Calcinator might be able to push them away. Got rid of Mr. Ice-T, but Sid is going to make sure they stop on the west. Mercury down. The powerhouse for Nup gone.
Oh, and I'm assuming Dracos didn't have enough money for a crown there. There was Wisp maybe for the potential res. He was seeing Dracos with the wide circle around, but he's found himself met by 4 walls, so he can't make that passage through. Unfortunately, he has to circle back down again. He's going to be in combustion state very shortly as Rebel does get that nice super duper clean dunk, and OTO out him. We're just left with 2 teams, if I'm not mistaken. Is there we go. There's the fight starting off. 3 teams, sorry. There we go. It's Rebel getting the hook in at the last second. In fact, gets the nice little air blaster. Chronoctrus manages to survive. Roof is also trying the hook. Unfortunately, successful. We're seeing Blink as well trying to do a bit of damage whenever possible. Ice finds Axe at the last second. We're seeing Kaos going for the dunking, getting mega damage onto BKT. Super duper caught out. There's the second kill, in fact. The Shin tries to get extra damage. Broof tries to make it away. Hopefully he can do it last alive. Oof.
Oh, but the team, they were able to get their respawns from their Wisp, and now with the chilling finale, locking down 2 of Nup. Again, trying that Orb of Life, but this time around, Ash cannot get it. It's going to be Sid, bringing back up Mr. IC while Baroof barely missing that respawn beacon, chased away by Revel, as now with Kaos holding on to Kurt, he's brought back up Nup, just in the nick of time. The team's alive. They got the slam on to Sid, but they are having a hard fight, getting their way through the thickets of the gridlock. They've been locked in. There's going to be Shin trying to get some damage, but that 6 monkey strike with the spin, taking down Shin, leaving him with 1 alive. Actually 2. They got the respawn beacon as well, so the team will be back up for another fight.
Yeah, hopefully they can fend themselves off again for long enough, it feels like. But there is a big armor difference now, it feels like. Wondering if Sid can last long enough as not continuously get those armor repairs, the heals him whenever possible. I don't know if they got maybe a couple of quick buys that last second. Okay, they're looking not too bad now after that nice little armor pickup from Shin. The Hun nearly corrects from Rebel, unfortunately unsuccessful. We are seeing the continued fight. There's the ult's been popped by Mercury, getting mega damage, getting off 2. Kaos actually can find the kills onto Sid. There goes the face steel chain connect, and the fight continues. He's getting those LMBs in, getting mega damage. It looks like another member might die, and there's one last member now trying to give you the dash through down to the south side, taking so much zone damage. It's not enough, and Rebel's also down, so that is Sid outed, and now we are at an actual 2v2.
And BKT, one of the teams with no armors, up against all this exotic gear from Nop. Chased away into the storm. Baroof narrowly dodging away from the overkill rounds from the mortars, but with no health left. Gonna be an easy target for Nop. They have a slam with the spin, trying to get Calcinator, but only 2 stand now for BKT. Make it 1. The Monkey King has been usurped as Nop take back their title, back at another first place.
Damn, man, having a consistent results. You know, even in that kind of mid game, it felt like they were in a bit of a sticky situation here and there. Didn't have that many kills picked up. Of course, you know, not having the Nyx means that your damage output is much lower, and of course your CC as well. Not having that kind of Wisp confirm also makes things a bit more difficult, especially for squads, as we've previously mentioned. So really nice comeback for those guys. Nice stuff.
Well done from Nop, and making sure that even with the bans, they are looking just as strong. 3 new hunters, yet does not seem to have phased them as they take it was a chaotic victory, let me just say. But I really got to give a lot to Chronoctrus on this Mercury. And I feel like more teams, if we continue squads, need to start picking up this hunter, because she is so vital to the success of Nop. How many times it seems like they are done, they are dead, but the contingency vial comes in clutch every time.
Yeah, it's the secret sauce, man. You got the secret ingredient, and no one else feels like they've practiced it enough to kind of want to actually play it for the tournament. So I feel like it's going to be staying under wraps, at least for now, unless just some sort of a crazy meta-defining play that makes other people start to pick it up. Maybe for the next tournament, we'll see a lot more uptick in Mercury. That might be the case, in fact.
Exactly. We'll see, though. It always remains to be seen. Sometimes you have these strategies that nobody really has tried, and I will say, to Chronoctrus' credit, they have been playing this Mercury for a long time. Like, no one else has really touched this hunter, yet they've been able to find some big wins for the teams, even in trio. So you're just seeing, when you put that time, that practice into a hunter, how much it can work towards your success.
Yeah. I'm just looking at a couple of the replays for the outcome of this game. Just as we started, of course, we saw this crazy interaction, of course, with Cookies getting caught out right off the bat. And it felt like OTO actually were struggling a little bit here and there as well in the early mid. But, they managed to come through, staying till basically the late game, it felt like, as well. And then, same situation with Sid as well. These guys fought each other again, from the early game into the late game, it felt like, as well. Oof.
Yeah, and Sid are one of those teams that just, it feels like they're always on the brink of being the first team eliminated.
Yeah, exactly.
Somehow find their way into these endgame scenarios over and over again. And a lot of it, they're very talented players. They're all really good, but they are very aggressive players. They play for these kills. They're constantly looking for these fights, and you see how sometimes that works for them. But I want to look at a team like Bot. They have been struggling a little bit, and here in this game, they're doing so much better, but unfortunately for them, there were so many teams still left. By the time they had these big fights where they won initially, there's little room to move, and a team was able to easily third-party them.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Oh yeah, and this unfortunate catch out for Hachi as well. Super duper lane. He even had the ulti to go up to the top left hand side, and then he's met by Sid just afterwards, and they just completely capitalized on that super duper free kill. Oh man, it was a pretty rough game for those guys actually in the mid.
I feel like they would have been better off had Hachi actually hopped into the unstable portal and maybe utilized that, because it was about to time out. Could have hopped into there, maybe hope that there's nobody on the other side of that portal to survive, but didn't work that way. And then we see here, Nop getting close, but they had Orb of Life. They had a great fight. Calskinator, huge crown to bring them back into this game to allow them to win. And as the team that was already well ahead of everyone in first place, WRG were first eliminated from this game. They were only 6 points behind Nop. That is not going to be the case anymore. We're going to have quite the gulf between first and second.
Yeah, that's going to make this, this series extremely exciting because of that very reason. Hopefully that happens again maybe for the next game, because that just adds to the spice, maybe with having like at least 2 or 3 contenders being relatively close to each other. It was like that, for the game 3 scores, but I expect that to continue to change, with the bans being in place. Yep. As hopefully we get into the next game.
For everyone else, they just got to hope that Nop are now first eliminated, because WRG, they got eliminated first, so that's going to make second and third closer, but now first and second, there's quite the margin there. So if Nop don't get eliminated first here, as we have final destination for our storm shift of Game 5, we might already know which team is going to win.
Exactly. And we are looking at Wellspring for the final destination. So, there is a bit of a kind of a Z-axis difference on Wellspring that teams obviously have to capitalize on. So there's not really going to be any E-plat plays that crazily, unless the zone pulls kind of south side for maybe the first end game zone. We're looking at arms on the north side as well. So I'm hoping that some teams maybe jump towards that, as we do see Small going for the aggressive potential steal, trying to, yoink a couple of mobs. And he's not really done that much to grief this other team here, Sid, in this instance. They've got the level 2 advantage, but now the chase seems to be continuing for Triple N here. Maybe they get a pick. Trapper is looking for the dash, maybe route onto Ice-T, but he's got just enough distance to get out of town, hopefully. And there goes the next mob camp being farmed up. Trapper, unfortunately, misses the route, and that's probably the end of it, I'd assume, for this chase, unless Lurox wants to try something with the face steal chain. I'm not sure.
The Small Name's already taken that anomaly, and he's way up north and already got the static built up to Mr. Ice-T. Now let's Sid have joined in. A nice pull has landed by Revel, but no dunk to follow up either. So now it's going to be the escape. Well, there is going to be a trade. The Small Name has been able to rejoin with the rest of his team. Revel has to give up their life, while the rest of Sid might be able to back him up. Do they stick this respawn beacon, or do they try to get the kills? Low health bars on the Small Name. They will trade it. They can down the Jewel and Trappa at the same time. So Sid, even down a player, find a beautiful fight.
Yeah, Debrek is always having that clean punch execution, and we never fail to see it every single fight. It feels like that he's involved in, flicking over to the map. We do see GM as well, trying to get the mob bombs up for free, and Triple N obviously trying to get the reses up when possible. Shitty trying to do last minute second farm. We're seeing the train as well, not too far away from him, so he's probably going to go for that stick. It looks like so. It's probably going to be his team is going to be rotated up to the north side potentially. We're looking at GM actually rotating onto the train, potentially preventing that from happening, it looks like. So Shichi's probably going to get caught out here.
No.
Oh no, that's another free death for NNNs, and hopefully they can get another one now. It's just one member left, if I'm not mistaken, so oof.
Oh no, it looks like they actually got a different respawn off at the same time.
Is it Heart, I think, maybe? Or
so Triple N are back up except now for Shichi. So they will still be down one player, but at least they're not fully out of this game. But Bot, as they were trying to steal away some of that farm from GM, Lingo was a little bit too far away with no team nearby, and Eva, you're an easy target.
Oof, so another free picking. We do see Numa in this instance not too far away though, so he's really trying to completely go cold in the center, at least for GM, as they continue their chase. It looks like a lot of teams have just amped up their aggression. It feels like GM and Triple N respectively are just whenever they see a team, it just feels like they're going for the full send. Maybe they know that these teams are a bit weaker with not having their meta picks, but Numa still does have his at the very least. The R&B does not get the connection, but the stun does get the connection, and Numa's done a significant amount of damage to Thea already as Charlie continues the chase, but they're not too far away from Cobra now, so hopefully Bots can safely reunite there. So Revel just get a kill onto Trapper as well, and we are seeing Nop actually coming towards GM as well. Oof.
GM, they're actually in a better armor spot than that of Nop right now, but they are getting chased away regardless. A little bit too afraid for this fight, because rightfully so, they are getting sandwiched. WRG were right behind them, and it's going to be Calcio, the first target, taken out by Tredsy. Now these recalls for WRG, as they start to try to regroup and look for these fights, find the stragglers of GM over the Abyss.
Yeah, we just, WRG went for the armors and they've just, it's paying off dividends for them. It's almost like the instant scare as soon as you see the team. We are seeing in the nighttime fight there, it looks like in Cobra as BKT go for some free pickings. The hook connects for a potential second kill here. Bot probably have to jump ship here unless they can turn the fight on at least one. They do get kind of a 2-for-1 so far. Godofro goes for the aggressive dagger send, but he gets insta-give. It's just Lingo that's alive now, trying to live with the Orb of Argos, but he can't take on 2 members, and Bot are out in last place.
Bot ran into their kryptonite. BKT, it feels like those 2 teams have Bot so many times early game. Just in the last game when Bot didn't fight them early, they looked like a good spot. And this time, run into the wrong team. And now we look at another fight here in Vane Grove. A nice punch there from Deperek, but not enough to actually get the stun on Nop, who continue to chase as Sid have been separated, looking for the dunk, but not in time from Revel.
And just looking elsewhere on the map, it looks like there might be some chaos near the engine potentially. We do see 2 teams here. Revel still found dead. Shin was trying to stick the res, but maybe caught up by Triple N in fact. Already hitting the root as well. But the dagger at the last second potentially extends the survivability a little bit longer. Well, I say that, just as I finish, he is found dead.
Just a little bit longer. Not, unfortunately, that much longer. But looking at more fighting, OTO and Rab kind of traded. It's been a 1-for-2. Rab, team on the back foot now as Little Meep tries to get away. OTO charging forward. You get baited in by Little Meep on this Kingpin over Abyss. Now they have 3 here, but it's going to be Who Dis showing up, saying, hey, maybe we could look for this fight. Maybe we can intervene and find OTO, but it's just the bunny waiting for the teammates who have now joined in as Little Meep does find himself taken down by OTO. On the train, the OTO are going to get banished from that one. Flashy sniped by a nice dunk, but it goes over to Who Dis for kill credit.
Yeah, Mushroom just gets out of town instantly just after that happens. It is like halfway through day 2 now, so a lot of the mobs are probably going to be dead now. We are looking at souls and mecha boosters, if I'm not mistaken, in around 15 seconds. So a lot of teams may be starting to gravitate towards that. I think it was WRG, kind of going kind of object-oriented. It felt like, or objective-oriented, it felt like for the first couple of games. I'm assuming that's going to happen again as Dracos tries to get the Battlecon connection onto Spider Bro. Unfortunately, misses it. Aiden is now looking for maybe a hook or a dunk. Unfortunately, misses the hook and probably can't even hit the dunk either. Just afterwards, as Yasuo tries to get the spike grenade, he's got the Arcane Railgun, so a little bit of damage to Itch. But now the jump ship is we are seeing an aggressive in by Shroom, gets the double dash, but not too much more. It looks like at the last second, Aiden's chilling. I don't know if there's a teammate behind him though. Dracos is coming down from the top rope, trying to get the extra damage, and he's already healed up from the full orb. And there goes Shroom with the full send in, trying to get the kill. Kills at least Aiden. Maybe he's trying to go for the miracle clip. Understood. Of stacks is the question. He's got 2, but now he's on 1 HP himself. I don't think he can escape even in this situation. 1 HP though. Maybe he can if he gets a couple of last second heals off the RB. Oh, it's not enough.
He was trying to clip farm for sure. He wanted to win. I saw it in his eyes, but unfortunately for him, just narrowly missing that one. It was difficult when you have 4 that are surrounding you. Even if you're able to get that first miracle kill, after that it is going to be nigh impossible. Now GM, new team to show up. Deathbox revive brings back up Aiden, but gives Hachi's life for it. Not a worthwhile trade, and missing that pull onto the Wisp. It's are now going to be on the run.
Hopefully they can do something about it. We do see now GM in this instance versus Sid, and Rebels trying to probably pull off some magic. Napalm's already been dropped as well by Cookies, and now it looks like Noppa coming in. They've got the wings as the ulti combo, absolutely just demolishing Rebel, and just after that is Charlie Lee found dead as well. Ash is getting a mega damage off with the ulti as well, and the spin. Nop have just taken over Dominion, it feels like, unless Itch have something to say about it. I think Aiden's trying to get the hook, wasn't successful. He's got no armor left. He could have probably looked for a switch there at the very least, but decided against it. Looks like a massive aggressive sending this time again by Nop of all people. They already insta-give Ash though just afterwards, and Spider-Ball is now looking to try and kill Kalsk if possible. Cookie's there with the reinforcements with the Arcane Rogan and the Spike Grenade. And then another third party again, OTO this time, taking away Magical.
As Aiden's going to be taken out, Hotch is going to be the next target, trying his best against Shroom, but Shroom's already built up the static electricity to build against him. And now Itch with Spider-Man out of there. Going to barely hold on to their life. Nop, they might be able to get out of there as well, but they are going to be worse for wear, having to recall back to each other's positions, even though they do bring up Kradoxis again. It is a difficult position for Nop at this moment.
We do see as well Trapper going up to the north side as well, hopefully to try and escape completely. Maybe he's trying to reunite. In fact, goes down to the south side, so definitely Triple N are going to be splitting up completely here. I'm not sure how long this chase is going to continue for. Looks like there's a big circle back, maybe for the box res. There might be an opportune moment potentially. Trapper is reconsidering his options as well. As we do see Hudis getting a kill onto Ice-T as well, so it looks like there's even more snowballing happening for WRG. Whenever possible. Sid in also a very sticky situation. Armor's not looking too healthy. Same with XP. They don't even have the level 10s as well. We're seeing Revel pop the anywhere but here, but he's actually cancelled it at the last second. As there goes the car run over by WRG. Meki Mac just get the spike as well onto Revel. He's probably about to get Chain CC'd, spiked into the lava. Unfortunately, found dead. Oof.
Yeah, it's weird. It is going to be quite a good kill there from WRG now pretty much in an angry spot from last game. First team eliminated, and you could tell they've got that fire in them. They were the kill leaders, by the way, after the first 3 games. 60 kills ahead of the closest, which was NOP at 50. So 10 above them, and now you can see how it's really working for them. They are playing so aggressively yet again.
You see Rab as well on the south side. There's a little bit of a mini split there. I'm wondering if they're going to go for a backer or something along those lines. We are seeing Sprokin as well, just chilling on the mini islands. Nearly getting dunked there, but managed to mantle at the last second. Theo just find Minato as well. Their face still chain connects, but you can't really capitalize on that. We do see as well OTO coming down from the south side, trying to get some minor poking whenever possible, but not able to jump ship. We're still seeing as well Chronoctrus only level 9, so they desperately want to get that level 2 OT up whenever possible. It looks like Itch have already successfully done it themselves. Only Aiden's level 9 in their situation. GM have managed to maintain armors as well amidst all the fighting that they've done. And now they're going up to the north side.
And we can see how our teams are all coalescing around Wellspring. 4 teams already in position for the final destination, but a lot of teams still remain to join. OTO and Sid on the outskirts of the circle right now, but it's just going to be the chases. Sid are down Shin. Going to be difficult for them with the Chilling Finale already popped, and OTO taking advantage of that, getting a lot of damage onto Mr. IC, but not enough to actually pick up the kill for Yasser. So Sid holding the best they can up against OTO. The OTO have gotten them separated. Deprek having to blast backwards, trying to bait them over the Abyss. Flashy almost getting baited into that one, but realizing that's not going to be an angle they can look for quite yet.
Oh, we just see this crazy Abyss fight. Oh, and Deprek unfortunately scuffs the ulti, and he's probably going to be running out of options as Flashy tries to go down. He's got the feather, he's in combustion state, can't be backed, unfortunately. The overcurrents come out, and he gets spiked at the last second by Deprek. Oh, the challenge was successfully met by one single LMV.
This is why I say you don't try to see if you can go for a fight against a Bishop over Abyss like that. A stray bullet, stray rocket, or stray grenade, any of those can take you out, just like happened to Flashy right there. But Deprek, looking at where the rest of the team are, Revel and Mr. IC nowhere to be seen. In fact, dealing with Shroom, who is chasing Revel so far away from the rest of OTO. And now, with a recall and a crown, they've already got now Deprek back with the team. And Shroom now finds himself in a bad spot, was able to get Revel, but with no health left, it's just going to give the crown back to Sid.
Oh, and Sid back as a four-man for free. Lurox, we did see him as well picking up the crown. He's got not too long left, hopefully, on his res. As BKT getting absolutely punished, it looks like, by a NOP. Nice little spike at the last second from a third party from WRG. It looks like Hoodis is trying to get the spike if possible, as Lurox actually gets the kill to Blink, so that's definitely going to be a crown pop as well on the top right somewhere. We're looking at Hoodis continuing the chase onto Orlando's of all people, and he gets the spike again at the last second. They're just farming kills.
Farming up those kills, getting all of the chaos to go their way as we see another one taken out. This time it's Shin to get the credit, but a nice pickup from Trippa, grabbing Lissmo. They bringing back up Jewel, not giving that kill point over to Sid, but Sid are still hunting for other teams. Grabby had that connected on Nemeki. Probably could have continued to chase that, but instead it's going to be WRG going backwards towards Wellspring, but back in the Wellspring, we see more teams still trading blows.
I wonder if WRG are going to go for Red G as well, because that's just dropped onto the ground. GM are looking for that potential kill. Oh, they just narrowly missed the hook onto Spider Brawl. Cassio's trying to do an extra bit of damage with the Vortex Charm or LMBs, but isn't successful with everything. It looks like Theo also actually misses his Squid Dunk combo as well. So that's going to allow a little bit of a free passage for GM to stick this res and get Charlie Lee back in the game, back as a 4-man. Ash still last alive, actually goes a cosplay for a tree. 50 seconds left for the crown pick. Wave puts the massive chain down on top. The OT is all at the last second. Itch completely take out OTO. Wow.
What a flank there from the team to take out OTO, not giving them their crown play, and back in this fight, Nop. Have Ash go into the 6 monkey strike, try to get away from tree to tree. He swings as he might be able to get away, barely avoiding the grabby, looking for the dragon slam, but now he is over the abyss and surrounded by WRG. This monkey, not long for the world. He's doing his damnedest though to stay alive, but there goes the team as Nop find an early exit, their first time today.
And Sid look like they're in a bit of trouble themselves, actually. As Hachi goes for the ult, gets the connection. There's a punch back onto Deprek. So we've got it decided officially. It looks like the best Bishop player is going to be Hachi, at least for today's series. But it looks like the trouble is not stopping there. It looks like Lurox is trying to get the chase, if possible, onto Revel. There goes a nice little dash across. They're trying to look for the dunk. Oh, unfortunately, Revel's managed to skirt away at the last second. He's got the Squid play on top for an extra bit of momentum. Hopefully he can make his way up to the north side, but actually, I think he will, in fact. There's another third party comes in this situation. Shishi on 1 HP, got the Squid play onto the top right side, but the rest of the members are in major trouble. Trapper trying to get the heals off if possible, and maybe they even try and stick the res, but it's probably going to be snowballing even further here.
Oh, it's the squid plate. Oh, Rebel just sent it in. Somebody's going to make it up this one, surely.
Oh no, Chains were connected on the Rebel. They could have followed that one up, but instead of getting baited into it, they will chase him into the storm, getting a lot of damage on a Rebel who's looking for that miracle dunk, but could not find it. Thankfully for them, not their last player. Still have more forced hopes for survival as we see Triple N drop a place down a respawn beacon just in the nick of time. Brought back up Lismilda. Aiden was not able to interrupt that, so Triple N looking for their escape. But Kuba's already found a flank onto them, trying to see if they can corral them back into their territory. Lismilda up in the air, trying to avoid them with altitude, but Aiden says, get back over here, locking them down, making sure with the help of Shichi on, of all things, that Huddy wasn't able to defend the rest of the team.
Yeah, consider after shortly afterwards, it looks like Itch have managed to maintain control and they're snowballing and really making use of the snowball whenever possible. It feels like WRG have managed to maintain armors themselves. Small has just been rezzed as well, so Triple N are back as a full 4-man. You're seeing a bit of a damage being exchanged between GM and Rab themselves, but I'm not sure if it's going to turn into a full fight as Levi does get dunked at the last second. Probably going to get hooked back very, very shortly afterwards. Has to pop the ulti to try and escape town. Looks like Shichi's already there. He's already dashed across. He's already tried to pop the ulti as well. Unfortunately missed it. Small is there trying to get a little pull in onto someone. The ulti, actually, never mind, found a connection. He's trying to hit the LMBs enough to get them to the threashold, but it's not going to be enough as the ulti's finally popped now. Dash down from on the south side by Charlie Lee. Can hopefully escape as GM, or back as at least as a 3-man. Charlie Lee needs to reunite with his team if possible, but things are looking quite slim there. Maybe he can make his way out with a slither HP. He's successfully done it, but Shichi still continuing the chase super duper aggressively. And the dunk at the last second from Theo does finally get the kill. Small dead shortly afterwards. The second one's also been dropped for Charlie to continue his chase.
Still so much chaos as so many teams are here in the Wellspring. Rab trying to see if they can chase down some of the stragglers of Triple N, looking for them, but they are on their base camp. Trepa and Lorax have their angle out of there, while GM still in the south part of Wellspring. We're staring down that of Rab. Rab deciding to hold onto their line instead of chasing for anything further. While on the outskirts, we see that Itch and WRG debating over going for a fight around objective control. But it is going to be WRG in control while we look at Triple N, who were able to find another beacon to bring back up the team. GM then with a beautiful pull on a little Meep. Make sure they take down one of Rap, but they're already on that respawn beacon. Can GM force them off of it, not letting them bring back up the team with the Napalm Summit, but Little Meep's going to be back on his feet, trying to get away with it. Levi's going to be in the middle, getting all the attention from GM, barely getting away, while Triple N out of nowhere, sniped by Rab. They almost found their angle, but it's going to be the re-engage from the Smolder. Then the snipe! Finding that almost, yes, bringing back up the team. So Triple N back in the game once again, but they got to get through the storm. Lorax picked up by the bunny will be respawned, but they're taking so much damage from the storm. Shichi has got nowhere to go, even with the salvage hook. It's just up to the bunny, picking up another wisp, trying to bring back up Shichi, dodging away for so long, but they're over the lava, and there goes Triple N.
And we're just left with 4 teams, if I'm not mistaken. Blue Lucas is maybe looking to try and get a hook, if possible, onto Rab and GM potentially. We are seeing the Orb Revival still on the ground, unless it's a bug. We are seeing as well the res being dropped. Hopefully that's going to be successful by Tredsy to bring back the 4th member. Has to jump off at the last second, so Itch and I have a dominion over it. It looks like concretely. Calcio also finds Raxer at the same time, so Rab are in a bit of a sticky situation themselves now. It looks like a wide circle around Hudis is probably going to get box res or something along those lines, maybe. Hopefully if they find the box. We are seeing as well a little bit of what's called the shock drone being dropped out at the last second, and there was the res attempt, I think, or at least some sort of buy. Bublix has found him at the last second, Meep, as he has to go down to the south side because the zone's going to do way too much damage now, and Tredsy is now having to flank up to the left hand side just temporarily. Calcius trying to find the pick up to make him out. Looks like he's going to be successful. Dashes up to the north side. He's already used both dashes, now got nothing left in the chamber, but hopefully can make his way out. Unfortunately, found dead. Oh no.
But immediately respawned as they were able to find themselves. I know, actually not. It's just a little bit of glitch on the angle because I thought that Mekiwek was back on his feet. But we see a chilling finale here from Tredsy on base camp. That is going to be GM pushing back. Rab taken out off screen by WRG. In fact, it was Hudis and Baby Blux working in a tandem to make sure they got rid of one. And now Mekiwek is back on his feet, pushed back, but it's going to be another chilling finale. Hudis has been pulled away. They picked up a crown for Mekiwek, looking to see if they can bait him over the abyss. GM, do they fall for it? They've already got the dash forward for Charlie. They've got a lot of damage on a Meki, but nobody falling for that one. Meki tries to see if he can blast away, but now he's over their heads, putting down the shock trap drone, waiting for them to look for this angle as nearly Spider Ball stealing away the crown, but somehow Meki threw everything, trying to get away, but pulled back in, saying, hell no, no escape for WRG.
Oh man, Itch are looking super duper strong. They've got the high ground control as well. They've got the best armors, it feels like. The levels are looking crazy. GM are looking for a potential innings onto a WRG, the last two members. Luke tries to dash down to the right hand side. Maybe going to be met by Itch, but he's actually going to be able to read out with Tredsy here. It looks like there's going to be a potential another chase, unless Tredsy's actually not found. He's got the red J as well, so maybe he's able to stick those boxes on his teammates if he can find them. We're seeing him finding a new pocket of space on that kind of a new bush on the top right side. Luke's doing the same thing respectively, but he's not. Yeah, they're not. None of them's going to be in zone for the next one, apart from Itch, of course. Justin Luke's looking to circle around, maybe trying to find a hook if possible. It looks like I don't know if WRG have enough money for a res or something along the lines.
I don't
the
think
hook
so.
connects.
Nice
Oh,
pull.
magic! Crazy stuff happening here.
Theo's gone, and now it's going to be Calcio. He's already been baited over the abyss, and now with only 2 left for GM, Itch have found their perfect moment to strike with a beautiful full from Aiden up in the air, trying to get away, but Charlie has no escape. And now Tredsy picking up a ground immediately with the wisp stomp has taken down GM. They're out of here, but Itch trying to get the pull. They've got a lot of damage, trying to drag back in Mecky Mac from the storm, but they're going to lose the 2 they just brought back up into the game. It's going to be Baby Boots and Tredsy trying to see if they can fight back, getting a lot of damage, but dashing away, punched away. No who dis, slam back. Spider Bro almost found it, but the chains were there, locking in the kill. Baby Boots left alone. I don't see a crown in the world as Itch will find their first victory.
Wow, that was a very, very convincing game by Itch there, honestly. You know, that midpoint turnaround, it felt like from Hachi onto Deprek, it felt like they snowballed so hard from then on. It felt like that every single fight they picked was like such an opportune one. They could capitalize on it every single time. It felt like really good stuff.
Really good stuff, and Itch, well-deserved victory for them, especially for a team that had been struggling through the first half of games. Just looking at the points after 3, they were only at 34 points. They were way behind in the bottom half of our teams. So big victory for them, really going to elevate them in the standings. But I think the big thing here is now in game 4, WRG, they got eliminated early. Here in game 5, it was Nop to get eliminated at 7th place. Our 2 big dogs have been toppled, but I don't know if it's going to be enough when we look at the leaderboard to have these teams that were behind those 2 really catch up.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the scores, man. That's going to be the the ever pivotal thing in terms of like how big the score difference is going to be potentially between like first, second, and third or something along those lines. But we're going to shout out like people like for example Shichi taking the Hudson, the unconventional pick. There might be a little bit more balance potentially in squads. Actually go for the aggressive sends here onto GM. We're going to see this very, very, very shortly, or at least the tail end of it. And hopefully like we're going to continue to see like these crazy picks for the last game as well. I don't think anyone's going to change up too much. It feels like we're going to continue to see these jewels from like Smold and Shroom, for example, unless Shroom decides to take something else, of course. But I feel like that's what they're going to stick with.
Yeah, kind of looking at the rest of our teams and how they're performing, and even looking at the standings after just 3 games. GM, they were our 3rd place team. They were in 3rd place, even if only by 1 point against the next 2 that were right behind them, a BKT and Triple N. But for both GM and for Triple N, they've been having better performance here in these last 2 games, getting pretty high standings in a lot of them. Even for Triple N, though they go out at 5th place here, they got a lot of kills in this game.
Yeah, and it was always what's it called? The team effort. It felt like for all the members of them to actually get the kills comparatively to someone like Kudis. He had like 7 or 8 kills. It felt like he was just going solo bunny mode, always taking the kills whenever possible, going for like the individual mission, and always finding success. It felt like, but man, what a crazy game.
And here, GM getting another top 3 finish for themselves. Going to be really happy after having won game 3. So big for this team to move up in the standings, especially with Nop and WRN. Not necessarily having the strongest games in the last 2. Here, WRN were able to get top 2, so big for them. They're going to be very happy with that, especially after going out first in game 4. But it is going to allow for a team like GM to really catch up in the standings.
100%. And we have seen the frantic escape from Bibi Blukes right at the end, but can't really do too much in that situation. Even tries the hook, even getting the connection, but it's not much you can capitalize on when you're in that situation, unless you got a crown. As you were saying towards the end of that game, if you had managed to pick one up, that could have been something crazy there, but we'll never know.
Here we go. So looking at our points and how things are changing up, but unfortunately at the bottom of the standings, GM moving down. Sid have actually been able to take away the 3rd place spot from them, but Nop and WRG are still our top 2 teams, but by 15 points for Nop. I'm a little surprised it's quite that big of a disparity still.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Sid can continue to pull off like a crazy game for the last one, but it's such a mountain to climb. What is it, like 29 points or something along those lines? That's a lot to do for a one game banger, and you have to obviously get knocked out instantly for them to get like 0 kill points. So yeah, it's a very hard, mountain to climb. But we've seen it before in scrims, for example.
True.
And we've also even seen it in trios, of course, with the SNS not too long ago. So it's possible, but they have to really like somehow plan or have the correct god game. The RNG has to really favor them. It feels like teams have to be already wounded potentially, and they get a couple of kills, they get the snowball going, and they really capitalize off it. And similarly for WRG, what do you reckon they could do to potentially get those last couple of kills and maybe beat Nop?
They gotta have Nop get out early again. That is it. It's as simple as that. If Nop does not go out early, there is no hope for WRG unless they pull off a 3 LP level of domination in this game. Always possible, but very difficult. And as we get ready for our last game, we got to figure out what our final storm shift is going to be. So we have to pull up the spinny wheel and figure out which one it is going to be, because this is always the fun, finding out what our last one is between bullet trains, cross-country storm, unstable portals, and final destination. So where are we going? What is our final storm shift to be? Come on, stop. Yes!
Finally!
Trains, let's go!
Let's go, dude. You got bullet trains. There you go. That's off the checklist now, at least. To have a double bullet trains.
Love it. Double bullet trains. We have another fun storm shift for us for our final game. And with bullet trains, so much can happen with this one. Just got to make sure you're ever prevalent of where the trains are at those moments, especially here when we have squads. There are so many more players that you have to deal with, that you're fighting up against. We've already seen how these late game team fights can get quite chaotic.
Yeah, 100%. We saw at least a couple of train kills for the first one that we did have for this series. So I'm not sure if there could be anything that could amp it up.
Shoutouts to our second stream going on right now at Zikrik's channel, because I did have that open on my other monitor, and when they had bullet trains, they had quite a number of bullet train kills. So like literally I had looked over as there's a break in our action and see 3 people die to bullet trains right at that moment. So I was very, very happy about it.
They still need to bring out the skin for the train that's just your face implanted on the face of the train, dude. They need to do it, man.
That'd be really funny. Sorry. Oh, that was good. That'd be great. That or just have my train whistle be the sound effect whenever the train actually gets a kill. That is what I'm hoping for one day.
It's got to be one of the two, man.
So as we get ready for our final game and final thoughts of how we are looking for this game, I'm really curious to see some of our teams, like we saw Itch right there, moving up a lot in the standings, but because they did struggle in the first half of games, that still doesn't quite get them out of the bottom 4. They're still a little bit behind, but we're seeing that, especially in the middle there, that GM, BKT, Triple N, and Itch are all relatively close with one another. In fact, Itch are only 14 points behind that of GM, which honestly I think is something you can easily surmount and move up a lot in the standings, especially if they can pull out another victory like that last game.
Yeah. Another thing as well that we've got to mention, of course, is just like the captain's ability to control the kind of macro state, because you kind of have these kind of not necessarily wild cards, but people that you're not necessarily comfortable with playing with, just to begin with at least, because you might have not played with them before, right? So you've got to actually rapidly establish your team's chemistry and actually your team's individual weak and strong points, and trying to navigate all of that rapidly across the series is another additional challenge that the captains have to fend with, it feels like. And once they do find that state, or maybe they just have someone like godlike like Aiden, or someone just giving like the calls to all the teams, he's just like the brain controlling all the limbs, everything's going to work in harmony, it feels like. But sometimes you have to work through that initial phase of going, we've got to get the chemistry right first, and then we can start working from there,
Yeah, exactly. So we're just waiting for our players getting everything ready so we can get into our final game. We'll see if we have even any changes like we saw in the last game to our draft, like Shichi busting out the hoodie for me in that game. We've seen Shichi before in final games where he knows he's not going to win the tournament, but wants to go out with style and pulling out things like Shrike. So I'm really curious to see if we'll have something like that be busted out and give us some real good spice for our final game.
I wonder what else we could have, man. Like if there's some like crazy 2-way TP shenanigans, into like a train or something along those lines, or the hot TPs that we've seen a couple of times before. I just want anything to just amp it up a bit more, to just make the bullet trains just like a guaranteed a couple of kills. And maybe a lot of people take air blast, for example. There could be loads of different variables that people could kind of add to the train kill counter, but only time will tell.
Only time will tell as we get ready for our final game. Bullet trains has been decided for our final storm shift as well. Of course, I'm very excited about that one. Always excited to have the bullet train be what we have at play, but I'm really keeping my eyes out for our top 2 teams, NOP and WRG. WRG, if they want to win this one, they need NOP to get knocked out early on. It can't even be that NOP have a decent performance. They have to have them out at 9th or 10th place if they want to win.
The question is there going to be any sort of targeted focus, or someone going to change up here? It looks like Baruch has actually changed over to Bishop, if I'm not mistaken. That's the only significant change that I can make note of so far. We're looking at armors on Dawn Caps, and aside from that, we are looking at, I think, Soul of the Hunt as well up for grabs. Nothing else too important to note. Oh, never mind. There's like 4 teams dropping on the armors. This is definitely going to be a bit of a scuffle here.
I was about to say, it doesn't look like it's all that exciting until it suddenly is. And now we are having it very crowded up north, but there's only room for one team in this town. Which one is it going to be? As looks like there wasn't the gold luck there for Triple N on that first one, but they got the camp. Wow, Sid lose one. Shroom in the middle was able to take out Deperek, but now it is going to be Sid to take out Shroom in kind.
Yep, so it's a 1-for-1 exchange, it looks like, and Triple N are able to capitalize off of the chaos, picking up a bunch of different goodies, and hopefully they can get out scot-free. It looks like, as they're being surround sound damaged, pummeled by in every direction. Shin maybe taking a bit of damage himself. Overexerted himself just a touch there. Itch come from the top side, looking for the hook. Unfortunately, doesn't get the connection. Hachi go for the monumental punch, taking down just Smold only, unfortunately, but Smold doesn't manage to make it out. With about 2/3 HP. We are seeing a potential res here, but Rebel is being caught out now. Potentially, he's got nothing left in the chamber, only being level 2, as the LMBs keep being sent by Kuba to confirm the kill.
And it's guarding that respawn beacon. They want none of that. They don't want any possibility for a flank to catch them off guard, but because they had 2 defending that respawn beacon, Hachi has been left alone, chased down by so many teams. And here is our 5th one of the party, Rab, who just went a little bit outside of the party in Dawn Caps. They're at level 4s, and they're seeing the teams fleeing from the north, trying to see if they can find some stragglers for Minato, while Sid are still dealing with OTO, and it is going to be a trade. OTO actually found Rebel, and now Deperek into the jet stream with Mr. Ice-T as they bail.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of people taking this kind of risky kind of plays. It feels like, we saw it once with the drops, and of course, the remnants of that are being felt as a nice little spike is felt secondarily. Meep also now probably in a bit of a troubling situation as the RMBs, the pullback is also trying to connect if possible. He's trying to get the 4 stacks for the dash, just enough to get the kill right at the last second. And Rab are now in a very, very sticky situation, trying to get some buys in before they completely jump ship, try and get their 4th team member back if possible. Minato's also going to the left, so they got another kind of exit should they need it. We'll see a circle back at the last second, and he's going to pay for it with his life. That was a very, very crazy play there. I think he's trying to go for the yellow box. Any goodies left in there, but yeah.
So Samiri, what's worse than a third party?
A train.
No, a 4th party. And what's worse than a 4th party?
Another train.
Nah, a 5th party. And what's worse than a 5th party is a train.
It has to be a lit train. I will not take that as an answer. It has to be a lit train.
No, after the 5th party is the train, because there's just so much that was going wrong there for so many of our teams, and unfortunately for Rab, as they were the 5th party, they ended up realizing that going for that fight, they had to deal with 4 other teams, while Itch had been able to make it out with their gold armors, but OTO, the team that has been up and down, they've lost a player here and there, but then been able to bring them back up to their feet. Like right here, Draco's put into Wisp, but still was able to mantle and get back with the rest of the team, still alive, and OTO are not relenting. They're still looking for those kills on to Itch.
Hopefully they can get out of this one, though, without any issue. We are seeing a bit of a potential mirror on the left-hand side, but you see Kuba actually managing to scurry away at the last second. Godefroy actually getting a kill onto Deperek. So Sid, we go across, it feels like the whole map, and still finding themselves finding one down permanently as Lurox goes in, tries to get the dunk, is successful with it, but hits the base to chain instantly afterwards. Can maybe mirror and go for a fun in if he wanted to. Small is also getting a bit of damage onto Theo. He's managing to mantle just for a split second. It goes all the way down to the top left-hand side. He's now no longer, of course, on the oath that we just see him from previous games, now on the Krista, which is an important pick. She's trying to... Oh no, he's not on the Hudson as well. What a shame. On the Bishop instead. So would have been cool to see him again. But I think he's trying to get a couple more kills if possible with Bishop instead, of course, maybe getting that crazy punch combo if possible. As Axel's trying to get a bit of damage onto bots.
Nice
there is the
singularity.
situation, but the singularity is getting major damage. Already taken down Spurcane. The Sins Embrace has already been popped as well.
And it's BKT. They constantly fight with bot early game, and normally it is BKT that come out the better, but this time around, bot finally find their revenge as 3 are gone for BKT. Make it an elimination, bot!
Wow.
Take out their kryptonite!
Oh man, it's the final out of the last second. Minato's managed to feather across. He's obviously been res as well. Rax is spawned dead as well for Rav at the moment. It's Treadsy's back. Maybe he actually dies in this situation. Oh, if the curvature was correct, maybe you could have got the kill plus 1 LMB. As Hudis is there with the reinforcements. He's got the air blast along with Mech with a couple of LMB being sent in there, jumping across all the multiple different islands. It feels like at the last second the root disconnect and Minato is found dead. But I like it to be at res up at any second. I feel good for it. Also finds Cooper as well as another fight happens. There goes the root. Oh, no, stun, sorry, at the last second. A nice little free kill for GM as OTO starts to stick the res instantly. Cass is trying to force him off if possible. Doesn't have the air blast, but just enough LMBs have forced away Dracos anyway. So hopefully he's going to be able to get a res maybe on the train for the next one that arrives very, very shortly.
As we're looking at our other teams that still remain and where they kind of are out at the moment, they kind of spread around. We see a lot of teams, even see some teams here in Wraith's row. We got both bot who are able to finally take down their enemy and BKT. Have to deal with Itch nearby them, so look at that fight soon that will break out once we have bot move a little bit more south. But for the most part, teams are fairly spread out.
Yeah, as well. We're also seeing double souls as well, north and south respectively, really, really far apart as well. So I'm wondering how the teams kind of want to fight for those, because that could be potential big boons for them. We are looking at Godefroy going down to the south side. I mean, just another note as well, Rabo only like level 6, like just a quarter way through day 2, so they definitely hopefully going to eat well in the desert, just temporarily getting that XP back up again, because they were significantly behind at one point. But I think they have that isolated farm as you were mentioning, and they can really capitalize off of it now.
But we still have our top teams, WRG and NOP, alive. Looking at where they're kind of moving right now for WRG's sake, they need NOP to get eliminated early, but NOP are playing the safe game. They're making sure if they get that placement, securing their first place of our first draft squads in ages.
Oh my god, this Abyssal Hatchling has been TP'd away at the last second by bot, which might prevent allow a safe little get here. The hooker comes at the last second, but they can't get it. Well, who actually steals? I think it was I'm not actually too sure. I've not kind of confirmed it just yet, but the fight seems to be continuing. Nonetheless, there goes the Sin of Embrace. Doesn't get the connection up to Spider Ball. Has to kill the orb at the last second. Aiden is found dead shortly afterwards. Violet Singularity catch out. Really nicely done. And bot just jump up to the north side. GM have nice armors as well, things considered. Cookie looks for the hook. Unfortunately, it doesn't get it. Hopefully, something crazy is about to happen. It may be a TP play or something along those lines, but it's probably still off cooldown the ulti for Numa. So they're going to have to wait a little bit longer before that is off cooldown. Just beneath them is OTO, though. They tried the hooker unsuccessful. It looks like there's going to be another fight here, Magical. Uh-oh.
Looking for more OTO, this time joining in as Itch. They had lost a member and they decided to get out of there and look for a respawn beacon, while GM, they too are looking to see if they can reset the fight, just recalling back to their base camp. No longer wanting any part of that, knowing that they could have been sandwiched. But we see the bot, they continue their chase on Itch, but it is going to be difficult for them because they are over the abyss and they are low. Rab are taken out by WRG off screen, while Itch still have to deal with bot. Numa slammed down, but over a ledge. Not going to be quite taken out of the game just yet. Waiting for Acklinks as now looking for that damage with the Flux Snare. Aiden's going to be the target. Sniped out of the air. Spider Brawl without any shields, but has plenty of dashes to get away. But it's not going to be Hachi getting out too easily. Fuselad interrupted, making sure that he can blast stuff away. Hachi doing a great job with nearly no health.
Yeah, I was just looking at his HP and I was looking at his ulti to see if he had it. It's like he's got to have to ulti here. He's got no chance of surviving. And luckily, it gets off at the last second. We are seeing Kuba as well, sticking the res on the kind of island centrally located on the map. Abyss Specialist, 30 seconds plus the TP Soul as well, just beneath it as well. So that's a bunch of goodies that teams are probably going to be fighting for. Itcher back as a full 4-man as well. So they're going to be looking for whatever XP is left from day 3 mobs. But they've been met by WRG now, as there's a big aggressive sending by Shiji at the last second on the Sky Shot. They can't really do too much else. There's the dunk attempt by Aiden. It's not going to do too much here, unfortunately. Spider-Ball has to jump up to the north side. Aiden's also probably running out of hope as he gets absolutely pummeled by LMBs, and WRG pick up another kill.
Another kill for themselves. Every kill closer to Nop, but Nop still alive. It's going to be nearly impossible for WRG to actually win unless they pull off an absolute miracle run. We've seen it before, but it's going to be very difficult. Triple N Now find a nice flank onto WRG, pushing them back with golden armors as well. They feel confident in this fight against WRG, but WRG did a great job of holding the line, waiting for the team to be able to fully form. Mekimik had been separated. Nice pull, but not into the spike walls. Instead, it's going to be the root on Ashichi, taking out the Bishop with the Thunderstorm used by Lissimolda to try to get away, but Trepa is gone. Triple N, you thought you had the power, but you played into the wrong hands, as now WRG chased down the remnants of Triple N. Larks has done a great job of trying to get away, but Hootis, the ever hungry, ever bloodthirsty bunny, always looking for those kills.
I'm just thinking like Bublux probably has like some sort of like protractor or a couple of rulers attached to his screen to, you know, correctly measure that distance to go for that max range hook, man. It was super duper surgical play there to get Shichi out completely. And then Hudis is there aggressively straight afterwards with that super duper crazy long dash, getting those LMBs and the root in. Really, really nice play there. What a nice sequence.
And WRG are going to feel very happy right now. They have already 10 kills. They're about to make it an 11 as Spider Brawl with no team nearby. Another one to the grinder of WRG, and like I said, at every point, ever closer to Nop.
And just looking at Nop, they've only got 2 kills themselves, so they actually need to amp up things here a bit. They can't really play too safe. Maybe they're just playing super duper for placement, which is also a valid strategy, but, you know, they have to, you know, walk the line pretty finely here, because if they let the pressure off too much, they might actually pay for it with going down to second place. We do see another potential fight here. Mekimek has a fought off Hachi. Is now, you know, Hachi's now having to go for the punch and trying to get the 3-man stun. Unsuccessful. He's been hit by the root as well now. There goes the LMBs. He's been spiked as well at the last second. Hachi is found dead. And Sid come down now. This could be a potential really crazy out here. They're already fully outed. Aiden is also dead as well. Crazy.
And WRG, they get third-partied and absolutely ripped apart. Even if Baby Blux did get Deperek, guess what? Where do you go? Triple N, they got revenge in their eyes. They've got it set onto WRG, and they want Baby Blux. They want Mickey Mech. WRG, they're out. That's the hope gone, shattered by Triple N as OTO. They also show up into this fight. Sid, they try to intervene. All 3 teams trading over this small island, but only with so much land to play over. Triple N try to go for the dogfight. OTO are the team that suffers ultimately. They're the team set on the run. Triple N, they've gotten some island back under control. They've kept Sid away as Sid are trying to get onto Lorax, but they almost got sniped out of there. It's going to be the snipe back onto Lorax. Lorax losing his life. Sid now in control.
Oh man, that's so insane. You know, it looks like they're going to be a Nop in this scenario, but Sid actually get another kill this time onto Triple N. And, you know, Nop picked up still 2 kills. They've not found anyone else. Well, I just say that. I think they've just picked up another kill. In fact, as it looks like there's an aggressive continuation. Berkaus with the ulti pop. Now 1 HP. Unfortunately, I think he overexerted himself a little bit there. And GM are just looking to capitalize on this wisp now. So Nop in a bit of a sticky situation, but can probably make it out. There's still probably numerous reses around them. Ash is also finding Theo at the same time. They may be able to even get the rest into Cask for free. Surprisingly, GM don't go for the wisp confirm. Interesting.
And for Sid right now, they're playing for second place, because if they win this one, there is every possibility they pass WRG. Even if WRG had a lot of kills, we see Sid, they too have a lot. 8 in this one. Make it 9, make it 10, as they take down Triple N.
Really, really crazy play there. You're looking at bot. Oh, never mind. Rev actually gets the counter accolade, so bot are just a 3-man now, definitively. Yeah, this is a bit crazy there. There goes the nice little Citizen Brace play, but looks like Lingo actually has found enough space to actually make it out potentially. But even with the Vorgos, the damage is going to be way too high to survive that one. And Eva is found dead.
Separated from teams, so susceptible, and Sid, that is what they're playing for. Kind of like how WRG were playing for those kills, and when you play for those 50-50s, sometimes it's just going to come out tails, and you're going to end up losing. For Sid, they're playing a similar kind of game, except they are still alive. They still have the points to catch up to WRG. They've got the placement points working for them as well. While GM have been sent over the abyss, chased away by both Sid and OTO. It's a nice dunk from GM to take down Shin. Over aggressive, but they snipe it back, making sure that Theo will pay the price. Same with Calcio, but a dunk from Cookies, finding 2 back onto Sid.
And he's already used the Dreadstar as well. He's got armor reset, which is nice. So hopefully he can make it out of town completely. But Reses are going to be looking pretty slim here. So dies maybe to a train. So I don't know if there's a whistle required for that one. I'm not sure how he died there.
I don't know either. So it's hard to tell. We'll give him a pity whistle.
As Rebel gets forced off the res at the last second, so Sid are running out of res options themselves. Of course, with the circle, you know, closing dramatically now towards the train tracks. OTO, all flashy, taking mega damage. Orlando's just found the kill. Super duper clean play.
and finding OTO. Sandwich between Nop and Sid, but here's the train to collect some kills. Sure, it's not going to count because they don't get run over. It's just the Wisp, but Sid are now chasing on to Nop, but Nop are chasing the last one of OTO. Shroom in their sights, trying to dash away, but OTO are gone.
Just left with 4 teams now, and we're seeing Ash potentially getting caught up. Of course, he's got the R&B to kind of escape here.
Slam.
Yep, there's a nice little escape at the last second. Hopefully, they can capitalize on it. There goes the ulti pop by Kausk as well. Oh, sorry, Chronoxus trying to get the damage. 1 HP. The ulti's been popped, but I don't think he's going to have any chance of surviving here. Unfortunately, it is get spiked at the last second. Ice is found dead shortly after. Rebel just find Kausk there. Missed the Chaos. It looks like Ash is trying to get the R&B potentially if possible. Unfortunately, misses it. There's a cram pickup by Orlando's as well. Just get the res back as a 4-man, but unfortunately, Chronoxus is dead just shortly afterwards. But instantly rezzed, of course, with the fight through. And there goes the ulti pop. There goes
Nice
Deathbreak finding
punch.
at least 1 kill with the punch as well.
Mercury's
There's
gone.
RB
Mercury's gone.
MBs. Oh, unfortunately, can't do enough. And Sid just capitalized on this one. I don't think Orlando's can do anything else in this situation. Has to completely jump ship now. Oh, it's looking very sticky here. But Kausk is still alive, though, somewhere on the north side, sticking their res. Back again as a full 4-man, but their armors are no more.
They're like cockroaches. You can't get rid of Nop. They constantly come back. I don't know how they do this every time. I thought that they got the Mercury. 5 Fuppies was gone. Sid had the fight, but they forgot that there's still Kalskinator to deal with. He was brought back up by the team, and now they're ready for another fight with their TP'd hard play. 3 deleted from Sid. They were none the wiser. Baited in by Nop.
I'm just thinking, like, if it's in that radius towards Heart, it's like, it's got to be a Heart player. Like, it happened, what was it, game 4 as well, game 3 or 4? And if it's something similar happening, I was like, they're close enough to Heart, it's got to be a 2-way T-play on Heart. And they blasted it with an air blast as well to take down 3 members. And there gets a nice little spin by Ash as well to take down Numa. So Fox, now just a 3-man, it looks like his GM goes down to the south side. Not been found out by the scout, but the scouts have now been revealed. Or the stealth, shall I say, as Theo guarantees that the foresight is happening. The cycle is pulling to the left-hand side as well. So Sid, even though they're back as a 4-man, have to jump ship down to the south side. Looks like Godefroy is there, maybe looking to stick the Wisp, the res himself, but can't do it, unfortunately. Sid are just maintaining control for the moment. Look, Noppa maybe looking for some sort of other magic as well, potentially. They made their way down to the ship, just temporarily. It looks like Acolyte is there trying to get some information before he can make some sort of decisive call for his team. Godefroy's there, not too far away from him. Shin is going for the send in. He's got the dagger back, hopefully, because this is going to be a bit crazy otherwise. There we go with the dagger back. Acolyte is also managing to use the win rings. Can hopefully get out of town.
It's just the 2 of bot, though. It is looking really risky here. I don't see any more 2-way TP, so no more crazy plays. I will say for Nop, it was a cool play, but the thing is, when you TP the heart, you also give an angle for teams to respawn on the heart, and that's what happened. But GM have to deal with Nop, who are already cleaning up, but there's a lot of damage onto Orlando's. And now Sid, as they're back on their feet, they're looking for revenge. They're utilizing GM Sandwich. They're trying to see if they can pitch Nop. They were pushed back with the pull on the Ash, but not the kill just yet. Kalskinator, he's been separated. They're looking for the contingency plan, but it's not going to be enough as they got the jump on the Ash. They've got him surrounded. Revel nearly found Ash. They try to go for the pull, but it's Cookies that take the kill onto Ash while outside in the storm on the heart. Not back in, even if they got blasted into the heart. They are still on their feet with 5 Puppies trying to get the golden beam onto the train. Snatched away, saved by the train, while GM and Sid try to clean up more kills on an op.
I think Bot have actually noticed this. They're going to be looking for the hunt, it feels like, as Revel is there on the south side being chased by Gem himself. It looks like Chronoxus is probably going to be found dead shortly afterwards. Ash has found a small pocket of space to kind of just chill as a tree, using his passive correctly. I don't know if Revel saw this one.
You gotta know.
He did, in fact. The body language isn't telling that he did. Oh, and then I guess the Citizen Embrace is not finding a connection. Hopefully no one dies to the training. Looks like there's going to be a nice little pick up there for Shin to fall off completely. No, he's still there. It's a Wisp, in fact.
There it is.
And, there goes the res. Can they get it?
Res, they had the punch, try to keep GM away, but he's been pushed off instead. Sent back over to the train. GM, with their E-Plats, take control of the respawn beacon that had been placed down. Will Bot find Mr. Ice-T caught alone, but Bot, they are also fully formed back as a team, dealing with GM, who tried to go for the dash back. Nice snipe on one. Bot have lost 1 player, but the train going past, narrowly missing that of Cookies. Well, Nop, they did find their respawn. The tree play worked. They are back for another round, looking for the dunks, but they gotta be careful when they look for the fight. There's so much abyss ahead of them. The train as well. GM on the tracks, staring down Numa on the other side, who is looking for a cool play with the hover wings. There's a nice swap away to stay alive.
So nice to see that Ash is helping the kind of reverse global warming, it feels like, by playing as that tree just temporarily and then getting that res off at the last second. A very, very sneaky play that we don't typically see happening, but I think with the amount of chaos in squads, allow that kind of a capacity to do that, feels like, is not actually have to just play on the train tracks a little bit longer, it feels like, at the last second. But Bot also themselves not looking too strong on armor as well. Go for isn't, at least, despite actually popping an anomaly up to the top left-hand side as GM actually forced off Deathbreak in the situation, jumping up to the north side. Hopefully last alive, gets knocked back at Alaska by Charlie Lee.
No!
Full comboed, and unfortunately Sid are out. We're just left with 3 teams.
3 teams left, 1 wearing a crown, popping it immediately. Accolings taking down Cookies. They're back on their feet. GM in a bad spot as they try to escape from Nop. Theo on the tracks is going to be stomped down by Calskinator, but Accolings looking to see if they can keep them locked down onto the tracks, get some damage onto Nop, but they've been pushed back over to the little bit of land that remains as we see another crown. This time it's Charlie wearing it.
Oh my god, this is going to be one of those kind of crazy end games. Each team has a pocket of space. Crown's been picked up, 1 minute 5. The Dreadstone's also been dropped, but not finding a connection onto Charlie Lee. Circle pulling up to the top left-hand side. We can see Bot already kind of making their way towards it. Vortex Charm just getting a nice little mini connection. Godefroy kind of sends it in quite aggressively onto Calcio. GM are rapidly running out of space. The second wind's also been dropped. One already found dead. There goes the aggressive dashing by Charlie. Dashing double down to the south side. The train's probably going to be arriving very, very soon. This nice little bit of a wind ring play at the last second. Also a pad dropped as well. I think Bot are waiting with open arms. Hopefully Charlie Lee can make it out of this one unscathed, but I think that's going to be very low probability unless he can do something to dash down into kind of empty space.
Calskinator's
waiting
there
as well. It's going to be a potential mini 1v1 there. Corruption's there with the
Charlie
reinforcements.
got it!
Charlie gets the pop! Holy!
He got the pop on the cows as they're pushed into the storm. 5 puppies is down. Ash back onto the little bit of land that he was the tree before, but it looks like the force has been denied. They've chopped it all down. GM though with no help, but our last place team, can you find the final game victory? The train clacked down the track, narrowly avoiding it, but GM, they're losing their members. Cookies gone, Theo down, Charlie back on the track as he brought back up the team. Tries once more with a new crown. He's been built up, but he can't find the place. Trying to beat them over the abyss, but nobody falling for it. Instead, with a dashboard denied, and your last place team win the last game.
They had like 32 points, but come back with that game, dude. The crown play by Charlie Lee. Oh my god, dude. We just missed it on the edge of the camera, but I was just looking at Charlie Lee. I was like, please, let it focus on him. Let it focus on him. And I just saw it on the kill feed. I was like, oh, I got it. He got it. And then, of course, Ash as well with the tree res. Dude, this was such a crazy endgame.
What a beautiful way to end our first draft squads in ages with a chaotic game where of all teams to win the final game is the team that was sitting in last place but picking up the win. No longer I think they will be in last place, but when we get a look at those replays, it was quite the chaotic game that I feel like might have been a bit of a clip farming fest that we had in this one.
You're probably not wrong here, to be honest. A lot of people were trying their look as well. We also got to call out the heart play as well. I guess considering you just said that, the heart play was really, really crazy there by Orlando's, I believe it was, trying to pull off that magic, which he did actually end up with 3 kills. So that's another little clipper there. But man, this early game, even that was crazy as well, to be honest. A lot of fighting on this island, or these couple of islands near Entrine. And so many dunks happened amongst this kind of early sequence. I felt like Cookie's also got a lot of value from the Dreadstar as well. He managed to hold it for a long period of the game. It felt like crazy stuff.
Really crazy to see how this went for our teams. And like I said, the fact that Bot were able to win, but I want to give a lot of credit out to Sid in this one. Even though Nop were able to make this incredible play with the heart, Sid did find their way back in the game for a lot of that. We're able to get the respawn off that same heart that worked against them. But unfortunately, it still didn't matter because there were 1 of 4 teams remaining. And then you see here that Deathbreak, he tries his best to see if he can get around, but where can you go? Every bit of land was already controlled.
Yeah, it was really, really difficult to come back from. And, once I saw that the dunk was coming in, I was like, yeah, that guy is cooked. There's no way you're making it out of that. Like, it's just too difficult. And, they have so much territory control, it felt like GM amidst the chaos. Then they kind of lost their grasp of it. It felt a touch as well. Same with Bot as well, but they managed to maintain theirs and the armors, of course, having their kind of mountain to TP over continuously for Numa. Just was a really, really big boon. It felt like they could have had so much map control, especially in that the second last circle. I felt it was that we did see. It was so good that they could do that. And of course, Accolings as well, just doing so much damage continuously on the Krista there as well, just able to be another continuous boon, along with Lingo getting decent value here and there from the Eva as well.
Right. It's kind of like what I was talking about with Mercury with Eva. It's something that's great when you don't actually get the full kills on the enemy when you have something like Eva or Mercury. They can heal the full team back up to full with the Orbs of Argus. They're going to be perfectly happy in a lot of these fights, as we saw from bot. They looked really good in those ones, and for GM's sake, they tried, but it's hard to go up against a support like Eva when the other team's in control and has all that healing.
Dude, man, this is such a crazy 6-sequence game, and I can't wait to see what their final scores end up being. Do you reckon there's going to be any crazy upsets, or?
Nah, I mean, there is a possibility for SID. We'll have to keep our eyes on that one, because WRG, they tried. They got a lot of kills in that one, but because they were trying to play so aggressive, it ended up biting them in the butt, and they had a fairly early exit. But because they got so many kills, I think it's enough for them to hold on to second place. I think it's going to be really down, like if I look at the standings going into that game, it's really going to be about the teams kind of in the middle, from GM down to Itch, on how that moves around. Because GM, getting a second place finish, I think guarantees them that 4th place, while Sid, I think, hold on to their 3rd. But BKT, they were the first team eliminated. There's every likelihood that both Triple N and Itch pass them.
Oh man, I can't wait to get these scores tallied up and see how the how everything panned out in the end. But oh man, so what do you expect to see for like the next squads that we potentially run in the future? What do you think? Do we need to kind of adjust anything?
More supports, please.
That's what you want to see.
We need more supports, guys. I know everyone wants to play the carry. They want to be the damage dealer, but not showed how strong some of these supports can be, especially Mercury right there with squads. I think is going to be even stronger, and I wouldn't be surprised if we look to next week where we have our bans that somehow a lot of teams, if they put enough practice into Mercury, somehow she sneaks her way into the ban slot.
Oh dude, that would be so cool. I think at best, at most probably, we've probably seen about maybe 3 to 4 Mercuries at most. It feels like at least in EU. I'm not sure if do you see a much bigger difference?
General, Mercury is not played by many people.
I
feel like those that do play her though are insanely good, like Chronoxius is, where we just see how good this hunter can be late game. It just is something that provides so much sustain for the team, while also having a decent amount of damage, a decent amount of poke that helps provide and back up the rest of the team.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, man, wow, this game is this series of games actually has just been crazy. I feel like the only thing I'd say is as well is a lot of teams seem to be carrying a lot of the trios mentality in terms of like how they coordinate fights. I don't know if it's just the game and how it's changed across the span of its lifespan. Like the focus seems to be way more meat grindy. I feel like it used to be a bit more surgical and tactical in the old era of squads, but maybe that's just me with like rose tinted glasses. I don't know if there might be more changes coming for the game that kind of make it a bit more acceptable to play squads and also trios, and kind of take slightly different approaches, because I think that would be cool to see.
Yeah, and right now we're just waiting for the leaderboards to get added up, everyone, so we're trying to get that all figured out. But just as a reminder, just for all our players out there, as we do wait for this one, make sure you're submitting your clips if you want to get into the clip of the week, so that way you can be one of our possible winners like we had from last week. And if we have that video ready, we can show that again, just to remind everyone who our 3 winners were from last week.
Here are the top 3 plays from the previous weekend of Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. Every weekend, players can submit their best plays for a chance to win cash prizes. And our 3rd place goes to Gecko.
So, Ghost not dead.
Dead.
Above you, both.
I marked them all.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Gecko.
Triple pickup by Gecko, taking down Apex. What just happened there? Wow.
2nd place goes to Jet Ski.
Myth! Good one! We win this! I killed one!
Dude, Jet Ski's got it! Afro's alive! LC! They might have done it!
Killed another!
They got the red.
And it's
Oh
order
my
shattered!
God.
They got the revive though! And it's gonna be a double spike as Jet Ski tries to go for round 3 up against Pine and Hype.
I'm with Ron right now.
Buy a crown, buy a crown. There's no crown, there's no crown. Can you stomp? Can you execute? Crown right there, crown right there.
Got him!
Look at Afro back in the game as well, as we are back. No losing height, and now LC have taken control. It's only RTK left for BAF.
Just don't get spiked.
LC claims victory in one of the most insane endgame fights I've ever witnessed. Holy bro.
And our first place goes to Mr. Fluffy Fish.
So's got dash, so got dash.
I'm ready.
Play with me. Play with me. He got Ridgey. He Ridgey. Play with
Can't do
me.
much about that.
I'm raising, by the way.
This is surely going to seal the deal, unless he's got another heat shield. I think it's still going to be a cooldown.
Oh, my word!
The dash is not enough going to be enough.
Oh, he's back out!
He's back in the game. A 2v1 now.
Oh, has no cheap potions, by the way.
He has to go in for the save. Abyssal Breaker, down to Greninja. Q to speed up the process. They've got another big block on Blink. In fact, can they find the kill on Blink? Greninja's back. Unbelievable turnaround.
Go! 14! Good!
Look at the shield of Greninja through the bungee rope. Unbelievable. Outstanding. Blink gonna be stomped. Aurora gonna be flexing until tomorrow.
This is so similar, by the way.
Thanks so much for joining us for this weekend of SNS, and we hope to see you next Saturday night for more SUPERVIVE.
That's still such a crazy clip from Mr. Fluffy Fish. I absolutely adore that one. Just the fact that they were literally down to Wisp, didn't get stopped, was able to hop back in, revive, and win the game. Just insane. But speaking of insane, Samiri, we do got to look at our leaderboards to see which teams are winners and which teams, unfortunately, are at the bottom. But as expected with Bot picking up that final victory, they move out of last place. They jump up a couple of slots. But I want to take our attention to the top because Nop, of course, they win. But Sid narrowly taking second place, 1 point above WRG.
Dude, this is crazy. Just having that 1 point difference. This is where, like, you know, one kill, that you may have just done for some sort of a crazy play actually went against you, and you gave the kill to someone else. You know, or same for WRG, of course. You know, maybe who just played defensively when he should have played aggressively. It's just that one kill. Oh, dude, it's such a annoying thing. From playing competitive before, I can tell you that 1 point difference is like, where could we have got that one kill from? They're going through all their games and the VODs like, we could have got it there. We could have got it there.
But congrats out to Nop as they are our winners. We expected that with a good finish, but that's crazy that Sid was able to get that by a single point, not just from the placement, but the kills as well. Because when I look at the kill total, before, the first 3 games, we had WRG. They were well ahead of everyone. They had 10 kills above the second closest, which was Nop. And you look at Sid. Sid was only at 24 kill points after 3 games. After we finished this one, WRG were at 93. Sid were at 94. They absolutely crushed these final games, making sure they racked up kill points.
Dude, that was a really nice turn up of aggression, man. Like as I mentioned, after game 3, everyone just went woo, just turned it up and just went for the full send continuously. It felt like you can definitely tell there's like a really big change in like body language. It felt like, and even drop locations, like that was at game 5 or 6 where everyone dropped on the armors to start things off. Whoa, crazy stuff.
So congrats out to all our players, including those that were playing over on Zikrik's channel. Thank you everybody who participated in our draft. I can't believe we had 80 players sign up for our first ever squad. So we had to have 2 lobbies. That's how many players we had sign up. Thank you everyone here. Thank you everyone who joined in chat, who played, as well as all those a part of production. Yourself, Samiri. We have Shivam, Kaya helping out Clutch, Azuna doing great work with the stats, making sure we had everything ready for everybody. But before we go, Samiri, anything you'd like to say?
No, just thanks for casting with me, even through this crazy call that you've been weathering through. You still managed to put on an amazing show.
I feel like I'm gonna pass out. We'll see if I'm able to get the strength to do NA, or if we can find someone for that one. But speaking of that, we will have NA later today. So make sure you are staying tuned, because we will be back with more draft, more squads here for Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. And until then, we'll see you next time.
Peace.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. We had an insane edition of EU this morning. 80 players signing up, 20 teams of 4 duking it out for a $500 cash prize pool. Now we get the back half of that, moving over to North America at the end of the day. I am joined by the amazing Kaya for a cast that we haven't got to do in a while.
Yay.
What's up, Kaya?
Hello. Oh my god, I haven't casted in so long. I'm a little nervous, but I actually think it will be really fun. So
it's gonna be just like riding a bike. You're gonna be right back into it. Kaya has been our absolute goated observer over the course of this tournament series, has been hard carrying along with numbers the observing going on in SNS for both EU and NA, by the way. So thank you so much for that, Kaya. So, taking a look real quick at the format. So this is a little bit of a mix-up from our normal tournament series. You guys are familiar. We've been running the normal kind of SNS trios format over the month of November. Now for December, we are testing squads format for Theorycraft, trying to take a look at what the best version of competitive SUPERVIVE really looks like. To dive into the month of squads for December, essentially what we've decided to do is put together a draft tournament series, still squads, but basically this first weekend of squads December it started with players drafting brand new teams. So you're not going to see any of the normal names you're used to, TLD, BAP, LC, the teams that have been really, dominant in North America. Those players are going to be split up. You're going to be seeing them play with different players. And Kaya, a little different from EU, we actually had the tier 2 players draft the North America as captains.
we sure did, and honestly, they did a better job than the T1 players do drafting. It was so fast. They knew exactly who they wanted to pick. Nobody picked the same people that had already been picked. Like, people were on top of it. That draft was done in like 15 minutes. I have never seen anything like that before.
I love it. Only a casual hour for the EU one to wrap up this morning before we dove in to the EU series.
To be fair,
but,
they had 80, so.
That's true. Very true. Okay, so something else you've been working on, Kaya, that's really cool that we've been running over the course of the tournament series that is going to continue into December is the clip competition. You've been collaborating with the GOAT Zodag, putting that whole thing together. So here, real quick at the beginning, we are going to take a look at the winners from last weekend. For all the players out there, keep in mind that your clips from this week, the best clip has a chance to win $150 for first, second best clip, $100, third best clip, $50. So every week we're picking 3 winners. Make sure to submit your clips from this weekend in the clips channel of the tournament Discord. Make sure to tag Kaya if that's an official submission, and give yourself a shot at this prize pool coming up next weekend.
Heck yeah.
So I think we do have the clips from next week that are going to roll in just a second here.
Here are the top 3 plays from the previous weekend of Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. Every weekend, players can submit their best plays for a chance to win cash prizes. And our third place goes to... Gecko.
So, Ghost not dead.
Dead.
Above you both.
I marked him off.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Gecko.
Triple pickup by Gecko, taking down Apex. What just happened there? Wow.
Second place goes to... Jet Ski.
Miss! Killed one! We win this! I killed one!
Dude, Jet Ski's got it! Afro's alive! LC! They might have done it!
Killed another!
They got the red.
And it's over!
My God.
They got the revive though! That is going to be a double spike as Jet Ski tries to go for round 3 up against Pine and Hype.
I'm gonna put Ron right now!
Buy a crown! There's no crown. Can you stomp? Can you execute? Crown right there! Got
him!
Look at Afro back in the game as well as we are back, though losing height, and now LC have taken control. It's only RTK left for BAP.
Just don't get spiked. LC claims victory in one of the most insane endgame fights I've ever witnessed. Holy bro!
And our first place goes to... Mr. Fluffy Fish.
Still got dash.
I'm ready.
Play with me. He got Ridgey. He Ridgey.
Can't do much about that.
I'm resing, by the way.
This is surely going to seal the deal, unless he's got another heat shield. I think it's still going to be a cooldown.
Oh my word!
The best play is not enough going to be enough.
Oh, he's back now!
He's back in the game. A 2v1 now.
Oh, there's no cheap potions, by the way.
He has to go in for the save. Abyssal Breaker down to Greninja. Q to speed up the process. They've got another big block on Blake. In fact, can they find the kill on Blake? Greninja's back. Unbelievable turnaround.
Go! Got him! Got!
Look at the shield in front of Greninja. Through the bungee rope. Unbelievable. Outstanding. Blake gonna be stomped. Aurora gonna be flexing until tomorrow.
This is so similar, by the way.
Thanks so much for joining us for this weekend of SNS, and we hope to see you next Saturday night for more SUPERVIVE.
Dude, those clips are so epic. I didn't get to see the first one happen live, but the second clip and the final clip right there were just so insane to witness. That last one, the first time I've ever seen a fully dead team come back from wisp form and win the game.
I know, the Oath like strafing into the storm to make it look like his Wisp is not rezzing, like right when they come back into vision of his Wisp, is just like at peak gameplay.
Absolutely clutch. So remember, guys, submit your clips from the plays this weekend for your chance at that prize pool next weekend coming up. So from there, Kaya, we are going to be moving into our actual games. From the teams that got drafted, I was curious, do you have any that really like stood out to you for like squads that, you know, maybe are looking a little OP based on how the draft went?
Yeah, I really do think for the most part the way we organized the draft is we actually put all of the players into different pools based on like their experience levels, and
Okay.
For the most part the teams did come out pretty balanced, but there are a couple that I've been looking out for. I think we had a last minute sub onto, Law, LAW. They had Pair of Nuts come sub in for, I think it was Asachi. So now I know like all four of those players, 3 of them have played together pretty frequently. So I feel like they're going to be pretty strong. But besides that, I mean, you always got to look out for any team Lemur's on, because I feel like Lemur's going to lead anybody to victory.
Wait, isn't that Jake Braun that drafted Lemur?
Yep, immediately. First off the rip was like, I want Lemur.
I mean, that's all. It seems like maybe an easy choice. I don't know. That's the GOAT. That is the SUPERVIVE GOAT right there.
Yep. That guy can lead anybody to victory. He's an insane IGL, and he can, I feel like, give almost anybody good coaching or good like in-game leadership pretty much like on the spot. So yeah, definitely excited to see them play today.
Let's go. A couple other standout squads. I saw Road Pizza was able to scoop Dylan and Pajama Game Lord, who's been just gaming on the content side of things. Actually did, I wasn't able to make it because of family, but did a creator workshop yesterday to help new creators like understand how to get started, like making videos for SUPERVIVE and stuff. Actually so cool what Pajama Game Lord has been doing for the community. They're going to be joined by Captain Barrica. Like Captain America, but Captain Barrica. I actually don't know that player. We got a couple new names, Kaya, that I actually have never seen before showing up today.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. In like the pool C of like the inexperienced players, there was like 4 or 5 people I didn't know in there, and that's not very usual for me because I feel like I usually know everyone. But yeah, I'm excited to see some new faces.
Hell yeah, let's go. It looks like we are going to be diving in to game 1, wasting no time here. If it's the same, do you remember what our storm shifts are, Kaya, heading into game 1? I'm trying to remember. Should be the same as what
bombing runs, I think.
Bombing runs for
the first game.
Get everyone warmed up with some griefing and some spice from the skies.
That's just how it goes. That's just how it goes.
I
feel like
bombing run is one of these storm shifts that we love to watch, a little rougher to play.
Yeah, to play it always feels like, man, this is whatever this storm is doing to me right now, this is a hate crime. But like when you're playing, it's completely different from when you're watching. When you're watching, you're like, oh yeah, drop some bombs on those guys right now.
just all of them, just murk them. It is like, I mean, it's just like it's one of these bombing runs where there's like this very visceral element of RNG in the battle royale. It amps that up, it turns it on, some kind of multiplier where you already have this crazy RNG stack. Now you got bombing runs over the top. So diving in to game 1 of our North America squads draft tournament, bombing runs. Let's go, Kaya.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm really excited also to see some Celeste coming out of people today. I feel like she doesn't get as much of a good rep in trios, but in squads, like as we saw in EU earlier, Celeste is a monster. She just absolutely decimates these lobbies. She was designed for squads though, so it makes sense.
Fair. I love that shout out too. And actually, it seemed like even like I was messing around a bit in domination after it got patched in the other week. I think just the touches to her in the last patch, like also kind of helped her viability a little bit. Like, so that combined with the shift over to squads, like you mentioned, she has been looking pretty strong and did make a big showing in EU right off the bat. We have Good Boy looked like on the Sky Shark, someone on the back. So quick kill on the MAF.
Yep, looks like we are already starting with violence. And I don't know how your lobby went earlier, Zik, but our lobby was an absolute clown fiesta. So I'm expecting great things out of these players.
And that was tier 1. Maybe the tier 2 is even a little more calculated. It was a little like tiny bit of a slow start, but there was basically nonstop violence once everyone kind of like found their stride in game 1. And like something else I noticed was the scoreboard overall, like last place team to first place team was like a lot more even. There was a couple standout teams at the top, but you know, the last place team was, you know, 30, 40 points just right under the next like 4 or 5. So it's kind of the result of having these kind of draft formats is you get like a little bit, the idea is you get, you know, new teams, and because it's like a snake draft format, the skill disparity is less. So we should see like a, you know, fairly even look, a lot of contested objectives, good fights over the course of the series.
Yeah, and like I was saying too, not only was it snake draft, but we made it so each person, like each captain, had to select from pool A, pool B, and pool C, which were players of similar skill levels from all of those pools. So like going into this, yeah, these teams are actually fairly balanced, and a lot of these players may not have played with each other before, but they did have like a day in advance to try to hook up with their team and get some games in as well. So nice. Excited to see what happens.
Hell yeah. I did see a few actually getting some arena in with their teammates earlier before we started. So yeah, maybe a little bit of a chance to warm up doing the draft a day ahead of time. But gonna lead to some very exciting games nonetheless. Pretty calm start so far, Kai. We had that first early kill, but otherwise pretty spread out. Everyone just happy to take this day 1 farm.
Yep, and that's the thing too with the new circle adjustments that we have, like based on the amount of players in the lobby, is now our circles are back to being nice and spread out again for these 40 players that are in the lobby. So a lot of space and a lot of farm can be taken. There's not a whole lot of contesting that you have to do until this day 2 circle starts pressing in.
Right. And yeah, big shout out to TC for like lining that up so we could run squads over the course of this month. They were able to get those changes in the custom games for us so we could experiment with this over the course of December. And taking a look at Law here, flying off a train, we got our boy Krillo back in the mix. Wubby Bay, Pair of Nuts, and Not a Burger. Yeah, this is a spicy squad.
I know. I was like, once we subbed in Pair for Asachi, I mean, like, Asachi's pretty good too at Tetra, but I know Pair, Krillo, and Wubby have all 3 played with each other and not a lot. And then, like, Not a Burger, you know, pretty decent at the Jewel. Looks like we have CKN looking at Math here.
Ooh, gonna barely avoid that slam into Abyss. Good boy. Maybe going to be our first and second kill of the game, unless they can get out here on the Eva. Looking to get a quick buy-in before their imminent demise. Fully stacked by... Who's Chicken Microwave again? I think I could.
That's RTK.
Thank you.
RTK.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good Boy's actually also Suga. I don't know if you knew.
Oh, I did not know that. Okay. I like Good Boy a lot now. I did not know them before. I know Suga well. I love Suga. So everyone continuing to troll us with the name changes, but that is okay.
Yep, that's just how it goes. SUPERVIVE players want to troll us with the name changes. At least it's not like names we can't read anymore.
Hey, one of my teams in the lobby earlier, Courageous's team was ASS acronyms. I'm like, come on, guys.
You're oh no. You're not making the casters' lives easy.
For real, I did my very best to not really say it, but you can only do so much. So here we see it is NTB and Law facing up over this last creep camp. We do see a couple ults on both sides rolling into day 2 here, fighting over these camps just left of Magebog.
It looks like NTB doing a really good job of pushing out Law here, making sure that they get these level 7s. Only 1 level 7 on the side of Law, but NTB managing to clutch up most of that XP for themselves.
The storm is closing.
Yep, and really big, to pick up these level 9s as quickly as possible on this day 2, especially with 40 people in the lobby, Kaya. And you had mentioned this prior when we've talked about, kind of the map and circle changes, how there's more abyss in the circle, so there's actually less creeps to play for overall. Like almost even more important to be positioning around those day turnovers, snagging that, quick XP for the level 9, the level 11 in day 2 and 3.
Yeah, it definitely creates situations where poverty becomes a lot more realistic for a lot of these teams. If you don't manage to get level 9 and then like playing for your day 3 camps especially and trying to get that level 11, then it's just very, very difficult a lot of the time to get back into the game.
100%. And I think that's one of these things that we see tier 1 do a little better, almost like instinctively, because they just have like more kind of game time on the macro. But now with kind of a mix of tier 1 and tier 2 players in here, likely going to be a lot of that calming coming from the tier 1 side of things to make sure people are playing around those camps. Here we see Red lurking on bush, looking for the entry, going for the reap, but actually answered back. Does have the
beautiful second win.
Big damage from the second win there. Health bars trade on both sides. The delete from the Jewel. So Madly finds one, has a Sunday fully stacked. Tornado Boy goes down on the Zeph as well. All of a sudden, HMM in tatters here. Red finding a monster fight out of bush. Kaya, clean squad wipe.
Wow, clean squad wipe. That is hard to do in squads, to just wipe a squad off rip like that, because there's an extra player, so there's a whole extra anchor, and now we have DTW looking for the same, finding that kill on the pair of nuts, but not quite a squad wipe.
Yeah, and you mentioned anchor, Webby and Krillo both doing it here. I think one of them just recalled, but yeah, definitely, one of the big things of having 4 is you really want to have one player looking to always play that anchor role, be playing out so that if stuff does go sideways, they are able to get away. But sometimes, and we've seen this happen in both trios and squads, over the years, is like sometimes you just got to commit and coin flip it, and sometimes it doesn't work out, and we see it there.
Yeah, I feel like especially watching squads earlier, like earlier today when I was observing EU, it seems like the anchor position, especially now with respawn beacons being much shorter than they were initially when squads was a game mode, anchor is like more important than ever. So most of the time it seems like coin flipping is almost never worth it in squad lobbies.
Yeah. So, definitely one of those like trios to squads adjustment where that's like a little less pronounced in the trios world. So I love that shout. It's definitely something to keep an eye on here, guys, as we are getting deeper into game 1 for North America. Some nice chip damage coming through from Vader Saros here. Throws out Nova Orb, not able to connect. It looks like the Legends switching over from the Jewel to the Nyx. Used to seeing this player on the Jewel. Bombing run tragedy for good boy Sugar there is going to go down as Dingo and Ted try to make their way out.
Yep, Ted the Bread pops the salvo trying to antagonize NTB off of pushing him, but the salvo runs out. NTB pushes and finds that kill. Ted going down. But back up again!
Back up again. Lemur shifting forward with the Celesto, putting huge damage out, trying to eliminate this res right off the bat, but they are somehow able to recover Suga on that Eva, able to get out some healing orbs. Maybe a little bit of an overcommit here from Mad Melody, trying to finish those kills, dashing forward, and but they stick the rest themselves. So Mad Melody right back in at the res traded. Actually, really nice job fighting this off by MAF.
Yeah, that's the power of both Celeste and Hudson combo there. They're literally right next to the beacon, but they still manage to get it off because they have that Hudson cover fire, the Celeste walls, they got it all.
Let's go. And seen Oath in the mix as well, adding to that. Right as I say that, Height doing the double bash into the wall. Gotta watch out for the lasers. RTK barely makes it out over the top. Pulse lives with one, but Dumbkiss does trade his life in exchange.
Dumbkiss down, no more monkeys jumping on the bed.
Sound the alarm. TBC is here to capitalize. Lemur, the anti-Wukong, at least used to be, rolling around capitalizing on the downfall of the monkey. Well, a little bit of a reset here. Fighting continuing, it looks like, to the south over the Abyss. It is going to be Main Jam going down to RTK on the Jewel. As we pan back to this potential fight to the north, a couple teams poking each other across the gap here. Some Saros is trading pot shots. It looks like PLP going to call this off.
Gosh, Saros is just so powerful in these squads lineups. Getting so much poke. Oh no! Who is that being chased out into the storm? Oh, it was RTK.
So Jake Braun finding first kill on the Huddy, first of many potentially. And we do have, this is a hype squad because he did get Rakdos on the Aluna too. So a couple players I really know and love on TPC there. Taking a look at red, it's Madly squad, Madly Squid, Land Chips. And I didn't catch that last game, but pause on that as PLP maybe going to get pinched in between two. NTB to the north, nice double punch connect from Road Pizza there, putting NTB into themselves, but now Road Pizza has to kite out. MAF is here. Going to be a four-way fight breaking out.
Oh my goodness, the bombing run's trolling them. Blue Bunny, no! Don't walk into that. Big red square, not friendly.
MAF wants to capitalize on the bombing run play. They move forward, snatch the Wisp up, unstoppable for the Knicks, but red continue their push. Want to. It is Barbats, the last squad on red. Sorry, Barbats, for not getting to you before we panned away, but it's going to result after that kind of trading PLP down an oath.
It feels like it's the time of the game where everybody's trying to kind of reconsolidate into their little groups and try to find where their space is on the map right now.
Yeah. I think like that's one thing to me for squads that's always been more pronounced than trios is like how much sort of more reliable it is to play for and hold space than it is. Like trios just seems kind of so mixed up a lot of the time, where squads you have like a little more defined, almost like lines of scrimmage between teams where you can more effectively hold, especially with players like the Hudson, like the Eva, and the fighting breaking out over here to the left. Looks like a lot of pressure on Pajama Game Lord, somehow able to live, but right into the Dragon Staff slam from Dumb Kiss puts him down.
The monkeys are back on the bed.
Good news for Dumb Kiss, bad news for everyone else. PLP ending up going down fairly early here as well. So down 2 squads at 8 here as we roll into the mid game. We do see Blinkstone on the map, highlighted by our Observer Goat numbers there. Lemur scooping the Resonating Idol exotic on the Celeste.
Oh, Resonating Idol feels so good on Celeste. You can just spam so many of her RMBs at people. Really crucial for holding space in these team fights. As we see MAF start to push forward here, Law trying to retaliate, getting some poke back on them with the Wubby Bay on the Saros here. But Eva Orbs just healing them up so much. Law going to be kind of trolled here by this bombing runs. I hope Pair of Nuts moves back in time.
As a rough bombing run. I have seen a little bit more Eva than normal too. Not a ton in EU, but definitely like a little more Eva viability, I think, than we're used to in trios. And you know, to the point of like holding and creating space, like she again sort of exemplifies that with the zone control she can make with her orbs, and especially like a Celeste by her side being able to help with skill shots and stuff to protect those. Definitely something to keep an eye on. We see MAF's Eva Sugar here keeping the orbs out. NTB with the high ground. Nuke out over the top. Vader is going to get pulled in by the Reap. Complete armor shred from the Jet Ski Scream there, trading some of his own armor and health as well. Jet Ski does get taken out on that entry. So down a member, NTB goes in. Clyde Cash, huge Abyssal Breaker. They take out 2. Ted the Bread is down, and it looks like Dingo caught as well. So very clean fight from NTB. Leaves just Sugar left for MAF.
Oof, it is hard to be a sole Eva in a squad's lobby. I'm hoping that Suga manages to find his way out, but it looks like Snarky Lemur not so lucky. Definitely not going to find his way out of that one.
Wait, I didn't realize we had another Lemur in lobby. It's the snarky version.
Yeah, we have the snarky version of Lemur, and then we have the regular Lemur, Mr. Ryan Lemur. So many lemurs.
Treat. 2 lemurs in the lobby. Let's go. TBC continuing to look very strong here. They did grab that Blinkstone, and they still have the Resonating Idol online. NTB pushing Suga off of this beacon. Suga did grab that crown, but now giving away his position with that on the map. Lemur wanting to run this down.
Uh-oh. It is so scary to be a last Eva. She has not much in the way of mobility, but she does have survivability at the very least.
It's true. But yeah, like definitely not the hunter you think of for like this 1v4 outplay situation. So hopefully Suga able to find a beacon to be able to play off of here, or just time down that crown because he still is rocking that. Dumpkiss finds a crown of his own, but instantly gets collapsed on by the likes of Cat here. It looks like they are going to catch RTK out, maybe surviving for a second with barely win. Main Jam barely wide on the railgun there for the kill onto RTK. It leaves CKN over Abyss with crown minute left.
Yep, CKN looking quite homeless here as they try to push north into some new territory, but find that red owns this space. So back to the air highway they go. Now we have Law pushing in on Cat here.
Sometimes that's just the only place to go. Just hang out
Yep.
in the wing tunnel around some
Yep.
rings. You see him still chilling out there. Plenty of time. Dumpkiss 45 seconds on Crown. Cat hunting for it here. Knows he's up on the tree.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah.
Oh, Abyssal Breaker gonna connect. The second wind has to iframe it. Pretty nice ult there from Dumpkiss. Gets the space he needs back to team. 30 seconds left on that Crown. Will Cat commit for it?
It looks like Kite's pushing forward. Puts the
They
shield
want
up.
it.
Yep, Dumpkiss playing around, monkeying around the best he can, but... Ooh, gonna play out to the right.
Barely makes it out. They look for the re-engage on the RTK here. CKN just continuing to kind of play this backward, you know, not wanting to commit to this fight, being down. Remember, wanting this timer to just proc. Looks like Dumpkiss has the space to get this off. 3 seconds left as RTK recalls. They are going to be back at full force just in time as Law shows up to the south.
Yep, back up at full force, but no armor on the side of Snarky Lemur here. A dangerous place to be in is Zeph, but they get a huge stun onto Not a Burger. Not a Burger forced to pop the Jewel ult, goes up into the air, but now Krilo and Pair of Nuts are both stranded without the rest of their teammates. Managing to hold them off, though. But Krilo's looking worse for wear. That shield's gotta be low. Ooh, big damage coming out from CK in here.
That double reap was dirty. So in the end, they actually, I don't think, a really close fight. I don't think anyone actually goes down there. But here, Red shows up right at the end. Cooldowns are down for CKN. They are on full retreat at this point as Red, with this beautiful opportune third party, find 2 over Abyss. Now CKN, only 2 left. It's Dumpkiss and RTK. Less than half health over Abyss between 3 squads here, Kaya. It'll be really rough.
Ooh. RTK pops the ult, not able to find purchase on any land anywhere though, but does manage to juke out the Felix ult.
Oh, and Lemur, last player left for TBC, it looks like, as carnage ensues on the track just to the west. Maybe shipping it in there, looking for something. I don't think just wanders his way through this wild team fight, as we do see Singularity popped on the right. NTB trying to recover to the left. They are going to take out Stealth Ninja with a bit of an overcommit there. Stealth Ninja on the 12-game run as well, Kaya, because did sub in for EU in my lobby earlier.
Yeah. So, Taricha, Zero, and Jake Braun all played earlier.
Oh, true. Yep, you're right.
Yep. So there are quite a few NA players that are playing 12 games today, just like us.
Back to back to back. You'll love to see it. Dumpkiss continuing to try to survive. A second crown in play. Going to go up on the staff. Find a slam. The third party, though, showing up from Red is massive. Peels this team off of Dumpkiss. Now Izzy on the run, giving him maybe time to live.
You know, Lemur's been in this position before. I feel like he's comfortable here. He's in his element. Dumpkiss, though, if he gets a second crown off this game, I will be thoroughly impressed.
He's looking like he might have the angle. 30 seconds left. Lemur maybe going to be hunting for the crown. You mentioned him plenty comfortable here. I think last player alive on Celeste. He's probably been here more times than anyone else in this game. So definitely comfortable. Speaking of comfortable, super uncomfortable Izzy here. Last member left, pops a chilling finale of their own, but is going to get caught by Red. Nowhere to go. So our fourth squad, sorry. Yeah,
Lemur.
fourth squad exiting here.
Lemur! Wait, what? How did Lemur's team go? Oh, it was the beacon! I didn't see the beacon behind the rock. TPC comes back up. Lemur gets that respawn beacon down, but that's a huge singularity. Oh my god, TPC taking so much damage. What was that?
Oh my goodness. It is absolute carnage. Red so good with these third parties. They find another beautiful entry onto this TPC res. Dumpkiss was not able to stop Lemur from proccing the beacon there. It results in Lemur being last member alive again. CKM really want to run this down. Fully stacked, barely wide on the lightning strike. Got to be careful as Lemur shifting into multiple other squads madly over the top. Literally nowhere to go with 2 jewels on you. TPC eliminated.
Oof. A beautiful res from Lemur, but an even more beautiful singularity from the side of Lanchipa. That was just great work on the void there. Oh, Pult's going a little crazy. I don't know if you want to be there, buddy. That's a lot of regen on the side of Nyx, but not enough to tank 4 players.
Yeah, did get the heal through on the spin, but instantly trades that health back with so much damage coming out. Red continuing their pressure, putting CKN in the middle again between them and Cat. Red kind of on a tear here so far. RTK, it looks like, just trying to live on the jewel. Going to ult up Surge over the top as they try to find their way down here to Trex.
Yep, looks like RTK does manage to find a nice position to be in as the last here, but oh my gosh, so much carnage on the side of NTB and Law here as Wubby gets shield bashed back out in the storm and dies. Pair of Nuts now the last remaining member of Law, and even more carnage up to the north.
Oh my god. Yeah, Clyde's kind of been popping off on the Oath. Couple really nice plays coming through. Finds another one there. Pair of Nuts goes down. Law fully eliminated. Multiple squads dropping back to back to back here as we find ourselves down to 4.
Are you sure it was lawfully? You said lawfully eliminated.
Maybe a little illegal. I'm not sure. NTV trying to survive the onslaught here, right in between this momentum of Red and Cat continuing to hold this space left. They are going to force them off. They lose one member in the process. This is Clyde Cash on that Saros. But can they find this crown kill onto RTK? Has a minute 20 left. Looking for the ship. Finds the surge, but not able to get the reset. So RTK goes down.
The nuke splits them up though. Oh my god, Lee dashes straight into the nuke madly. No! Oh, the root goes through too.
Oh my goodness. It looks like they do somehow get the res off though, able to recover their jewel with that shift forward. Clyde Cash is back up as well. Now NTB down the legend, their normal jewel on the Knicks this game. So very quickly, Kaya, down to 3, downtown spike from NTB.
Oh my goodness. This is not a good position to be in for Cat. Dude. Now they're getting a nuke dropped on the other side.
Is rough.
Their air rings being sectioned off by the bombing runs. Oh no.
This is certainly not where you want to be in this situation. They do have that one wall, I guess, that they could play around. But Vader connects the shot onto Taricha, brings down this F. It's going to be just Main Jam left, burning up out there. Red, not wasting any time. They come down the tracks, mega avalanche out, get a couple grounds through. Can they follow up in this 4v3 fight? Look at these armors, 4 fully evolved armors, level 15s across the board on Red, looking monstrous in game 1.
Oh, Main Jam down. That's another player backup for NTB, though. We're back to a 4v4 for our last 2 teams here. And Red just full send it. Oh, beautiful second wind.
Oh my god, absolute carnage breaking out. Somehow they're able to fight this off for a moment longer though. NTB doing such a good job defending this push. It looks like they still have all their members left and they trade. No, everyone from Red is still alive. Actually, such a close battle here. So many cooldowns traded. Eventually, Madly does go down. So tiny advantage for the side of NTB. But can they trade it back? They do right there. Huge from the void. Actually, so much damage kind of getting traded on both sides. Red now 3v2. They find one more over the abyss. It's just the legend left on the Knicks. Not able to get that shift through the wall. Pushed into storm by Barbass. Virtually nowhere to go here for the legend.
Lenchipa getting the res.
No, oh my god. Dude, and that shift back onto Beacon. So close to finishing this. Dude, this is actually insane by the legend. So much healing coming through from the Knicks there. Doing his very best to stop this Beacon in the 1v2. But in the end, I think just that aggression from Red, just shipping it in. No stops, no hesitation right at the end there. Like, I don't know. I love to see that. Even if it doesn't, you know, regardless of how it works out.
Yeah, that was just a crazy end game. And this is what I love so much about squads is these fights. They're so, I don't know, it's like organized chaos. I know that that's like a bit like contradictory, but it's just the team fights are so stacked front to back, but then there's so much more options available for how you can flank a team and how you can split a team apart when you have an extra player on every team. It just makes the game so interesting to watch.
Yeah, and like something, you know, I've heard said is it's like a little more almost like conversational, where this was the crazy Lemur play here. Dumpkiss out with 0 seconds on crown. Lemur gets the beacon res, but land chips with a massive singularity catches 4, all 4, I think, right there. The rest of Red able to follow up, and that was maybe what gave Red this kind of crazy tempo they rolled into endgame with.
Yeah, what an insane endgame. The legend there when he was 1v2, really doing a good job holding his own, as we can see here in the replays. But yeah, it's just too difficult to win a 1v2 against, I feel like, Void Knicks especially.
And I think, like, you know, was definitely had a shot for it there. Maybe just 1 or 2 more things connecting, 1 or 2 more sidesteps coming in successfully. You know, Nyx definitely has the potential to be able to pull that off. I thought that was a really nice void swap from land chips at the end there to make sure he's able to stick the beacon, lock that W in for Red. So big game 1 showing for Red, getting that first place. Looked like a lot of kills along the way as well. Going to be setting themselves up very nicely, Kaya, to get a nice head start in the series.
Yep. Looks like Red is going to be pretty strong. Madly was a last-minute sub for Pine, actually.
Oh,
So
okay.
I'm kind of surprised because like I think Pine got in some games with the rest of the team, but they were looking really, really confident there in that series. They just were running people down.
Absolutely. And like confidence, a tool of its own, you know, like especially as a new squad, like if you kind of come in here with a confidence advantage, maybe you guys got a couple arena games in, you're kind of feeling the synergy already, you know, that is enough to give you advantage for game one. And if they can continue rolling that synergy up, maybe stay a little bit ahead of the pack for the next 5 games, definitely eyes on Red to see if they can come away with a full victory here.
But also, like, as we were saying earlier, it is exciting because a lot of these teams, I mean, we even saw it in game one, I feel like they're pretty well balanced for the most part. So a lot of these fights are coming out really, really close. It feels kind of like it's almost anyone's game to win at this point. Whoever gets the most synergy by the end of the block is going to come out with the W at the end.
Absolutely. And that's the name of the game for squads. You got a little bit more of that, you know, kind of like team synergy in play. And, you know, what you mentioned, like, because of that, you're able to kind of hold and give space a little more reliably. The fights are a little more conversational. Like, I don't know. I always have a really fun time watching squads. It's been really fun to get to. We haven't got to witness a competitive squads tournament in like since before 1.0, if I'm not mistaken, Kai. At least I haven't.
Yeah, I know. It's been honestly pretty crazy not having squads in the game since you know, like towards the end of open beta when they changed it to both, when they converged both of the games into trios from the duos to the squads. So it's nice to finally see it come back, and I'm really excited that we're able to run actual squad tourneys here.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, trios is absolutely fun, but there's just something to be said with the game having been designed around squads, and especially like in a sort of competitive format. That's the original competitive format for SUPERVIVE that a lot of us are used to from even prior to open beta, from like the show matches that Relic was casting. My first exposure to true competitive SUPERVIVE, you know, before the game was even out from under NDA. So very, very exciting to see it back in action here, and a great showing in game one. As we head into match 2, we're going to have this west to east drop path, going to be gold armors over in Gridlock.
Looks like Soul of Affluence as well, also coming down into Molten Fortress. So, and we have another legendary armor boss coming down as well in North Wellspring. So I'm expecting a few people to be dropping, surprisingly not a lot of people dropping near Molten Chaos, even though there's 2 bosses going to be spawning here on day 1.
Yeah, so a couple, you know, not too many people, like you say, dropping for those early objectives. Probably a few at least holding on for this Gridlock drop toward the end of the path. Probably going to be a Sky Shark angle to get there first. Red out in Prisma. We do see it's Law dropping over towards Wraith, maybe the furthest ahead of things at the moment. MAF making their way down to Cold Fang, going for that early gold. So we do see it's NTB and it's CKN right out over on top of each other near Gridlock.
Oh, we got a casualty.
One down.
One down.
Yeah, like,
you know,
it's the classic. I get on the Sky Shark, you get on the back, you just blast me in the back of the head.
That's like, I don't know. I both have a love and hate relationship with Sky Sharks because I love seeing that, but then like playing with that, I'm like, God dang it, why'd he get in the car with me? This is not your Uber.
And it's always that level 1 race to like, usually golds, but sometimes like some other objectives, multiple people dropping on the same pack of Sky Sharks. So we see Cat getting their early farm online here as they crack that vault. A couple armors in play for them. That reliable armor chest always hanging out with the gold key nearby heart. And most of the other squads pretty happy to just take this early farm.
How do you feel about the new terrain that they've added, like more recently in this last patch?
I'm
like the little arenas.
I haven't had a chance to play it much in BR myself. I've played mostly like domination and the like ranked arena and tournaments since the last patch. I think it's a good idea in theory. I don't know exactly how well like the islands like fit into the different pieces. I mean, we definitely have seen some fights go down on them over the course of, you know, the tournament today. And, you know, I like the idea of having a little more land to play on, especially like as the circle closes in. So I think, you know, it's a good idea. It'd be curious to see like how the kind of comp players feel about how those, if those are actually like adding, you know, that kind of value they're looking for having more ground to fight on.
Yeah, I think it's interesting too, because like a couple of them also get camps on them as well. Like the one in between
True.
Chaos and Ion gets camps, and I think it even gets a Guardian. So adding a little bit more resources to the map, and as well as you know, like extra land to play on, when a lot of people were really complaining about how much Abyss there is now. So it's an interesting adjustment to see.
Yeah, and I like, you know, I always love how terrain impacts fights. So I do like how each little pocket, like Arena Island, is its own kind of like unique terrain with like a couple pillars, a couple things to like play around. Because that's, to me, like when you get like a full Abyss fight, or like what we often see is like the circle closing in where like one team has the only piece of land, one team has like a dot island, the other team has like E-Plat or Bebo Ice. And for a while, like it's been changed now, but we saw a lot of final circles like that, you know, like a month ago. And you know, it's just like the more kind of land there is with more terrain, the more angles you have to actually do creative stuff. And so, you know, for the sake of kind of that angle, I do really like the addition of some more kind of like terrain and islands to play off of.
Oh, we have Red, our team that got first last game, getting stared at by Maf here, who do have armor advantage, but Law looking for a third party on the Maf. Krillug and Paravnet's going to be pushing forward for an engage here, getting some good chunk damage onto Ted the Bread, but Ted getting healed back up. That's a lot of healing coming out of Suga on that Eva there.
Got to be careful with Red lurking to the north. Krillo, a man after my own heart, shifting forward on the Ghost constantly. 3 shifts forward there, by the way, holding W key like we know and love. Exerting that damage pressure is going to force my all the way back, and it looks like Red is collapsing on them. Meanwhile, to the north, CKN finds a pick onto Nice.
I'm just full of bad jokes today. I'm so sorry.
That's what we need. That's what we need to make it through 12 games of SUPERVIVE. A little bit of comedy woven in. So MAF do a nice job kind of fending off this Red aggression. Now it looks like maybe they're the ones on the front foot. Suga pushing across, setting some orbs up. Nova orb traded, not able to connect. They are fighting over these Coils camps. I think at least one more squad nearby in Coils. It is PLP. 2 members of PLP lurking to the left.
Yep. Looks like they're over there capitalizing on some of those camps before they get taken by other teams. Probably going to go reunite with their own team in a moment, though. But looks like, yeah, Red pushing forward, want to get this camp up here, try to collect as much gold as possible. We did see that MAF was our team that did get Coldfang uncontested earlier, so I do suspect that they have quite a gold advantage over everybody.
Oh, true. Yep, that Coldfang, old reliable, always been a pretty solid start out here on the breach. Red may be in trouble as they move north. They're going to get pinched by TBC working their way down. So got to be a little cautious the way they play out, and they're still stuck on the level 7, Kaya, so haven't been able to get that day 2 XP.
Yep, at least they have ults, but TPC looking a lot stronger than that. They got a lot more than ults. They got level 9 now, and a beautiful chilling finale plus hover wings coming out from Lemur. Oh my goodness, and it looks like Jeep is going to go down as well. TPC pushing forward.
Beautiful finale connect there from Lemur. I think hits 3, shifting that forward, is going to be rooted by Squid on the way out, slowing down the assault for TPC a little bit. We do see 3 members of Red scattering after that first pick. Got to be careful with MTB to the north here, working their way down.
Yep, it is a precarious situation to be in squads here, especially, if you're Squid accidentally capping this base camp, people see you on the map, Squid. You're all by your lonesome.
Is going to hop their way out of there, though. On the Aluna, I do love seeing some more Alunas in play. We saw a couple in EU as well. The Bunny making a little bit of a stronger showing in the squads world. Taking a look at CKN. Couple kills on the board, but 4 gold armors. So nice start for them making their way out of gridlock.
Yep, it looks like Maf and Law here pretty evenly matched, except for the fact that Maf only level 8 here. So a little bit behind on the XP. Looks like we have some fights happening elsewhere on the map. TPC and PLP. Looks like they're fighting somewhere.
Like, I like this. This is like a cool little arena island. You got like several low high grounds. You got some lava, some pillars to fight around in that big abyss gap, like right kind of south of Acres there. Like, I think that's like a really you know, kind of like good addition. And I think like probably some of the other ones mirror that in a bit of a way. But NTB, Vader getting some nice poke damage out onto DTW, long range with that Saros. Meanwhile, PLP, it's just Pajama Game Lord left on the Kingpin, trying to work some magic here against the full force of TPC. Can he do anything in the 1v4? Tries to find a grabby out, a little bit of an angle to the south, looking for the shift, but is not going to be able to do it in the end. TPC's Lemur takes out Pajama Game Lord.
It's hard to be a ballerina when you're a KP.
Not quite those Celestos. Ooh, Burger. Oh, maybe doing a dance of their own is eventually going to get taken out there. Had the maybe triple shift angle. Not going to get the last one through. MAF claims a kill. Makes their way out of there. It looks like Law going to be just fine, even with their jewel down, as 3 members look for a res angle.
NTB, Krillo spots them out, gonna play out to the north, but he's playing straight towards Cat here. Krillo, where is the rest of your team? Why are you here by yourself? What are you doing? Oh, his team's coming to him.
Little bit of a scatter to the wind play, maybe, after they lose Notaburger. Cat, after they get this XP from that hatchling, going to be trying to ride a Sky Shark out. Gets blown out on the way. NTB continuing the aggression. Vader has a bit of a flank angle here. Clyde Cash going to take that Eclipse portal through to reconnect. Big damage out. Height, nice block. Abyssal Breaker traded in return. Huge Eva Orb. They're going to turn this around. The Legend is down on the Nyx. Now fighting in the 4v3. The nuke, though. Whoa, so close to connecting on the Height there. He is able to spin dash out at the very last second. It gives NTB the space, along with that Mega Avalanche, to get the Wisp res.
I can't believe they managed to get the Wisp back up there, but beautiful, beautiful use of space by NTB, but now they're going to have to find some more space as Law pushes forward. Law down to 3, though, Wubby with the crown right now. Looks like we have more fights going on down here in Ion.
It is Tornado Boy, Wisp off of the jump pad. On the run here from CKN. CKN continues to look pretty strong, playing aggressively with that gold armor start, as they should. Looks like Krillo going to hop on the train for a quick res for Notaburger. Their Jewel going to be right back in it without needing the crown proc, so Law back at full force.
Yep, we're at that time of the game again. Everybody's finding their space, finding their place to call home. And it looks like, honestly, everybody's pretty evenly distributed on the map right now. I'm surprised that MAF is taking up residency in like the direct middle of the map. That's a risky place to be, but they also have a lot of guaranteed camps there in Ion, so I understand it.
Yeah, it's like one of those weird spots where it's like a great spot for camps, not a great spot for getting third-partied. And TPC, NTB poking each other to south, a little bit of damage trade on both sides. Melody going to repair up what he lost with that armor a little bit. Lemur playing around the lava, throwing some shards out. Mad Magical in the chat. No worries, bro. We miss you, but we understand there's been sickness going around. Huge Oblivion spin from Melody, though, as all of NTB engages, going to fend off that damage with that healing. And the finale traded from Lemur zones out. One more. Clyde Cash now a little bit isolated on the south. Gets connected by Jake Braun into the spike over lava. They are able to trade. Mad Melody, huge damage coming through from the enemy Saros. NTB Vader absolutely pumping. Jake Braun down to 1. Can they finish his kill? No, because Hum is here for the third party. So Rakdos scoops up Jake Braun makes their way out as he reconnects with Lemur. Big recovery for TPC, but now it's up to NTB to recover. This third party from doing so much damage, but somehow Kaya, they're able to make their way out. Armor's destroyed, but health bar's still alive.
And no one has died. For, like, permanently at least. No one has died. Everybody's been revived here. All teams are at 4 down there. What a crazy series of events happening here. It looks like Hum don't want it to be over, though. They're pushing forward. They want this base camp for themselves, but TPC is still here as well. See an angle to maybe pinch NTB here.
Yeah, NTB has to be careful for this third party. Going to try to snag some XP on the way, as it is kind of surrendering that pinch, moving to the north. NTB working their way to the left. It looks like TPC going to call that off as well, seeing that they're not going to be able to get that third party. Everyone playing around these 15 creep camps. We do see Rewind on the likes of Stealth Ninja. Downtown grab, connecting with a finale shipped in of their own. Huge zoning in this kind of third party fight coming down from the north. Does a great job exiting themselves to the right here. But yeah, actually, like all of these squads, Kaya playing really good on the defensive, not losing a member.
Yep, everybody is just like, I don't know, this feels a lot more controlled than the first game. It feels like people are starting to get to know each other's playstyles and comms a little bit more. Nobody's really overcommitting. People are playing out when they need to. And a lot of poke coming out from the side of Math here, but CKN put themselves behind a wall so the Saros can stop jabbing them with the RMB.
You got to do everything you can to avoid this charged Sunfire rifle. That stuff hurts. And there's basically one on every team for the most part. You mentioned just the value of being able to trade not only the damage, but the anti-heal that comes out from that constant connection at such a deep range. Multiple squads rocking that. Hunter in the pocket. We do see kind of surrendering Track's position as they work their way down to the south. Nuke out onto Math's Fire as TPC continue kind of looking forward here.
Yep, everybody's just trying to vie for the best spot here. We're going to have to see NTB and Cat push into this circle and make this already cramped space into an even more cramped space. Math, Sugar drops the Sinner's Embrace but doesn't quite connect it onto anybody. Now Red having to play back out towards the edge of the circle that is collapsing. Though, oh, Gnarled Heart. It's been placed somewhere.
Gnarled Heart is down and fighting commences over on the right. CKN looks like they find a nice engage onto Law. Can they take out Nottaburger here? Good surge. Buys a little bit more space. The Saros RMB barely short. Nottaburger doing a great job making their way out, but Dumb Kiss over the top with the ulti connects onto the Jewel, finishes it off with the spin into the iframe. Beautiful follow-up from Dumb Kiss there. All of a sudden, Law in tatters. Oh my god, fully squad wiped as DTW shows up for the third party.
And now CKN looking for more blood. They want to fight with DTW, but I don't know if this is a fight that they really want because DTW is pretty geared out. Oh, even more fighting over here on the left though. Lenchipa takes that Grabby the Squid out of there, and Supervader's still chasing him over on the right side, but we have Math pushing down from the north. Oh, Lenchipa no, plays the terrain. Oh, gets the stun, gets the ground, but the LFB's connecting. Oh no, third party from RTK sees that Lenchipa is low.
Oh,
too bad.
Not quite able to do it. Almost working the Void Magic there. In the end, is going to go down. We are quickly down to 7 here as the violence continues. Another entry from the Wukong. Ult burned on both sides. Blue Bunny is down. All of a sudden, NTB on the run. They're going to run right into DTW. Spike connecting. DTW getting a lot of opportunities from teams getting forced into them. Now the legend, last member left for NTB, grabs the crown.
I wonder what this Gnarled Heart is. Oh, there it is. Right when I say it. And Novium going down as well.
I like that spot.
That is a really good spot, right on that terrain we were talking about earlier. And TPC are just getting absolutely sandwiched right now.
Such a rough spot to be in. And just like that, they are going to get clapped from both sides. Looked like virtually nowhere to go with that mountain on the south. Beautiful third-party opportunity from the enemy squad. Sends them back to lobby. Now it's Cat and DTW duking it out in the lobby to the south. Wall from Izzy with the jump pad out. Going to shift up over the top. Little nice movement there from the Celeste. Extracting themselves from that tricky situation.
I reckon NTB placed that Gnarled Heart with the way they're standing on top of it. Oh, RTK.
Dead giveaway.
I wonder who placed it.
I like it. Right on the tracks too. Magical would be proud. Gonna inevitably be a little bit of train action as we see it roll through here. We are on, this is Bullet Train's game too, if I'm not mistaken. It is indeed. So perfect spot for the Gnarled Heart here. I'm going to close on tracks anyways, but now it's closing on NTB's tracks.
Ooh, 44 Ducks in a bit of a pickle here, but gets up on top of that terrain and glides his way out.
Problem with 44 Ducks is if you get one, there's still 43 left.
Oh, that's true.
And it's roughly 44, so it could be like 46. It could be like 42. You actually don't know.
Oh my god, that's a beautiful res. Like, actually perfect timing. Barely put out into the zone, but they're in a little bit of hot water now as they find themselves being stared at by both NTB and Oh wait, beautiful ship though from the Void trying to get his team out. Some of his team goes down to the south. The Singularity comes out from 44 Ducks. 43 Ducks? I don't know. Stealth Ninja picks up the crown.
Oh no, Stealth Ninja in trouble here. Gets collapsed on CKN, snipes the kill. And a stun coming up over the top. Now CKN has the pressure against Cat. Trying to follow up Taricha fully stacked. RTK finds the surge, goes for the second. Taricha down on the Zeph. All of a sudden, a bit of trouble for Cat. Dumpkiss continues the hunt. Dragon Staff Slam over the top, into the spin. Half health, no armor for the enemy Eva here. Cat just doing everything they can to recover.
Oh man, that Eva healing, so useful. Not to mention they also have an Oath. You know, earlier in EU, we were seeing a lot of... Nope was dominating with Mercury Oath. Now that was crazy good in squads.
Ooh, that does sound kind of dirty. We only saw one Mercury in the second lobby as Cat trade one more to a spike there. MAF doing some really nice moves with the opportunistic third parties. They're going to make their way back up to high ground, make sure they don't get pinched from this NTB third party. NTB kind of on the low ground, continues to trade into MAF. Love this wall setup here to give them a little bit of something to play around. And Cat down to 2 members over Abyss right to the south of tracks there. Gonna be a rough spot to recover from.
Yep, just a lot of poke and zone control coming out of all these teams right now. And as we see Cat have to push up into Hm's space here, or Maf's space rather, and they will get punished for it. Height now on. Oh my god, the train.
I thought all of Maf was about to get wiped right there. Look, that was like coming up fast. I think they Zeph Woosh out of there, able to stay in a moment longer. But that Napalm and CKN showing up huge to the south. CKN fighting out of their minds this game. Take out one from MAF, push them up into tracks. Going to be right in the middle now of and MTB. So Maf going to be looking for an angle to recover. I don't think they have time for the trainer as guys. It's going to have to be some kind of a crown or a beacon option.
Yep, and wow, that's a nice avalanche coming out. Does manage to ground the members of MAF there, but MAF just playing as slowly as they can here. Height, meanwhile, fighting for his life. The Sinner's Embrace comes out, does not connect, and MAF does pick up the kill onto Height there. But still only 3 members stuck in the middle of 3 other teams with all 4 members left. And
Dumbkiss finds the dragons. That's into the doing for the dash into the train. Tragedy strikes for RTK. Can they follow up? Absolute carnage on the south side of the map. NTB taking advantage of the situation, pushing CKN. Only Pulse left. Sorry, at least one more left. Jetski, the only member left. It's Dumbkiss for CKN, Jetski for MAF. Last members left against the full force of MTB and
I'm wondering what the strategy is going to be here. Both of them are going to have to push in. Well, actually, all 3 teams except for NTB are going to have to push into the circle here. Looks like Hm's just going to jump the gun and try to push in as soon as they can. Ooh, a beautiful RMB coming up from Miri there, pushing Dumbkiss back into the storm. Dumbkiss taking so much damage, has to pop the Wukong ult, and is trying his absolute best to play out.
Wow. Nice moves from Dumbkiss there to survive all the way up and over and then all the way back. But all of a sudden, with cooldowns in play, getting spotted out by NTB, they maybe want to look for this kill before goes for another push. They're going to try to force Dumbkiss over into the arms of Miri finds the spike. Beautiful connection. CKN's down.
Now it's just the NTB and maybe Jetski show. We'll have to see what he does here. He's got the crown, gets air blasted out in the zone.
That was crazy height right there. It was way up over the top. Jetski finding an angle to live. Bottom up
the train.
Almost tags Clyde. Can Jetski find this kill to the south? Working so hard for it, but the heals coming through from Blue Bunny, eliminating that opportunity. So MAF does go out in third here. NTB doing such a good job playing around this Gnarled Heart. If they were, in fact, the one to throw it down, like you mentioned, like they just have held this space ever since they did that. And now 3 members left. They throw the mobile beacon down, trying to sneak this res in the corner. NTB not letting it happen. Got to be careful with this train. Rolling through somehow. They stick the res, so they all the way on it. But so many people pushing the storm. The damage coming through from NTB, absolutely insane. Crushing these health bars. Zero goes down. A Sunday goes down to Vader. NTB, dominant finish with the Gnarled Heart bullet trains. Let's go.
I cannot believe the way that game just ended. It was beautiful for them, for him to get that res there, but yeah, MTB just playing an absolute perfect game of putting that Gnarled Heart down and really defending their space like that entire time.
And like, what a cool spot for it. We were just talking about those like extra additions of islands. This is like a bit of a choke point. They put the Gnarled Heart right on tracks with bullet trains coming through, like making it so hard for these other teams to try to push into their space. We saw multiple times trying to like find an angle in, and they're just taking so much damage, you know, on the way in, trying to kind of get into these in between these walls that NTB are kind of set up and held. That sometimes I just love to see some like calculated macro strategy pay off of the win.
Yeah, it's been I mean, like this terrain right here, it's so crazy because it's got so many choke points where all those teams needed to come push back in here, and it's just so hard to enter that space if you were not like already established there, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah,
100%.
beautiful job from NTV to just really, really hold it down, make sure that nobody could get in there.
I was trying to remember, where did Red end up going out in this game? Because they claimed the game 1 victory. So I was trying to remember how far they made it into game 2. And that's going to be affecting kind of where the points play out. We are going to get a break after the next game, game 3 halftime. We're going to get a little bit of a pause. We're going to do a points calculation, so all the teams and players know kind of where they're standing halfway. At that point, we are going to get our 3 bans coming through as well. So top 3 hunters going to be not in play for the second half. A couple crazy sequences here towards the end of the game, Gaia.
Yeah, so many crazy plays, not to mention like Dumpkiss and Jetski pulling out the Matrix moves to try to dodge all those skill shots and live as long as possible. Yeah, good stuff from all the players here, especially in this end game. I just love watching squads. The team fights are just so coordinated.
Even with brand new teams, you know, the team fights still look exceptionally coordinated. And I just love the way NTV plays this. They post up the gnarled heart, they play around it the entire time, they make everyone come to them, and it results in them finding that pick, putting it into the last 2 squads. Down a member. Sunday does a really nice job forcing this beacon and then sticking on it even after there's just so much kind of abilities thrown into him. But right here after the res, I think it's a Clyde Cash. Yeah, right here, the combo. It was the Nyx with the Clyde Clash spin dash, forcing multiple members into Storm. NTB able to just clean house after that.
Damn, that was just it. Yeah, they really forced them straight out of that choke point back into the Storm. They said, nope, this is our house. Get out. Party's over.
Our house, our heart, our house. Get out.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, it looks like we are going to be loading into game 3 very shortly here. Some bangers so far. I do believe it is going to be cross country. We had a couple brutal cross countries in lobby B play out for EU, where the Storm got ahead of a couple teams, let's say, and kind of cooked them on the way in. So we'll have to see if cross country finds any victims on the NA side of things.
Yeah, I love watching cross country. I feel like it's really a great testament to like watching a team's macro skill, and especially like in squads too. Like it's going to be interesting to see how these teams play together, since they all just got put together yesterday.
Absolutely. And it's like, that's one of the coolest things like about a draft tournament is like you get these players that have seen each other, very likely played against each other a lot, sometimes getting to play together for the first time. And all of a sudden that person that was your mortal enemy is your friend for the day. And, you know, that just changes the dynamics of it. And then moving on from that, going into, you know, the following days, you're like, maybe I actually kind of like this person.
Yep. This person's my best friend now. Lots of people catacombs. Oh, it's looking hot down in Cata. Everybody wants to go for that KFC money and gold armor.
I love that. I think 4 squads out, if I'm not mistaken, going to be extremely hot down here in Coldfang, fighting over the golds. Level 1 action ensuing between NTB and Law. Paranut's doing a nice job trading damage, but is going to get answered back. Nice gold armor snipe from the Legend. Now has the level 2. Vader on the level 2 as well. Huge shift from Notaburger. Takes out the enemy jewel. Has full stack. Connects another surge. Gets the reset. Going to shift back, try to reconnect with his team. But CKN, all 3 members hanging out, waiting for him. So Notaburger trades his life. This beautiful third party from CKN finds 3 kills.
Yep, Notaburger shifts out, but that's not your team, buddy. That's a new team.
Unfortunate. Unlucky.
Scary thing to shift into as a jewel. You're like, oh, I have no more mobility. Oh, that's great.
I had a really nice double surge. Does get the kill on Vader, but without the full stacks, not able to find another reset. Wanders into the third party squad. CKN looking like they kind of controlled middle position in Coldfang, at least for the moment. Poking continues as we pan up to another potential fight over here in Vanegrove. Does look like Cat kind of just on the split farm.
Yep, looking like everybody's just kind of farming up now. All that, most of the action, excuse me, has cooled down, but apparently not here for Blue Bunny, who is going to be getting hooked and cooked by DTW. Going down to Izzy there, and looks like
DTW is so good. Sorry.
Looks like the rest of DTW pushing forward on the NTB here. Clyde Cash going to be doing his best to kite back, but oh my goodness, Izzy is just so offensive on this Celeste right now with this gold armor. Has absolutely no fear. Is going to push forward and get lots of damage. Clyde will be going down.
No, like, so normally I don't mind against playing against Celeste, but if a Celeste is like turbo aggro, just constantly shifting forward, like pelting you with those icicles, she'd be super annoying to deal with. Izzy doing exactly that as they continue the momentum from the south. So despite surrendering Cold Thing, they find plenty of kills on the way out to kind of supplement. It is CKN that end up having that final position for Cold Fang. Very likely going to be making their way out of there with the golds from the vault, likely 4 gold armors online, but DTW snagged at least one on the way out.
Sometimes giving up is just about finding opportunities elsewhere, as we can see DTW are doing now that they have left Cold Fang and are looking for opportunities elsewhere. They're duking it out with Clyde again. This poor guy is just getting run down by DTW for the second time here. Izzy again pushing forward so aggressive with that Celeste chip through those wind rings, going to be pelting Clyde Cash with those icicles and those RMBs. But Clyde, oh my goodness, I just realized Blue Bunny's only level 1. This is a rough spot to be in for NTB.
We can see just trying to bunny hop. I don't know if he even has the shift. Maybe took the heal. Blue Bunny in such a rough spot. Doesn't even get 2 off of those camps they're trying to snag on the way out. We've seen NTB literally on the run since the Cold Fang start. Clyde Cash going down again, doing their very best to recover, but this unstoppable force of DTW just never letting up.
Yeah, DTW, I don't know. It's like it's really feeling like they owe them money at this point. Like, I don't know what's going on here.
Someone said something, I don't know, a little bit of a grudge rundown. They are stacking up the kill points though. Maybe there's something that went down in that Cold Fang fight. They said we got to finish these guys off, but not quite able to do it. All our squads still in the lobby as we take a peek at PLP here. Dylan and Road Pizza. I actually love this squad. I think these guys have a lot of potential. They can put something together. They're going to take a look at Cat, our other team, posturing over these Coils camps.
There he is, Dylan FPS, our other NATO, pelting them with Saros RMBs. The dictator himself, but some good poke coming up. Yeah, looks like Cat are like gonna cut their losses. They don't want any part of this.
Yeah, gonna call that off. Full white armors, a bunch of them chipped out pretty heavily, so they are gonna wander their way down to Enshrine. They're gonna run right into CKN though, who have that Enshrine fire, Enshrine high ground. Cat is gonna read that on the map. Turn north. Very little to play for as far as camps though with this position they're in.
I do see that all of NTB are back up again. I wonder how they're doing. Lemur's just being a bully.
Hey, he did surrender the Celeste over to the Oath here. Maybe that Oath is who Lemur plays when he wants to bully, I think.
That's true. That's true. I feel like the most times where I have been absolutely decimated in arena, it's been when Lemur's on Oath on the enemy team. So what a scary...
Really, yeah, just like he just like knows the depth of the kit so well that it's just like, the timing on the Bright Shield, the entries with the Spin Dash, Abyssal Breaker, always on point coming out from Lemur number 1 here. Remember, we do have a second Lemur in the lobby, the snarky version.
Yes, this is the non-snarky Lemur. This is instead Bully Lemur.
He only turns into Bully Lemur when Wukong's around.
He doesn't want anybody monkeying around on the bed. No more monkeying on the bed. Absolutely not.
Strict rules in Lemur's room here, guys. No monkeying on the bed. MAF claiming an exotic for themselves there. Multiple objectives on the map getting played for as we are in our day 2, rolling into night 2 very shortly here. PLP on the level 9 themselves. Going to be looking to make something happen as they work their way in toward MAF. Fight on the right, though. Ooh. DTW in it with Red, trying to find a connection onto Sans the Dog. Second win, barely went, huge nade. Lives for a second longer. In the end, Red does get the kill.
Looks like Red are back on their terror again. They did go out a little bit earlier this last game, but they were the winners from game 1. So let's see if they can turn it back around and win game 2 here.
MAF working their way down from the north. Some nice pot shots coming out from Jetski. Big Abyssal Breaker connecting on one with a slam into the wall. Dingo just deleted before they can move. Pajama Game Lord right after that. MAF, or actually that was a trade back from PLP. So 1 for 1. Cap Berica does go down. It looks like blast off coming out from Road Pizza, reading the writing on the wall. CKN is here for a third party. Actually going to be maybe tragic here for MAF. They did get 1 member out as well. So absolute carnage. Both teams leaving in tatters as CKN finds the great third party.
You know, I was going to say though on the side of MAF though that they were playing really, really well around their Eva until they got third partied. They were like death balling on top of those orbs. They weren't taking any damage. They were just healing. Like, but then CKN showed up and ruined the whole thing.
Ruined the story you were about to put together for us. This is the that's the power of the caster curse. You don't even have to say it. All you have to do is think it, imagine it.
Envision it. It's just gone.
With great power comes great responsibility, and sometimes we're not that responsible, as we do see nice kind of advantage from the third party there as they win that fight, force the other two squads out. Not too much fighting across the map. It does look like MAF and TBC looking at each other around heart, but a lot of teams playing for this day 3 turnover are going to find their level 11 and re-engage.
Uh-oh, DTW down a member trying to get this Guardian, but Red hot on their heels looking for any kills they can, and Lenchipa is just absolutely pelting Izzy with these LMBs here. Goes in pursuit on the shift, but Izzy also shifting out, trying to get out of the situation. Oh my god! Wait. That's like a cool guys don't look at explosions moment. That grabby was insane.
And cheap, disgusting on the void. A couple now pop-off moments coming through. Absolutely beautiful grabby there. Gonna find the spike. Speaking of a spike, MAF loses a third off of this beautiful engage from NTB, but TBC here for the third party. Gleamer over the top in the Oath v Oath against Clyde. Nice space created from those barbed wires. Gonna give them an ankle out.
Yep, looks like we're at that time again. Everybody's kind of looking for their space right now, trying to get their camps. Looks like Red's trying to go for this Abyssal Hatchling here, but PLP checking it out, seeing if they can perhaps get in there. Oh, it looks like Pine did come back and replace Madly again on to take a spot back on the team on the side of Red.
Okay, so Pine back in action. Honestly, sad to lose Madly, but always love to see Pine in the mix. So shout out Madly for subbing in for us. Is going to be stepping out for now. Looks like maybe one member of Red getting caught here. It's Dumb Kiss on the Sky Shark. Or sorry, Landships able to survive with the shift. Everyone getting knocked back except for them. Landships continues to impress.
I know, Landships is just going crazy. Dumbkiss tries to go forward with that Dragon
that's
Slam.
an A. I thought that was an S. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I like Landships too. Oh.
Tasty.
I'm kind of hungry now.
Multiple teams looking at each other in Magebog. Meanwhile, fighting continues to the south. PLP looking a little more aggressive than previous games. Captain Berica a little split out. MAF show up for the third party. Very likely going to catch this Oath with a pick. They are going to bring him down. Dingo locking in that kill. So PLP losing their Oath, going to retreat to the right.
And the violence continues elsewhere. Lenchipa back up with some armor. Going to be taking down Novium there. Finds himself over the Abyss against a Void. Not a happy place to be.
I think like Void, another one of these hunters that like starts to shine quite a bit more in the squads world versus trios.
Yeah, I feel like most controllers are in like a really good place in squads because like so much of squads is about controlling space.
Right.
And it's
that
just
makes a lot
like
of sense.
Yeah, in trios like it feels a lot more fluid. Like you have to do a lot of rotating and a lot of moving, but in squads it's much more about planting your feet and finding your spot.
Absolutely, and with those controllers in play, able to hold that space, that like brings up the viability of like the support characters a little bit more, right? Because now you can play a little more around those Eva orbs, you can play a little more around the Oath shield and things like that. Oath obviously really strong in trios as well, but DTW and continuing to duke it out here in the water, right to the right of Magebog. Stealth Ninja looking for the fadeaway grab over Biss, going to be barely wide there as kind of peels to the right. We do see a Blinkstone coming up 30 seconds to the south.
Yep, that Blinkstone. That's I feel like Blinkstone is also extra good in squads because like the surprise engages that you can get onto people to like disrupt their formation it's just extremely valuable.
Yeah, I almost feel the same thing for Rewind, the way you can use it for that entry and then like port back. Both those items, like I think, very strong in the squads world. We do see 3 seconds on that Blinkstone popping up. Who's going to be the first one there? Looks like probably going to be with the high ground working their way down. CKN to the south here. Pulse holding on to the Masamune is going to get rooted. PLP on the bush play looking for their third party opportunity. Red's got to be super careful. Beautiful connection on the Singularity. Going to catch one. Finds that pick. So they trade one on for the side of red, but PLP shows up with a massive third party, jumping out of bush. Captain Berica blows the Abyssal Breaker. They're able to split the fight, but not actually get a kill through on the red.
Yep, beautiful out from red there. Looks like Tornado Boy is last on the side of and now we have TPC pushing in onto Law. The Jewel ult comes out on the side of Law. Notaburger going to be pushing back there, gets rooted by the Illuna. Pair of Nuts taking a lot of fire from the side of TPC here, but Wubby Bay doing a really good job of trying to zone them off as much as possible with this Saros poke.
Yeah, that's like the other thing. Saros can definitely, if you're doing enough offensive damage, you can sort of fend off the assault there. We saw they were very likely going to collapse over that abyss. They have to call it off. As you mentioned, big damage coming out from Wubby Bay, discouraging that re-engage. So Law hold their position across that gap there, right on the edge of Mage Bog. Meanwhile, to the south, multiple squads continue to kind of posture over this position in Wraiths. Red maybe looking for a rematch here against PLP. PLP no longer a bush on their sides, are going to kite out, find their way to the explosive barrel zone of Mage Bog.
Yep, and everybody just waiting. It looks like we had a jump pad down there on the side of main gem pushing forward onto Pulse, as we can kind of see in our free cam view here. CKN now having to rotate back out. Law, I'm not sure which one of them got the Meteor Soul just now. Was it DTW or was it...
I didn't quite see who had the Blinkstone in hand. Not sure as well. We did see during that wide angle that was going for a boxer as way to the north, so looking to recover themselves. Meanwhile, fight to the south. Pulse continuing to do huge work with this Mas Immune Saros, but RTK just destroying the backline, trying to shut down this Illuna from getting away with this res. She does get the scoop, so Red's still in it with 4. Barbat's back up. Really nice plays from Squid here to keep them in it. Barbat's now a little bit isolated, looking for that Oblivion spin on the flank behind CKN. Nice kind of sidestep on that Nova Orb as they pod race their way out. Gotta be careful though, right into the arms of Cat. Cat is just holding this ground. Red gonna be nowhere to go. Barbat's nice shift through the wall, but their Void hero, Lenchipa, is down.
No, Lenchipa. Somebody get him back up so he can make more cool plays. I want to see another 4-man singularity.
Plenty of time here as we do see big storm shift over to the left with cross country. Oh my god, absolute carnage. All the barrels are already blown up as everyone just murking each other over here south of Mage Bog. PLP continuing to try to fight in between multiple squads. MAF kind of have the south position on them, pushing them up into Law. Law doing a nice job holding this northern Mage Bog space. PLP, though, not afraid to trade, maybe looking like they can get an angle. They do have that stealth. It is Amphibian in play for Pajama Game Lord. He's going to get spotted out, though. Locke continuing to trade nice damage. Really rough spot for PLP here. Isolated in Storm. They're going to find one. Can they trade any kills back? Dylan is down. Just 2 members. They grab Crown, but all of a sudden, it's only the Bishop left trying to just live through water here. Cross Country is cooking. Kaya and PLP is gone.
God. And now Law have committed so much to this fight, and they're in a bad position themselves as well. Oh my goodness, everybody's just dying to the cross country. This is why I love this storm shift.
Yeah, we just saw World popping off in the kill feed right there, finding kill after kill as everyone scrambled their way in. Another brutal shift to the left. We just saw the damage from that one, finishing multiple squads on the way out. Rakdos, I think maybe last member left for TBC here, ahead of this next shift, trying to maybe find a cheeky heart res angle. Law, Krillo, last member left on the Oath.
Yep, it looks like the 2 lasts are going for opposite strategies. It looks like for the side of TPC, they're going to try to be first in, and Krillo's probably going to try to squeak in and be last in. Play his signature Krillo rat gameplay.
Which side of that would you rather be on, Kaya?
I would say it depends on where the rest of the teams are in the circle, but I feel like being last in is usually, it's like easier to kind of like sneak your way in when you're last in, because most of the people are pushing into the circle.
We will see. Rakdos was kind of forced off their position, not quite first in anymore, hiding out on a bush in the middle. Over to the right, a heart a little bit here. Krillo somehow able to survive over Abyss against 3 members from red there. They are going to call off that chase, as Krillo may be able to find a train angle for the res. It looks like NTB looking for a heart res of their own. Rakdos spotted out from the Sunfire rifle. Does connect, reveal the position, able to jump out of there, hopefully be able to find a res of their own.
Yep, NTV managed to get all of their teammates back up. I'm wondering where Krillo is right now, but all of these teams are squaring up. They're looking at each other, trying to find their new space. As the storm shifts dramatically across the screen, it looks like Rakdos has been found out, and they're throwing everything and the kitchen sink at him, and Rakdos will go down. Oh,
So
too bad,
TPC eliminated fairly early here. TPC, one of the squads I'm personally rooting for, going to find themselves out at 7th here. They've had some really nice plays, not have been able to find great final placement yet. Exiting 7th here in match 3. Krillo, Bush right next to Hart. Just somehow no one hitting him there. Pine shooting like a centimeter away. That was wild. Oh my god, the fan from Squid punches nuts into the Heart.
Oh my goodness, and absolute chaos breaks out as Law gets to res off, but it looks like they're back to square one as now Krillo is the only member remaining. A nuke comes out from the side of CKN straight on to Law's Wisps here, and all of the teams are collapsing in on this spot.
Oh my god, it's always so tragic when you find that clutch res and then everyone's just instantly gone right after. We see Krillo, last man left alive still for the side of Law. A bunch of kills traded to the south. Meanwhile, to the north, DTW and MAF poking at each other. We do see that Eva Orb app recovering for MAF as they work their way to the left, trying to find better circle position. Krillo got to be a little careful with this.
Oh, no, Krillo.
Bro. I was like, surely
Nobody
he knows
clipped
the
that.
fan is there.
Nobody
That's what I was
clipped
thinking.
that. That was a moment of weakness, okay? Leave him alone.
No judging, guys. He was popping off before that, okay? So the fan finds 2 into Heart. Whoever placed that, very satisfied with the... Oh, and we do see another gnarled Heart down south side of the map this time. So despite being cross-country, I actually don't get to see too many gnarled Heart cross-countries, Kaya.
Yeah, it puts the cross-country to a stop, which I am not a fan of. Because I want more cross-country. I'm like the Mad Magical of cross-country. This makes me happy.
I see, okay.
Like,
you love cross-country.
Like Magical wants the train to kill people. I want the storm to kill people. That makes me happy. Makes me smile.
We got to figure out some kind of storm whistle or something. Carnage just destroying everyone at the south side of the map here. Red with the Wisp grab is going to find one, still at 3 or 4 members themselves as Squid reconnects with the squad from north. Oblivion spin coming through from Barbats, putting NTB on the back foot. Blue Bunny is going to make it out there. This is a great recovery from Blue Bunny. We remember seeing Blue Bunny level 1 on the Zeph like halfway through this game, all the way up to level 13, scaling here, baby.
Yeah, but great recovery from NTV in general. We see RTK is last here, but he's kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. Not really a good space to rat in with that crown. Oh,
yeah, nowhere to go. Getting shot at by multiple Saroses. What do you even do there?
Yep, there's just RMBs in every which direction. It's just like the Matrix. There's lasers everywhere.
Not to mention any railguns following that up. MAF all of a sudden find themselves kind of pinched between 2 squads. They try to eclipse portal out to the north. Huge read by NTB. Instantly collapse, crush. All 3 members, MAF gone.
The second wind into the air blast there from Blue Bunny, pushing them back out into the storm. Not once, but twice. He said, stay out.
I'm loving this kind of recovery from MTB. Now posturing to go for a game win here, trying to put Red a little bit in the middle. I do believe this is Red's gnarled Heart down. It is Pine, though, with the Masa Mune Saros, Kaya, so trading big damage out with these RMBs.
Yeah, and as we see, they are not afraid to push forward and use that damage to their advantage. Is Pine just absolutely pelleting them with RMBs from the back. But, you know, NTB do manage to rotate back. They will lose a member for it, though. And now DTW and NTB both down to... Oh, just kidding. DTW has a 4th player.
And now DTW facing off against Red. It looks like NTB going to have the space they need to lock in this Heart res. So NTB going to be back at full force themselves. We do see the fan gauntlet continues up around Heart. So got to be careful. DTW now play to the right towards this gnarled Heart. Shifting back, trying to find some high ground again against NTB. Don't want to get kind of caught in this Red position. The kind of momentum from Red here, playing so aggressively forward against both these squads to try to work their way up. Oh, I think like a spike into Heart. I'm not sure exactly. Was that a reap into Heart? Something connecting there.
I think that was a reap into Heart. I think you're right. DTW not in an ideal corner here, but they do manage to get the res though. This corner does come with the advantage of being on the Heart respawn beacon, so...
Yeah, the one advantage of being kind of locked in that corner. It is going to give them what they need to survive a bit longer, have a chance to reset as NTB and Red continue to look each other. Big Eclipse portal going through from Vader there. Hyper aggressive right into the arms of Red. Singularity a little wide, not connecting. Lenchipa going back, reconnecting with the team with that Void swap. We do see Clyde Cash holding onto that Blinkstone with the Oath. Big damage again connecting from the Pine RMB. The Masamune on the Saros just hurts so bad.
Yeah. Oh, big hook from Stealth Ninja. Oh, anti-grabby is forward, but it looks like NTB also wanting to capitalize on this by the Lanchipa managing to get the shift out, but oh no, the rest of Red.
Oh, no! 1 point there. It's just one left. Holy! So Red were looking so good. They just got collapsed on. Everything goes wrong. No pause in the violence, though, as the fight instantly breaks out between our last two squads. NTB versus DTW fighting over this gnarled hard position. Huge damage onto Clyde with that Blinkstone. They're really trying to commit everything to bring this Oath down, but they trade Izzy. Then Clyde survives, so NTB still at 4. They're going to find 1. They're going to find 2. They're going to find 3. It's just Stealth Ninja left. He grabs the crown, going for the beacon, jump pad out, looking for anything he can get on the Kingpin. Has a prayer, but that is it, Kaya. Going to get finished off. NTB go from poverty start to first place finish. Let's go.
That is the exact game you want to see right there. It's like a complete underdog story. As we saw in the beginning, NTB, homeless, poverty, level 1 on the Zeph. But at the end of the game, they get the W. And they get a bunch of kill points too. They were not shirking on the kill points. So excellent stuff from NTB. Great recovery.
Yeah, and they played that. I feel like they played that final 3 exceptionally well. The whole kind of final 3 sequence was a ton of back and forth. Thought Red was going to have advantage with the way the Gnarled Heart was positioned, but in the end, there's just like a crazy kill right there from Lenchipa was disgusting. Couple now really cool plays from Lenchipa's Void.
Yeah, I've been loving the Lanchipa Void. I feel like Void is not one of those heroes that we get to see played a lot in NA.
Yeah.
You get to see it quite a bit in EU, but here in NA, we only have a few Void players, and a lot of them have adapted to playing different hunters now as well. So yeah, beautiful stuff to actually see the Void come out, and Lanchipa making it look real good.
Here's your cross country popping off.
Yeah,
There's 1, 2, 3 kills to World right there. Just destroying on the way in. These fans into Heart, whoever set these up, also was popping off. This fan gauntlet destroying dreams. One of them being Krillo, not too far after this.
Don't remind us about Krillo. Don't remind us about Krillo. That was truly a moment of weakness right there.
I feel like I can just picture what Krillo is like saying. He's just like, or just like his reaction to that.
I might have to give. Shiv, I said don't clip that. It was a moment of weakness.
Here we work our way into the final 3, and this was just a crazy sequence. This was like almost a good rotate for MAF, but completely backfired the way MTB read that, forced them into Storm. And then the way MTB play kind of left of Circle Heal, this fight as DTW pushes up on them, like Clyde Cash able to live with 1, like that was like such a good, kind of way to finish things. That was after Red already got wiped. From there, it's just Stealth Ninja left, able to find this kill on the last Kingpin. But NTB, really, really nice. Final 3, especially to close things out in game 3.
Yep. I love end games like that where you get to see kind of everybody dancing around and just being, I don't know, like absolute chaotic, crazy end game. Everybody's, I don't know.
Like end games around Heart too are always extra spicy. We had 2 Hearts. We had the real Heart. We had Gnarled Heart. Neither of them matter as everyone just kills each other before anything really happens. But beautiful game 3. From here, guys, we are into our halftime break. We're going to hit a quick break here, and then we're going to be coming back, calculating points, get a look at where the standings are halfway through, then implementing our bans. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, we are back in action for North America Saturday Night SUPERVIVE, our very first squads tournament of 1.0, and it is a draft format. Been an absolute banger. Rejoined by Kaya here going into the back half of the series. Before we dive in, we're going to take one more quick look at our clip competition. Remember, all the players out there, there is $300 on the line beyond just the normal price pool. $150 for first, $100 for second, $50 for third for the best clips of the week. So these are the winners from last weekend. Don't forget to submit your clips for a chance to win this upcoming week. Let's take a look.
Here are the top 3 plays from the previous weekend of Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. Every weekend, players can submit their best plays for a chance to win cash prizes. And our third place goes to Gecko.
So, Ghost not dead.
Dead.
Above you, both.
I marked them all.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Gecko.
Triple pickup by Gecko, taking down Apex. What just happened there? Wow.
Second place goes to Jet Ski.
Miss! Good one! We win this! We win this! I killed one!
Dude, Jet Ski's got it! Afro's alive! LC! They might have done it!
Killed another!
They got the red.
And it's
Oh
order
my
shattered!
God.
They got the revive though! That is gonna be a double spike as Jet Ski tries to go for round 3 up against Pine and Hype.
I'm with Ron right now.
Buy a crown, buy a crown. There's no crown, there's no crown. Can you stomp? Can you execute? Crown right there, crown right there.
Got him!
Look at Afro back in the game as well as we are back. No losing height, and now LC have taken control. It's only RTK left for Bath.
Just don't get spiked.
LC claims victory in one of the most insane endgame fights I've ever witnessed.
Holy bro.
And our first place goes to Mr. Fluffy Fish.
Let's go dash, let's go dash.
I'm ready.
Play with me. Play with me. He got Ridgey. He Ridgey. Play with me.
much about that.
I'm raising, by the way.
This is surely going to seal the deal, unless he's got another heat shield. I think it's still going to be a cooldown.
Oh my word!
The dash is not enough going to be enough.
Oh, he's back now!
He's back in the game. A 2v1 now.
Oh, I got cheap potions, by the way.
He has to go in for the save. Abyssal Breaker down to Greninja. Q to speed up the process. They've got another big block on Blake. In fact, can they find the kill on Blake? Greninja's back. Unbelievable turnaround.
Go! 14! Good!
Look at the shield in front of Greninja. Through the bungee rope. Unbelievable. Outstanding. Blake gonna be stomped. Aurora gonna be flexing until tomorrow.
This is so similar, by the way.
Thanks so much for joining us for this weekend of SNS, and we hope to see you next Saturday night for more SUPERVIVE.
Dude, I can't get enough of Relic just losing his mind on the cast there at the end. Just
I know.
absolutely freaking out.
I
It's actually
love
such
hearing
a-
Relic cast.
Yeah, Relic and Samiri together for the EU side of things have had some banger sequences. We had another great cast by Samiri and Magical earlier today. So those were our clips from last weekend. Remember, submit your clips from this week for a chance to win. We'll showcase those the following weekend. So here at halfway point, we are taking a look at the scoreboard. We got points totaled up to see how the teams are stacking up halfway through the tournament.
Oh, really, really close in the bottom half, but NTB, excuse me? 40-point lead. We were talking about their 0 to hero run last game. It looks like it paid off for them. I mean, that was their second win in a row, so they do have quite a bit of points from getting 2 firsts there.
True. And like rolling off of that confidence, not letting themselves get too far behind. We mentioned the kind of poverty start in game 3, able to claw that back, find a victory with another big kill point game, puts them significantly ahead of the pack here. 109 at first place. Second place going to be, what is that? 50 points, 40 points, pardon my math, behind NTB here.
Points.
And then 9 points behind them is going to be CKN. So pretty tight spread between kind of second, third, and the middle of the board, but NTB really solidifying themselves at the top.
We've seen many a comeback story, though, especially here on SNS, so I am excited to see if Red manages to make it back up to NTBs and makes up that 40-point difference.
Yeah, it is a hill for climbers, but certainly not impossible. We've seen so many crazy things happen over the course of these sets. So from here, we're going to take a look. I just want to mention this middle of the pack so close too. Look, 9th at 20, 4th at 44. So just a 24-point gap between half of the teams right there in the middle. So now that we got a quick look at the scoreboard, we're going to be rolling into our bands. So this is going to be the top 3 hunters that were picked over the course of the first 3 games. Now, Kaya, we actually had a 2-way tie for our 3rd ban here. It is Oath and Saros tying at 12 picks each.
Yep. Oath won, or sorry, lost to the coin flip though. So Oath, no more Oath, no more Mr. Shield guy. He is out of here.
No more Mr. Bright Shield. We spun the wheel of names for the ban between Oath and Saros. Oath did get the ban locked on. So Saros makes it through. Zeph somehow overtaking Saros for that 2nd spot ban. And Nyx claiming the 1st place pick spot by a significant margin.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, Nyx has just been extremely prevalent in the meta since she was released. She's just so good. The ability to instantly break any level of armor with her ultimate, that's just, yeah, that is just hard to beat on any hero. So I definitely understand why she's 1st pick right now. Or, well, 1st picked and banned.
Yeah, shift through the wall, pull with the reap, ground on there. Nice, crazy healing from the Oblivion spin. The Howl, just the leading armor, classic little, new hunter buff through for Nyx, proving, what's funny, Kaya, when Nyx first got introduced, almost no one picked her up in EU at all. NA was like just Phenom, maybe 1 or 2 others in that first kind of tournament, now showing how powerful she truly is with a few kind of weeks under the belt.
I remember the first day back in, or sorry, like the first day after she got released in NA, I was playing Arena with a bunch of people and people were like, oh, Nyx is weak, like she's not that strong. And then literally like a week later everybody's like, this character's broken, this hunter's broken.
That is the way she goes. So Nyx making kind of a surge up the pick rates here. Going to be not in play for the back half. No more Zeph though is going to mean no more big nade connections, no more second wins, no more of that really reliable R&B healing. Wondering if we're going to see maybe a little bit of some Mercury coming into play, Kaya, for the players surrendering that support. Zeph,
I would love to see some Mercury. I feel like even though she wasn't designed for squads because she was released after the change to trios, she is so strong in squads because she gives mortar, which used to be one of the best powers in squads, and not to mention like the ability to like heal people's wisps with her with the Cinnabar cocktail, and like just I don't know, her overall damage output and her control and her healing. She's just a very, very strong hunter in squads.
And you mentioned seeing like a nice showing from her earlier today in the A lobby of EU, right?
Yep. Yeah, she was I forget which team it was on, but they were playing like Oath plus Mercury, and the healing and the zone control was just absolutely insane. Like wisps were not dying.
So no Oath in play with the Mercury, but the Saros alongside her, another dirty combo. You got the long range mortars stacked with that Saros R&B. Definitely still a dirty combo to play around. So we will have to see how many players opt into the Mercury. There's also, there's the Eva pickup for support. There's still the Bunny. We saw a few Alunas in EU. I didn't see a crazy amount of effectiveness from, and it's kind of what we are used to seeing from Aluna back in the squads world. It's a little bit harder to make her kit work, especially the way some of the other supports work. In the squads world, I think she really thrives with how kind of mixed up everything is in trios, how many opportunities you do have to actually go for those wisp plays. But it seems like in squads, trying to like execute on the Bunny's kit, a little bit harder to pull off.
Yeah, I would say the one thing is she does manage to thrive on like picking up wisps a little bit easier because there's just so much more chaos in squads a lot of the time that people will leave wisps behind and not step on them. But when it comes to like playing around the fact that her heal is, I mean, it's an AoE technically, but it's like mostly single target. Let's be real here. Like most people are not running on top of an Aluna heal after it gets thrown onto someone. And then also just like having to play around the lack of she has the CC in her root, but it can be hard to hit sometimes, and usually again only most of the time single target.
Gotcha. Absolutely. So just a quick update here, guys. We do have a recount on bans. Someone identified an error in the pick rate count. So we are doing a very quick recount on the bans to just make sure everything is kosher and going through as intended here. So hang with us for just a little bit longer. Our goat Dylan helping, trying to figure out exactly what went wrong here.
Maybe it will be a Saros ban after all.
It's like the storyline is Oath makes it through, Saros gets banned because he actually got picked one extra game. Didn't even have to spin the wheel.
Yeah, the wheel spin was for nothing. Let's see what the recount is right now. I am interested to see who the third ban was though. I do feel like Saros was picked more than Oath, but I could. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, we're getting a manual recount, it looks like, just to make sure we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's right now. So hopefully we will get that soon.
It does look like you weren't far off though, Kaya, because maybe Saros more than 12 picked. Looks like Dylan maybe counted 14 for Saros. So just a quick pause here, guys, as we make sure the correct bans are going through.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see what actually gets banned. I feel like Saros is one of those hunters though, where yeah, he's just gonna get banned like 99% of the time because he's so strong in both squads and trios. It's just his kit provides so much.
Gotcha. So we do have 15 manual count on Saros confirmed. So Saros likely, exactly like you said, Kaya, going to be jumping up above Oath, claiming that ban spot. It looks like all of us very surprised that Saros made it through, and we might be surprised for good reason, because it might not be the case. Oath was at 12. We are doing a quick recount for Oath and Zeph as well. Quick manual recount.
Yep. Just gotta dot our E's. Yes,
dot our E's,
definitely.
cross our I's.
That makes a lot of sense, I think. I definitely know how to speak English sometimes, that's for sure.
We're doing our best here, guys. We are rolling into game 10 of the day for me and Kaya, so hang with us as we make sure.
I work at... Oh, go ahead.
No, you're good. What time do you work? You got to be up early too. You maniac.
Yeah, I work at 3 a.m. again tomorrow, so I'm like... I'm like, let's get this going, people.
Yeah, absolute legend. Huge shout out to Kaya, carrying our observing and stepping into casting with Magical, not feeling too hot on the back half today. We love you, Kaya. We really appreciate you. It looks like maybe 15 Oath picks as well.
Oh.
So it might end up being Oath, Saros, Nyx, which is what we're very much used to, and then Zeph makes it through.
Okay, let's see. Okay.
Dylan, power counting, says 15 Saros, 15 Oath, 13 Zeph, 12 Nyx. Might have counted Nyx wrong. One sec. Quick recount on Nyx. But it looks like a little more for Saros and Oath, definitely 3 more than we originally thought. So very likely both of those are going to be banned. Saros joining the ban table, potentially either Nyx or Zeph skating their way through, getting a quick confirmation on the final ban here.
I always do love to see Nyx played more with like these actual dive comps, because a lot of the time, like when Oath Zeph especially getting banned, like you tend to see oh wait a minute, it looks like it was what we originally thought.
Big news. It's the same bans we are completely used to having. It's 15 Saros, 15 Oath, 14 Nyx. So those 3 are going to be our banned hunters. Very much what we're used to from the trios world. Zeph skating by barely with 1 pick less at 12.
Yep. As we can see, my intuition was correct. Saros did get picked just as much as I thought he did. Yeah, that hunter's really strong.
All right, I'm just letting them know we are good to ship it in here.
Yep, I'm excited to get into the second half of this block and see if we can get a comeback story from Red. We do have their original, one of their original players they selected, Pine, is back. I think Madly was there for the first 2 games, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, Pine came back and had a really, really good showing last game, as we saw with the Masamune on that Saros there. But now the Saros is banned. So we're going to have to see if Pine can pull it out.
Yeah, so we only got one game of the Pine Saros because had that Madly sub. Couple pop-off moments for Madly though. We did see one. I'm not gonna say it. Right as I said that, I remembered the dash into bombing run, but we're just gonna leave that part out.
Yeah, we'll just
love you,
not remember
Madly.
that.
One of my favorite jewels of all time. Number one jewel fan of all time, confirmed. A huge shout out for stepping in with the sub. Pine, you're gonna be closing out the back half of the tournament with them, and I think we are getting ready to load into game 4.
I wonder, what is our storm shift for this next game? I gotta go take a look. I can't remember. Oh, it's unstable portals for this next game, so that is going to be pretty exciting. It's like one of those storm shifts that can feel like it's not very impactful, but then you end up seeing some really cool plays where like people will make rotations through a portal to the other side of the map and end up shaking up a fight and third partying somebody that wasn't getting expected to be third partied. And yeah. I'm always excited for a good unstable game.
I feel like, yeah, a lot of times unstable really comes into play for teams like trying to play from behind, trying to find like the crown or the escape angle. Sometimes the portal can come in clutch. Sometimes it can bite you in the butt with another team waiting on the other side. Definitely gives you the opportunity for those like kind of macro outplays, like crossing the map without anyone kind of realizing it pretty quickly. But yeah, definitely a little more of like a nuanced storm shift versus like the bullet trains, the cross country that are the bombing runs, very much in your face.
The die storms.
Yeah, basically. The instead of a fun boop across the map, you're just dead.
Yeah, but that's why I love cross country. Like sometimes the storm starts moving and you're like, oh my god, wait, it's moving so fast. It is moving so fast. What is happening? I'm going to die now. Like it's all over.
And it's like it's just like it always surprises me. It doesn't surprise me anymore, but it used to. How many like top players actually go down to cross country still, because there's just so much like happening that if you're not fully anticipating like the tempo of that shift and you're already engaged in a fight, like you can very easily just kind of get caught. And then like we saw last game, 3, 4, 5 people dying the world as the cross country closes in.
You love to see it. Makes me happy, makes me smile.
So we should be very close to loading in here. I think we got a 10-second start. Right, we just had a quick update. Say one more time, Shiv. We maybe. Okay. Yeah. Cool. We're going to be heading in very shortly, guys. Thank you so much for the patience and hanging with us here as we load into the back half of Saturday Night SUPERVIVE North America. Let's go.
I think we're fun to hang out with.
I have a good time hanging out with you, Kai. I don't know about everyone else, but we're chilling.
I have a good time. I'm having a great time, in fact.
Your cat hanging out in the background a little bit. Kai has been giving me some cat tips, really claimed cat of my own, or the cat claimed to me, I guess. But either way.
I mean, that's how it goes. That's like the cat distribution system at play right there.
I am a victim or a beneficiary, however you want to look at it.
Maybe both.
System. Maybe both. I think it's exactly both. Here we go. Loading into match 4. Unstable portals back underway for SNS. Let's go. Looks like we do have gold armor drop in Gridlock. Looks like going to be gold armor hatchling in Underrot, as well as Oracle immunity coming down in Wraiths.
Heck yeah, I'm excited to see which teams go for the Oracle immunity, because I feel like Oracle immunity is extremely strong, especially I feel like in squads with this circle changes that we have, making it a lot bigger. Probably really good.
Yeah, and it's one of these things that like when it was just like a perk to buy, literally everyone bought it every game. So then like Oracle's kind of like lost their value to a degree. And then, but you know, once they switched it away from that to now just being a single exotic chance to drop per game, you know, definitely like very high value, especially like you mentioned in a squads world, and maybe even more with the unstable portals in play.
Yeah, definitely. And as we can see here, a few teams dropping KFC, both Red and Math down here. Lanchipo shifting forward, looking for Ted here. Misses the stun, but Barpats is just frying this man alive. Ted the Bread will be cooked and toasted by the Felix.
I can smell it. It's that perfect caramelized scent as Ted the Bread does go down. NTB look like they are going to claim at least the north half of our gold armor drop. CKN already 3 in hand, though. Nice Gamba out of the chest. I think they have not even gotten the vault yet. So they are going to find this north creep camp as well as down to the south. CKN, really nice spot to fight here.
Ooh, got a dash forward from RTK, trying to find any kind of purchase onto NTB here. Dashing forward once again, trying to hit these LMBs on the Blue Bunny stack. The static up. We have that the nade coming out from the Zeph there, trying to zone out the rest of CKN, but they keep pushing forward, keep looking for something. Blue Bunny not going to be able to run away from RTK or Dumbkiss here. Will be getting stricken down.
Blue Bunny always like the sacrificial lamb for NTV on the way out, trading their lives for the victory of the team. It has been working out for them though, as they find themselves at the top of the scoreboard as we go into the back half of the set here. They are going to be on the split play. We see Kingpin to the north going to be looking to recover their fourth member down in Machine. Otherwise, Kaya, fairly spread drop besides that gold contest.
Yep, the gold contest, the short little stint of the Cold Fang contest, and now everybody's kind of just in their zone, figuring out where they want to go next.
Absolutely. And, you know, everyone just very much playing for those early grips, early kicks, going to get that level 6, get that buy, look to fight, look to find a good position in tonight, look to maybe find some objectives for that level 7 or some PvP kills for that level 7. Give yourself ult advantage before we roll into day 2 here. But so far, pretty kind of tame start.
I think a lot of these teams too, going into game 3, like maybe saw the scoreboard and were like, all right, let's chill out a little bit. Let's get to our fundamentals. Let's make sure we get our gold and our XP for day 1 so we can actually get our kicks and our grips like you were saying, and kind of like establish ourselves into these games here. Uh-oh. As we see Clyde Cash getting chased down by the rest of CKN, though, will go down to Dumbkiss there.
So Clyde having to surrender the oath over on the Kingpin now. We saw a couple pop-off plays from Clyde in the first half on the oath. See if he can sort of repeat in a different way with those grabs on the Kingpin instead of the Bright Shield. Everyone else happy to take the farm along the way. Law and PLP may be running into each other. I'm waiting for PLP to have their pop-off moment, Kaya.
I'm waiting too. I believe in them. Oh, here it is. The hook comes out. The slam comes down. The nade. Pair of nuts. Could you move? I don't think so. We'll be pushing forward with that dragon slam on the Wukong. We'll hit the stun. Create some space for Law. Is going to try to go back and res Pair of Nuts Wisp, but Road Pizza punching it,
nice.
Killing it, making sure it is gone. I guess this is PLP's moment here.
I was like, I was just very nervously waiting for the caster curse to come into play. Not yet. PLP is in fact doing it. They find at least one off a Law, trying to finish off Wubby there as well. Looks like Wubby is going to find an escape. Cat making their way through the portal napalm all the way across map up into stacks, continuing to chase. It is, I believe that was our Void Lenchipa. I spaced the name for a second. Lenchipa, was that it?
Yes, yeah, you got it, you got it.
Thank you, there you go. Goes down there in stacks.
Yep. Unfortunately, Lenchipa going down. Our Void Goat for the lobby. But looks like Red in pretty good position here to get him back up. Fairly uncontested res beacon down here in Machine.
They actually have a ton of space down on that side of the map. Once they get that res Machine, going to have pretty nice camps to play for in day 2 tier. Other teams looking to find their level 9 very quickly. It is TPC and making their way into Wraith's Row, looking for that level 9 as well.
And the cool thing too about the rest of the lobby being so close in points, like minus NTB in first, is really it could be anyone's game at this point. Like almost any of these teams could have a comeback in the second half of this block and just like put themselves into the top 3 spots.
Absolutely. Definitely still a lot to play for here. We do have the cash payouts in the top 2 spots, but TC coins for 3rd, 4th, and 5th after that. So plenty of placements on the podium to play for as well. Stealth Ninja getting caught out by the ward with that amphibian, lurking to just get some intel. Going to get spotted a second time. DTW doesn't care. They continue the recall. Want to maybe take this fight against Law.
There is so much amphibian happening right now. I kind of hate amphibian. But I mean, like, I also kind of love it because it's like so silly to watch, like all of these players standing right next to each other but just trying to figure out where each other are.
100%.
Oh my,
holy crazy combo into the double nade, puts 2 into wall. MTB, our first place team, on the back foot for a second here. MAF looking to see if they can finish the job. Clyde Cash and the Legend kite out to the right. 3 other teams looking at each other to the north. Meanwhile, all the way to the east here, it's Cat and Red fighting just to the side of Gridlock. Nice damage. Trade on both sides, but recovered quickly. Armor getting chipped out a little bit. Red looking for a bit of a reset of their own as they back up. Caught in the spike. So much damage getting pumped by Height here on the Ghost. And forcing all the way forward with their Void. Caught a Singularity on the other side, though. So Main Jam goes down on the Carbine, I think, after getting caught in the Void swap. There is what I was trying to say. Pine, Soul Stealer locked in on the Myth, though.
Yep, we saw Pine trading out the Saros for the Myth now, and he's going to continue to give his team that neutral space on whatever hero he can play.
We were talking about mixing things up, Kaya. Here's our first place team about to go out. Can the legend find? No freaking way, bro. NTB's the legend. Hits the anywhere but here in stacks, despite everyone spraying into him. Gets RNG teleported to safety. NTB, our #1 squad, almost going out at 10th, but has the luck on their side.
Oh, we have Law, though. They're a little bit mad. They couldn't. Oh, I guess it was him trying to find the kills before. Law pushing forward, trying to get some damage and engage on him here. A Sunday getting cut off from the rest of him, and Wubby Bay going to be trying to find that dunk, not quite connecting it. Oh my god. Oh my god, DTW coming in for the third party. We're just dropping like flies. Tornado Boy trying to provide some damage for the rest of his team to get out. Miri getting out to the north, but Tornado Boy, not sure if he's going to be able to find that escape. And yeah, it goes down to stealth.
Tragic for him there. Super great opportunity for DTW, just holding that ledge perfectly. They find every opportunity as those kills just go into him. 1, 2, 3 after another. Paranuts maybe getting caught in the spike over land. Height in the Ghost v Ghost really wants to find this kill. Second win shifted forward from Taricha. Nice grenade in answer from Paranuts. Able to get enough space to reconnect with him. His team takes the portal through for a second there. Now split from Law. Cat continuing this push up against them. They are going to force the ult out from Wubby. Wubby still getting chipped despite being kind of cloaked in that ultimate. Is just going to get read like a book, taken out. It's Law on the retreat.
Yep, it looks like Pear was in a good spot up there for Law to kind of play that rat position and hopefully stay safe. Kind of all by his lonesome over on that right side of Hollows over there. But as we talk, it looks like there's more violence happening down here.
Oh my god. MAF just getting crushed. Health bar's low on both sides, but TBC finds two. All of a sudden, MAF have just Suga and Jetski left. Jetski is on the brawl. Beautiful play by Suga in the kind of 1v4 on the side. Working the moves. Let's go, baby.
Oh my god, I got so scared for Suga there though. He used the beckon and pulled his orb back into the wall and it got stuck in there and I was like, oh! But it's okay, manages to get out to safety, reconnect with his teammates.
Let's go. So just him and Jitski making miracle happen. Big shift over the top. Is he connecting on at least one with that finale? It's going to result in Paranuts getting isolated on the north side of the fight. Is going to go down on the Ghost. DTW find another one.
DTW just doing a really good job finding these kills here in this game. We saw earlier against they've managed to find a lot of those kills in that third party. Now continuing their killing spree. Wubby Bay playing out to the right, not a burger. Being a spy. That's the north-hand side
Just
here.
hanging out, gaining that intel. We do see a mega avalanche kind of into nowhere there. Maybe just anticipating someone being on the high ground. Jetski looking like he's heating up on the brawl. Very aggressive, fishing for that dunk on the Wukong right before that. PGL looking for a dunk of their own. Connects the grab, but is going to be on land. Mad Melody does go down. Instantly gets pushed into the backpack of the Aluna, though. So going to be a big save if they can make it out alive. Jake, Braun, and Lemur just trying to buy space. They are able to get Melody back up. Big plays from Rakdos there with the Wisp Grab. They're going to trade one more. Oh, Rakdos trying to get the mid-air Wisp Grab. Not quite able to get it. They're doing a nice job trading health, but now the third party arrives. It's MAF from the north, crushing the hopes and dreams of PLP. The fight was looking so good for PLP. They had a really good fight earlier as well, but the third party collapse absolutely decimates them.
Yep, and that's what you always have to worry about in a match of SUPERVIVE is where is the third party going to come from? What direction? Got to keep track of where those teams are. And even if you have a great fight, some team can just show up and completely turn it around for you.
Exactly what we saw right there. Law now wanting to force some violence onto Red. Just huge commit. Everyone just yeeting onto this platform. Wubby, after the iframe ultimate, gets caught in the singularity. Nice read from Lanchipa there. Another great Void play, giving Red advantage in this fight. Pine fully stacked tries to not get surged here as continues to fight. Big ultimate, but Squid gets sniped, gets spiked out of the Aluna ult. So instead of Pine coming back, Squid is down, Pine is down, Barbat's about to go down too. Instantly, 3 members. It's only Lanchipa left for red.
Oh my god, it's just the whole gang's here. Everybody's here now. It was a 2-team fight. Now there's 4 teams here. Cat getting that res though on that Academy beacon down to the south. Looks like Law, pair of nuts still fighting for his life up here as DTW pushes him down, and Stealth Ninja will get that kill.
So Lanchipa, last member left for red. Krillo, last member left alive to the north as well. Stuff starting to heat up here in match 4. Miri kiting out to the left away from CKN. CKN down a member themselves, going for this death box. They do still have that Soul Stealer in play.
Yep, and it looks like Law did get that res off. Now they want to try to fight CKN, but they see those armors and they're like, nah, this is not a fight we want. So they're going to back off up to the north here. Seems like 2 teams duking it out up here to the north, though. We have TPC and Cat kind of poking back and forth here. Ooh, huge pull.
Oh, that was such a wonky interaction. Doesn't get dunked, ends up gliding right at the end, I think, and spiked instead. So TPC find the kill regardless. It was a downtown hook from Melody. Thought was going to time out before they were able to get the slam, but get the spike anyways. We see Law to the south of them. Bit of split as their member with the Masamune out here recalled and instantly railgunned. Krillo just trying to live on the carbine with the Masamune does get taken out himself. So Law on the split play, not playing off for them. Their other 2 members still way over here to the east.
My goodness, Dingo just sending everybody into the abyss, spiking 1 and then 2 members of Law, and he's just slides right on out of there, casually.
Casual, easy peasy. Here we go, another battle on one of our new arena pockets here. Cat getting engaged on from multiple sides. CKN with a nice push. Height doing a great job fighting it out so far. Gets Dragon Staff slammed on a roll, but the double shift coming through from the RTK Abyss Specialist Jewel. Already that evolved armor. CKN kind of on a roll here. 3 golds with the red evolved onto RTK, looking very strong. Oh my gosh, Kaya, 2 solo players hanging out in bush.
Do they know?
They're both Zephs. One knows.
Do they know?
InTB knows, Taricha does not know.
Ooh. I'm just wondering what's gonna happen here.
Let's just stay here. Let's just not look at anything else.
No.
What I really need to see is the 1v1 supportal combat for all the marbles between the Zephs.
Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Cat Zeph has left the building. I'm pretty sure that was Taricha. Oh yeah, and then we have NTB playing out as wait, going towards the other Zeph. Wait, round 2.
Blue Bunny.
Round 2.
Oh, spots it just a second too late. So he's gonna call it off with Height getting rezzed. I love this Zeph v Zeph interaction here. So no longer a lone Zeph for the side of Cat. Height back on the Ghost. Gonna be looking to recover further from there. Lemur nuke out, trying to split this fight. Bit of grab comes through. Oh my god, from Stealth Ninja gets pushed into the nuke, but he's Kingpin. He's got way too much health, bro. Just takes a nuke to the face. Doesn't even matter. Continues to live. Second win from both directions. A good one and a bad one. Stealth Ninja continues to survive.
Lemur! Wow. Oh my god, this chilling finale. It was huge. Got 1 stun, but zoned the rest of DTW back into the rest of TPC, and everybody is just dropping like flies. There are so many people on the screen right now. Wow, DTW get 3 taken down. I'm pretty sure there's just 1 remaining for DTW.
CKN farming this game. So many kills just getting pushed right their way over the edge of the abyss after that beautiful chilling finale from Lemur, shipping in, connecting on multiple. Taricha gets the res off, barely eats the napalm. They make their way out with a sliver of health, still alive, Height still alive, Novium up, so Main Jam is the only member down for Cat. Can they make their way out of this alive? Novium doing everything they can to live on the Eva. Still a very tricky situation. They maybe have pair of nuts a little isolated out here. Height looking for the kill confirm, is going to throw that E-plat down. Defensive napalm, make sure Krillo has to scatter off of it on the carbine. Now Height shifting forward, really wants to finish off this pesky carbine. The rest of Law here to back him up, though, force their way onto E-plat. Now it's Cat that split. Meanwhile, DTW goes down off screen. Violence across the map. Law looks like they are going to call off this assault against Cat. Cat doing a ton of damage to them during that chase.
Oh my god, what a beautiful recovery from Cat. They took so much damage from that napalm after Taricha stuck that res, but it paid off for them in the end. I guess the double healer comp is really good at sustaining people.
what do you know? Novium and Taricha working the magic on the Zeft Eva there. And meanwhile, Height lives to the north. Miri, our last member left for Dumpkiss, giving the monkey wave to our last member left. Oh my god, Mega Avalanche out. Eva Ol into the beacon, connecting onto at least 2. They're going to wait out that timer. Jetski able to make it out alive. Webby on an amphibian of their own right to the north, continuing to lurk for Law. TPC spots him out. Now getting ran down on the Wukong, taken off of the staff. Staff shield broken. Wubby Bay is down. Novium down to the south. Violence continues. CKN stacking the kills like madmen here. 2 evolved armors now, but here they come up against MAF. Full golds of their own. Dingo fully stacked. RTK maybe looking for it. Is going to go all the way back. Does not want to over-aggress, lose this Abyss Specialist, knows maybe a 3rd squad is lurking and is correct. It's TBC to the north. Big grab from Mad Melody to set this up. Gets the stun onto Ted the Bread, but they're able to negate it for a second longer. Now trading nice damage against Melody. Railgun barely wide. Jetski really wants to finish this kill, but it's the 3rd party now reverse. CKN works their way up from the north. It is a tiny bit of an overcommit from RTK. He gets scooped up, is finally going to surrender that Abyss Specialist.
Oh my goodness, what a crazy game. And it looks like for Cat we do have Height left. I'm hoping they haven't used their 9th live yet. I'm hoping they can find their way back in here.
They've used quite a few so far, I think.
Yeah, maybe on the 8th life right now. Maybe they got 1 left.
Not a burger looking for Res in Storm, gonna get forced off of it by this movement from MAF. Oh, was able to little cook. Huge from Not a Burger, keeps Law in it with the clutch little cook at the last minute. Can they continue to survive? Wubby getting ran down again by TBC. Beautiful anywhere by here, but one of the members, if Law gets good RNG on that, they might have a chance to survive. Paranuts continues to distract up here against the full force of TBC. He does eventually go down. Fighting continuing the south. CKN versus MAF this time. Kill traded for the side of CKN, continuing to dominate in this game 4.
Oh my gosh, Snarky Lemur on Celeste, just like not Snarky Lemur. And a beautiful chilling finale coming out, zoning that last into the storm. Emergency bubble can't quite save Snarky Lemur, will go down to the absolute burst of damage coming out of TPC. And it looks like CKN gonna get a nice easy res down here though.
Yeah, I like that instant movement to the beacon. They are gonna get the Snarky Lemur right back up after the real Lemur takes him out. In the Celeste v Celeste, Lemur back on that Hunter as well. Really tricky situation for Height here. Shifts out into Storm, goes for an anywhere but here themselves. 2nd anywhere, 3rd anywhere but here this game. If it works out for him now, Jetski with the crown, committing for this kill on Height. Sees the action, beautiful ultimate. Jetski finds the kill, eliminates Cat, brings all of them back.
I think Jetski is a professional crown holder.
He's great, dude. He's had some pop off crown, especially on the Brawl. He just knows exactly the limits of that kid. Despite all the Brawl nerfs, Brawl having a huge fall off as far as his kind of pick rate and prevalence in the meta. Jetski continuing to perform with these bans in play.
Uh-oh, Miri. Uh-oh, Miri. Whoa. They don't spot him out, but they do spot out all of CKN. A beautiful chilling finale coming out, but the napalm coming down to do a nice chunk of damage onto the Snarky Lemur there. Oh
TPC,
no, indeed!
Find the 3rd party from the south. Lemur chunking. It's going to send CKN running in different directions. Dumbkiss barely able to get up over the top with the Dragon Staff. Finds a quick window to reset, but still going to be right in the middle of both teams. MAF going to find him, deletes the monkey. CKN still in it. Miri's still in it. They're going to find this early beacon. Miri pops chilling finale, going to go right into the full force of CKN. Meanwhile, to the north, it's TPC versus MAF. Ted the Bread is down. TPC finding great pick after great pick. Forces MAF down right into the arms of CKN. RTK double surge connects the kill. All of a sudden, MAF's the ones in tatters after such a good position. CKN, beautiful recovery. Can they finish off these 2 members? Connect the lightning strike on a dingo. Double surge. RTK popping off on the jewel.
Oh my god, you love to see RTK on a Jewel game, and he is just making the Hunter look so good. I'm loving those buffs to her ship. They're really paying off in spades here, as we can see.
Oh, Jetski finds one more on the way out. Eventually does go down. Now, everyone kind of in tatters, fighting not ceasing at all. CKN really wanting to ride this tempo. Only 2 members left. TPC. Lemur grabs the crown, gets hit by the lightning strike, is fully stacked. Will he get surged here? Almost nowhere to go for Lemur. Has to shift out, forced into Swarm. CKN, dominant finish in game 4. Let's go.
You know, I'm proud that we got to see Snarky Lemur versus Lemur in the top 2 there. It was a real like Spider-Man meme moment.
We did see the Battle of Celeste over the beacon earlier, but in the end, CKN claimed the victory, not in short part because of a couple massive plays from RTK at the end there, just able to exert so much damage pressure with these dual combos.
Yeah, not to mention her shift just got buffed again, so now she gets her a shift reset back like on knock. So yeah, I get a lot more outplay potential out of the Jewel now that she can get that shift back, not only with the resets, but also with a kill reset as well.
And no oath in play here for the second half, really opening up the Jewel with no bright shield to slow her down, able to surge her heart out. RTK does it there. And despite losing the Blinkstone halfway through, able to close things out for the side of CKN. Nice finish for them. Taking a look at some of these other fights, some nice moments from everyone across. I thought this was going to be PLP's game, Kaya, actually.
I know, especially earlier after we thought you might have cast or cursed them, but then they turned it around and they had a great fight. And I know, like, I want to see
the delay.
PLP
It was
win.
the delayed caster curse. That's where we messed up.
Yeah, delayed caster curse indeed. I'm loving seeing like
Go ahead.
all of these, like, yeah, it's like you were saying, like, Jewel is much more prevalent in the pick, like, once Oath gets out, and I just love watching Jewel play.
I love watching it, hate playing against it. She has always been my least favorite hunter to play against, especially a good one. It's just, she's here, then she's there. I'm looking this way, she's already on the other side, and then I'm dead. But the combo is extremely satisfying from the Jewel POV, and that is kind of the design of her kit. She's very much this feast or famine burst champion. She either gets the delete or doesn't do much. And RTK shown the power of her here when playing from ahead. This was a beautiful finale from Lemur here.
Yeah, it was so good. And that, like, completely zones them into that corner, and then they just get swept up by the rest of the teams collapsing in here.
Yeah, and that was our first place squad in TB going down there in that sequence. So, you know, a couple more games like that, if they're not able to claim those wins, if they go out kind of middle of the pack, definitely still a chance for someone to climb to the top of that scoreboard. Only a 40-point gap, definitely surmountable over the course of a few games. So we'll see, all eyes kind of on them this next game to see how they perform if they're able to hold on to that top spot.
To me, it's looking like CKN might find that meteoric rise to the top right there, because they were looking clean this last game. Managed to get the win, and I think they got like a lot of kill points last game too. So excited to see what the scores are when we get our score update after game 5. But we'll have to play game 5 first for that to happen.
Yep, so we see the finish here from CKN. We're going to have one more match, then we're going to get a point total. Players are going to know exactly where they're at rolling into game 6. But we are going to be heading into game 5 very soon here.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I'm excited to go into game 5. It's always exciting, like, seeing these games where the lobby is so close, especially like when first place kind of goes out like more towards the middle there like that. It really makes it a lot more hype towards the end games when you're wondering like, oh my god, wait, who has the most points now? I don't know who's gonna win. Who's going to get like the prize? You know, I think
like, yeah, that game 4 right there was a big mix up with NTB. I think that was maybe 7th they went out. So and then CKN, one of our teams, kind of hot on their heels, going to be getting a lot of points on the board for themselves. If CKN can repeat that performance, another big kill game, another big placement, going to be doing a lot of work to close that gap towards the top. So just waiting on a moment here for our lobby before we load into our final game. Any particular teams, Kaya, that have stood out to you beyond just like, I'm thinking specifically of I keep forgetting the name, Lanchipa, as I'm speaking here, but there's been a couple teams, a couple players that, despite, you know, not maybe having the top of the leaderboard at the moment, have still had a couple like really pop-off plays, really spectacular moments.
I think Blue Bunny has also been doing a really good job, because like Blue Bunny, like getting so far behind in XP in a couple of those games where we saw where like they were kind of the sacrificial lamb in the early game, being able to come back from that and not just getting killed on repeat, and sometimes even being the last for their team, as we saw in last game, like that's hard to do.
Absolutely. And like, it's always beautiful seeing the Void in action. So it does look like lobby is readying up for game 5. We're going to be diving in. Game 5 Storm Shift is Are we on Final Destination?
I think so. I think it's Final Destination before the wheel. Yep.
Let's go. Our classic Game 5 Storm Shift.
Not quite the Final Destination, but it is a Final Destination.
The Final Destination before we spin the Wheel of Fate to find the real Final Destination.
What if it was Final Destination again?
That would be the true. I was actually just talking with my family last night about one of those movies where like I literally just blanked the name. It's Final something. People just get killed in the craziest ways because like death is coming from them because they like avoid death.
I think it is Final Destination.
Is it Final Destination?
Yeah, I think
the same name? Okay.
it is the same storm ship.
So we'll see if any crazy death sequences happen as death chases some people down in Game 5.
Truly, truly a Final Destination.
All right, guys, hang with us. I think we just got one more player trying to get into lobby before we load in here. Should be starting very, very shortly. Looks like we got 10 seconds before we roll in. So let's freaking get it. Game 5, Final Destination, second to last game, penultimate game of North America Saturday Night SUPERVIVE Squads Draft Tournament. Let's go.
Let's go. I'm so excited. Let's get into this game. I want to see if anybody else is going to turn the game on its head and take NTB out of their top spot.
Yeah, so kind of all eyes on NTB this game. This kind of finish for NTB is really going to determine, you know, kind of where they play out for Game 6, how many teams are going to be gunning for them, how big is that gap with the first place spot. Definitely got chipped down a bit from the 40-point lead they had after that 7th place finish. So if they're able to repeat kind of the first half of the tournament here, I wonder how much the bans are actually affecting them, Kaya.
It seems like quite a bit, because I know, I forget who on their team was playing Oath before. I think it was Clyde. That's right. Clyde was playing the Oath before. I know that that is like his most comfortable hunter. I don't know if I would quite call him a one trick, but I know he definitely has the most time on Oath. He's been having to switch it up here the last couple games after that Oath ban.
Gotcha. Do you see Stealth Ninja little solo farm right south of the Kaiju Vault? Maybe a couple teams poking at each other in day one here, but looks like fairly spread drop for the most part. Perhaps panning to some action here. CKN on the Need for Speed Sky Shark rundown. Clyde Cash jukes out to the left, able to drift his way off the tracks there. CKN continue the ride north.
Where are they going? What's their destination? Is it final?
It's I saw all the way bottom right. I think it's Scav Bay final destination. I didn't quite see if there were any objectives to the north, but CKN definitely on the hot ride. It is Dawn Caps. Armor's up in Dawn Caps, so CKN gonna lock in another gold armor start.
That is definitely a destination. I don't blame them for wanting to go up there, because yeah, nice shiny gold armor.
We do see NTB, kind of the squad we got to be keeping our eyes on here regarding the top of the scoreboard, are down in Scav Bay, right around where Final Destination is closing in. So sometimes, Kaya, that can be a very effective strategy. Sketchy spot for here, all on the level 1 still.
Yep, trying to find themselves some XP right now. Do manage to get that level 2, but DTW see that they are low level and they're pushing in here, wanting to see if they can steal this camp away, which they successfully do. And now only level 2 gonna have to go find their camps elsewhere, maybe in Hollows.
Yeah, hopefully they can get a little bit of space in Hollows. A little surprised DTW doesn't kind of commit to this chase with that big level disadvantage. All of them on level 1 when they show up there. Maybe could have done something in the level 5v1 if they had hard shipped it. Not gonna overcommit though. Comfortable to just make their way up to Mage Bog, get those camps for themselves, find the level 6, find the early buy for grips and kicks, work their way to day 2.
Yep, and it looks like we have Math. They do see that this vault is being done. They put down the jump pad. Jetski jumps in, misses the stun, but Suga pushing forward as well, dropping down that orb. Jetski's going to be pushing in onto Pajama Game Lord now, who will have to shift out of that vault, find himself out of that sticky situation. Once again, Jetski pushing forward, getting the stun this time onto both of them. That's Captain Barrica down and Pajama Game Lord with Dingo hot on his heels, taking a lot of damage from that ghost. Jetski just continuing to fly at them, holding the W key permanently, going to be taking out Pajama Game Lord. That's 2 down for Math.
PLP going to be looking for a recovery here. I'm rooting for these guys, it looks like. they do have the space to find a res. Dylan is going to get it, but Jetski just so dialed with the brawl movement. He's able to fling himself forward so precisely and quickly with the face steel chains. The amount he connects those air slams just yeeting in off of that pole, like so reliable. Finds 2 there to start that fight off, and then another one for the killing blow. So despite, like we mentioned, the big fall off on Brawl, Jetski still making him look quite strong here after the ban's in play.
I guess if you invest like 1,000 hours into a hunter, you might be pretty good at them.
What do you know?
Yeah, the jet ski brawl is definitely something special. And Mad Melody getting caught out by that Molten Shield there from Bart Bats. Oh my goodness, that Void TP. The Aluna manages to find the Wisp for Mad Melody. Rakdos getting so much damage from Pine, but strafing around, dodging out the rest of the Bearded Fury. No!
Dude, Pine just does not miss. So after a really scrappy battle, TPC, just Lemur left, doing such a good job playing toward the heart there, though, kind of reading exactly what's going to happen in that fight. He gets everyone right back up. No kind of tempo even lost here. Maybe a little bit of gold and armors. Red win the fight, but TPC definitely still in it.
Yeah, and TPC have level 7 now. They know that, Red has level 7. They know that TPC are down here, and they instantly bitch them off this camp, so they can't even think about getting any XP up here in Heart.
Do you see a shout out for Red in the chat? Looking for a comeback here. Let's go. Definitely still a possibility for our Red squad. Looking pretty dominant here so far in the start. Looting a couple chests. Going to play for this Heart Vault as well. Going to be a little careful with CKN lurking just to the left there. But other than that, quite a bit of space as we do see day 2, a couple objectives coming down.
Wonder which ones those are. I'm trying to see here. Oh, Mecha Boosters, and then we also got, what's that other one? Is that Dragon Breath rounds or?
From far out, it looks like it could.
I think so.
Could be something else, but it's pretty blurry. We will find out shortly here. Oh, it is Damage Soul.
Okay, Damage Soul. I mean, that's also an exciting one to get, though.
Yeah, fairly close to Dragon Breath rounds, all things considered, except on everyone. TPC, TPC gonna be getting some farm themselves. MAF over to the left here. So nice recovery from TPC. We just saw them, after Lemur gets that heart res, they're able to find the quick level 9, get a little bit of a buy recovery. CKN maybe want to do the same themselves, not quite on the level 9. PGL looking for the fadeaway grab. Nice sidestep. Dumbkiss finds the slam up over the top, trying to turn this fight before it starts. Huge Wukong damage out onto Dylan. The shift forward with the Celeste is going to be able to connect onto Dylan's Ghost, take him out. They trade Pajama Game Lord in the back as well. So, and a third PLP looking like it may not be their game once again. Road Pizza does find their way out, though. Hopefully going to be able to get a train res through here.
Yep, looking like he is able to board the train. He did have his ticket ready, but wondering if, he'll be able to get the rest of that res all the way through, it looks like.
Going to be riding their way down into tracks. Going to be right in between multiple teams after this res, though. Got to be a little careful. CKN holding on to 3 out of their 4 golds after that start. Duking it out against Red now. Nice damage traded on both sides. They're going to find the early pick on the shrine. Huge for the side of CKN, but the Singularity splits the fight so well. Lenchipa, again, another pop-off moment, trading that kill back. Can they play around this Pine Wisp? Somehow the shift gets canceled, I think. Not able to port that Wisp out there. Got to be super careful with this PLP. Third party to the south. Actually, great opportunity for the likes of PLP after that Road Pizza res, showing back up, seeking vengeance against Red.
Yeah, that was a beautiful ground there from RTK on the side of CKN, denying that Void shift out to get Pine's Wisp back and get him back up.
More fighting down to the south, right off the flank of Scav Bay. It's Law with the high ground and the fire. Looking to duke it out against Cat. Nuke out. See a Chonker Gauntlet already set up here. One goes down. TPC now showing up, looking for a potential third-party opportunity, maybe a tiny bit early as Cat peels out over to the west.
Yeah, but that gives a lot of time to farm up on all of those camps that have spawned up in the grind there. It looks like are doing the same over in Scav. Everybody kind of just playing for their XP the best they can now. Looks like NTB gonna have to fight DTW for this camp.
Ooh. Absolutely that wasn't much deleted of a fight. There. Yeah, like literally nothing you can do. Just collapsed on Insta before they really know what happened. So 44 Ducks are down. Cat continuing to kind of play backward from Law. Looks like Law continue to want this fight. big armor advantage, but Cat's still pretty like repaired up. Setting up this like kind of fan gauntlet with the Eva orb. A little bit of a cheeky angle.
You know, they're doing it against Krilla. Krilla has trauma from fans, okay? You saw what happened.
True. It's a little bit of BM just putting the fans down in Krilla's face. Cat playing the mind games. Will it work out for them? Wubby Bay over the top of the Dragonstop. Massive napalm as they all push that island. 2 napalms down overlapping. The Cat one showing up huge. Height getting a lot of damage pump there. It's going to force Law into the retreat. Full recall.
Yep, more action happening down here in Scav Bay, though, as it looks like MAF trying to secure themselves this soul. And just playing out, deciding they don't want to commit too hard for it.
Oh no, it looks like we do have a Stealth Ninja disconnect. Super unfortunate. If it's early on in the game, we will do a restart, but this deep in, unfortunately, not going to be able to do that. So RIP Stealth Ninja. Hopefully you're able to get back in before the next game, brother. But we are still hanging out in match 5 here. And remember, Final Destination down in Scav Bay. It's still NTB, or no, NTB kind of surrendered that position. Now it's MAF that are kind of playing right around where the circle is going to be closing in.
Yep, it looks like here going for a bush cheese strat as well. Do Law know? Oh, Law knows. Law knows. How do they know? I don't know, but the napalm comes down, a huge dragon slam coming out of Wubby, scattering them all from that bush. And wow, Krilo just absolutely shredding Tornado Boy with the overkill rounds. Are going to be worse for wear after this one. Trying to play out here, but looks like Zero is getting chased down by the rest of Law. Oh, very nice fan momentum with the shift out.
Zero
I think
looking
will
like they're
escape
maybe
this
gonna lose. Well, does all of them live here?
I think they might. They scattered adequately, it seems.
Well done. Kind of playing to the wind here. Can they reconnect with each other is going to be the question. Probably looking to see where the best recall angle is going to be. Fighting continuing between other squads, though. CKN and NTB looking at each other. NTB looking like they're on the back foot a little bit. Remember, this is our #1 squad on the scoreboard at halftime versus the winners of last game. So if CKN can eliminate NTB here early, going to do a ton to move them up the scoreboard, give them a shot at first place.
I want the PLP redemption arc. Let's see it. Ooh. Captain Barrica does manage to come back up as Pajama Game Lord does camp on his Wisp there. Second win going to come out of Taricha, healing back the rest of his teammates and knocking PLP back. Looks like Cat's going to disengage from this fight with PLP.
Otherwise, pretty spread for the most part. A couple teams vying for this northeast position. CKN happy to kind of hold their fire here. It's TPC and Hum looking at each other to the north by the lasers. I'll just trade a little armor chip damage. It is like still very kind of behind on armor. All whites in play. Down a little levels, looking for an over-the-top Celeste entry. Nice kind of flow over. Does not connect on anyone. I thought maybe connected on Lemur. It was just the slow. Nice kind of sidestep on the wall there. Now they're looking for the re-engage. TPC maybe has their low moment. Lemur answers back with a chilling finale of their own. Connects onto 2. Lemur showing why they are the Celeste. Beautiful answer back. Finale for finale. They find one. Can they find a second? Got to be careful. CKN on the flank. Lightning strike from RTK. Almost insta deletes Rakdos with 1 surge. Dumbkiss able to follow up. Get the kill confirmed through. Jake Braun maybe looking to play a bit of a res angle for Rakdos, but is going to be forced off by these mobile members. Did 2 anywhere but here's popped. One of them comes through Lemur almost right into the arms of MAF. We've seen some clutch anywhere but here's, Kaya. What the heck?
I love seeing the anywhere but here's. I love it so much as the violence continues in the north up here. TPC, Mad Melody caught in between both of our green teams here, CKN and PLP, kind of just trying to hover in the abyss as long as possible, but this is just like being a fish in a barrel. And he does get shot.
PLP was able to recover, though, so definitely still in the action. Actually, every team in the action here, Kaya, pretty deep. 9-4, 10 squads left. Just Lemur left for TPC. A couple other kind of on the back foot, but everyone's still in it here.
Everybody's in it to win it. People saw the halftime board and they were like, all right, it's anybody's game at this point.
Definitely anybody's game. Violence continuing. Nice double shift coming in from Nottaburger. Going to take out the legend in the Jewel v Jewel. Wants to steal that Abyss Specialist. Second wind thrown from Blue Bunny to keep the allies healed up. Law is able to claim that exotic, though. Massive trade of Abyss Specialist, 1 jewel to another.
Yep, the Abyss transfer is complete.
Never not in the hands of a jewel, just a different jewel.
No, what I want to see is Abyss Specialist Oluna. Let's see the bunny fly across the map.
We did see an Abyss Specialist Void in Lobby B that was kind of Fate Strikes, got a couple double swaps in.
That is just silly.
I wonder how that argument went. He's like, no, I need the Abyss Specialist.
The rest of his team was like, bro, this is literally the worst hunter to have Abyss Specialist. And he's like, no, I'll show you.
I'll show you. Fate Strikes. Definitely the one to do it on the Void. Lemur now, last member left for TBC, just trying to live. Actually finds Krillo as a little bit of an overcommit without the rest of Law there as he rides away super quickly in the wind tunnel. Lemur, what Lemur does best. Last member left on Celeste, working the magic.
I've seen Lemur in this place before. I'm having a bit of deja vu. It appears as though Izzy also trying to play, not last Celeste, but Celeste with a crown, while his teammate's on the other side of the map. So, you know, like basically last Celeste.
Almost last Celeste. Let's count it. Lemur not quite a crown in play yet. Gonna set up this two-way teleporter. Not sure exactly where that's gonna be going. Oh, playing around the beacon. Sets the other end up, maybe looking to teleport either angle here. I think there is a squad waiting on this side. No, they moved away. So CKN, Lemur, so good at this game. God. What in the actual heck? All of TBC back off a beautiful two-way teleport for the beacon.
This guy just has a massive brain. Look at that chilling finale come in. Doesn't quite connect, but does get a nice passive slow onto Main Jam and a couple other members of Cat. And now Taricha trying to push back in, but has to go reconnect with his team up to the north. A Sunday being slingshotted off of that island, but didn't want to be there anyway. And oh my god, what is happening over here?
So Red showing up, maybe looking to pinch PLP. PLP doing a great job holding their space. They force someone off to the right, instantly turn onto the likes of Red. Find a pick onto Lanchipa, so the Void hero is down. Not done yet, though. Barbats fly to the Firefox in, trying to chip away these health bars, but PLP doing the same in return. Beautiful railgun connection into the spike. They find two.
I like how Pajama shifted forward, instantly pushed back to his team with the fan. Very slick. I like that.
Ooh, NTB benefiting from the Lemur Beacon teleport here. Getting a member back. Red need to get a member back. They do find a spike. Pine never letting up. Or sorry, that was Squid that gets the spike. Shifting forward. Pine playing to the north. So now one from Lagos down, but they are able to get the Wisp recovery through. Notaburger still holding on to that Abyss Specialist.
Notaburger is clutching onto that Abyss Specialist for dear life, and Pine loses his life as he goes down with the crown. Squid, now I think the last remaining member of Red here, trying to play in between all of these teams as all this chaos is happening around. Road Pizza sends it forward with the Bishop ult, but takes so much damage from Cat. Gonna, just barely living after the second win, but will go down to Taricha there. Oh,
so
Lemur with the crown.
DTW. Oh, Lemur connects onto the crown. Insane again. Lemur brings back TPC a second time. Doesn't need a beacon this time. Finds the crown kill. TPC still in it. NTB, this is our first place squad at halftime. Continuing to kind of rank up the longer they last in this game. If they can work their way into top 3. Still 8 squads left, Kaya. Very crowded out here.
Ooh, right as you say that. 7 squads left now.
And gonna be quickly whittling our numbers down. PLP shortly to join after. So 2 more join the bench. 6 squads left here in game 5.
Can we make it a 5? They're trying to. They're pushing forward. The Sinner's Embrace comes out but doesn't quite connect. Suga playing down to the south now. The orb, the nuke comes out onto the beacon, destroying it. And now the rest of Red pushing up. They're really chunked out, but Lemur pushing forward with the chilling finale, and the crown will get spiked down by Red. Oh my goodness. Looks like 5 squads left now too, as Red TPC goes down as well.
Oh my god.
Oh my
so much violence here. I don't know if they're going to be able to survive this pinch as 3 squads pinch. One member does make it out. Law now maybe a little sketched out with CKN lurking to the north. I do believe someone survived that engage. Just 1 player left for Red here. Pine still alive up to the north.
Yep, and just like that, it looks like we're down to just 4 teams now, I believe. And as the violence continues, CKN getting pushed down to the south by the likes of Law here. Oh my god, RTK gets a full ult static charge on to all of Law, gets massive resets, completely solo chunks out Law. Oh, but does go down.
RTK almost doing something crazy in the 1v4 there. Does trade a lot of damage, puts a lot of pressure out onto Law. Now with this third party from NTB collapsing onto Law, they get the spike onto Krillo. Law is eliminated, so they get outplaced by the squad that was able to survive there. Really nice kind of livability coming through for CKN. They're going to find a res of their own, back to 4. So very quickly, Kaya, down to 3 members. I think everyone still at 4. NTB actually missing 1.
Yep, NTV just missing.
Oh, no.
There we go.
Recall through.
Yep, they're back up, back with their team. Oh, the Robber Raccoon coming through from CKN here. Going to steal out some of Red's goodies. Maybe find themselves some armor tops, some gold.
Finally, a second to breathe here as we chill with our final 3. NTB don't want to give us too long, though. Trying to push their way up onto Red's position. We see fires down from multiple squads here, playing off of that vision. It is RTK able to get that Abyss Specialist back despite going down in that sequence we just saw. So still the chance for another pop-up opportunity. Not nearly as much Abyss in play here, though, Kaya. Not going to be able to utilize that nearly as well.
Yep, I think with this circle closing, there will be exactly 0 Abyss left, so might be worth dropping that one. Oh my god, Legend!
Slow down the Legend! He gets the stack, the double surge, instantly starting this chaos. Red just in tatters. After that, somehow Pine's still alive. All of CKN, perfect collapse on NTB. Can they finish off Clyde Cash here? Are they going to be able to? Or is it going to be Pine going down first? CKN looking to find 2 games in a row. 1 member left for NTB goes down. It's just Pine left for Red. CKN surely going to be able to close this one out. Not much you can do as the lone myth here. RTK popping off on the Jewel, able to close it out. Back-to-back victories for CKN.
Oath got banned, RTK's playing Jewel, and CKN are just cleaning up the lobby. Like, what can I say? The guy's just good at Jewel.
Life is looking good for CKN, and definitely, I think NTB going out third there. So better look for NTB than in game 4. But after those 2 games in a row, CKN definitely going to be doing a lot of work to close that gap against our first place squad. So here, after game 5, we are going to get a quick points total to see where all the teams are at before we dive into game 6. We're also going to do, I believe, a quick wheel spin to get a little bit of RNG going for our final storm shift.
Wow, these replays. It's just going to be the RTK highlight show.
I'm here to see it. We do see, I mean, like a lot of good moments over the course of this game. PLP, another, kind of really strong start, finding a lot of opportunities, but in the end, not able to put together that big placement they need to really move up the scoreboard the way they want. Lemur had a couple insane final moments here on the Celeste, living for way longer than he should have.
Yeah, it felt like the solo queue to Legend video, just watching Lemur.
He's been here before, like you say. Right here, right as he cancels, he gets overkill round. Instant spike there coming through. I think a railgun with an overkill rounds maybe, because it was Paranuts that locks that kill in. Here, the RTK surge.
Oh my god, RTK.
Just deleting health bars. Not quite able to finish anyone off. Did have Notaburger fully stacked there, but Notaburger playing the line of sight around the box there. Was not able to get the final surge through. But somewhere along the lines over here, RTK gets brought back up, and he's going to find his Abyss Specialist back too, and that's really what's going to set up CKN for this beautiful third-party finish.
Wow, and I don't know, like, you say you hate playing against the Jewel, but isn't it just so satisfying to watch, though? It is just so satisfying.
It's fun to watch. Don't get me wrong. I do love the combos, and it can look so clean, but it's just like, I've been on the other side of that combo too many times.
I remember there was one game.
I can feel it.
Oh, looks like we got our leaderboard. Let's see where'd everybody end up.
Here we go.
Oh, CKN!
Crazy! 2 games from CKN. So the back-to-back wins, they close the 40-point gap. Not only that, put themselves 11 points up over NTB. So really nice opening to the second half here for CKN. Bans definitely seem like they're hurting NTB a bit, Kaya.
Yeah, definitely. And it does make sense because, I mean, CKN benefited the most from the bans because RTK is an insane Jewel, and NTB, I know they have, like, Clyde, who's, like, a pretty decent Oath player, but I think, having to change up their team comp maybe is hurting them a little bit more.
We did see some really big plays from Clyde on the Oath in the first 3 games to set up NTB for those wins. So definitely could be coming into play, not having that in the mix. But taking a look at our top 2, Kaya, which are our kind of podium finishes for cash, looking very strong here for CKN and NTB. Kind of at the top, we have a 39-point gap between Red and NTB here for 2nd and 3rd. And then taking a look at 3rd, 4th, 5th, we got Red and MAF just 9 points apart for 3rd and 4th, and then another significant gap, 23 more points down to TPC at 5th.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting, at least between CKN and NTB, who manages to get this game. But I mean, a comeback, like, it would be really crazy, but we've technically seen like a 40-point comeback from before from a team in Red's position, like in a last game. So I don't know. If NTB or CKN go out really, really early, specifically NTB probably, and then Red has a crazy good game in the gate first, they could turn it around still.
Absolutely. I mean, there's always a shot. And like, I think like CKN and NTB kind of have the positioning for first locked in, but especially for 3rd, 4th, 5th, who are getting those TC coin playouts, still a lot to play for. And still like some of these teams, like not too far below them, a couple teams we saw right at the bottom of the board, 8th and 9th, 30, like mid 30s points, definitely still able to climb up into that 50s game with a monster game themselves. So still plenty to play for here. Rolling into game 6, we are going to get our Wheel of Fortune back on the screen for RNG Storm Shift rolling into game 6.
I'm hoping for another cross-country game. I feel like every time we've done the wheel when I've been here, it's landed on bullet trains, and so we've had 2 bullet trains games, which, also exciting, and I'm happy for Magical, but like, I want cross-country. I want another cross-country game.
Magical has been summoning those. You were okay, so we'll see if a little bit of justice from the universe plays out here. Can we get a cross-country coming into play for our final Storm Shift? Let's see. I'll vote for cross-country with you. I love some cross-country action, and we did see some spicy cross-countries over the course of today. I'm pretty sure that was our Storm Shift for the Lobby B this morning in EU. We got an extra cross-country, so we are ready for the wheel. Let's go, Shivam. Let's spin it up.
Cross-country, 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 cross-country. Go, 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 go. Okay. All right. You know what?
The opposite of cross-country. The caster curse on yourself. We're not moving around here, people. We're going to one final place. It's Final Destination Game 6. Repeat of Game 5. Gonna be death hunting some more people down.
This time it is a Final Destination, though. Like, for real.
True, because I got it. I'm with you. It's Final Destination leading into Final Destination for the final game. Everything connecting here for the last match of Saturday Night SUPERVIVE North America Squads Draft Tournament. And we are going to be loading into our final game very shortly here.
I'm hoping to see Jewel on every single team. I want to see static procs off of static procs, everybody dashing around to and fro. Make it as crazy as possible.
We need more jewels. Anyone that doesn't have a jewel, pick a jewel. Maybe a few more Celestes. Let's get a bunch of finales. Maybe a few more Foxes in play. It is going to be Final Destination. Just letting Dylan know here.
Yep. And what do you think your favorite hunter is to watch? Like in squads specifically.
To watch. Honestly, I'm like maybe a little biased because this has always been the case for me. I love watching Kingpin. I've always loved watching Kingpin. And especially in the squads world, especially early on, like early squads, Kingpin was just such a dominant force in mixing things up, especially before the map changes, the value of the hook through walls and how much that kind of came into play over the little abyss gaps that did exist. I feel like Kingpin was able to mix up stuff so much against, like, we were so used to seeing the Oath, Myth, Zeph, just this wall of support and healing and damage. And Kingpin was like the only one, in my opinion, that could like mix that up. And, you know, I know a ton of Kingpin changes have happened, not nearly in the same spot he used to be, but still always really exciting to see a Kingpin pop off. So I'm going to go with KP.
KP's a good choice. I agree. Especially like, Yeah, like you were saying, back in the day, like when squads was an actual game mode, like it was just Oath, Zeph, Myth, playing neutral the full time. And so like KP was the one that would come in there and shake that up and break the neutral formation. So it was nice to watch a good KP.
Who's let's that same question right back at you. Is it Jewel? Is that why you're asking? You're just thinking about Jewel?
Well, okay. I love Jewel. Like I love watching Jewel. Playing against Jewel can be kind of scary. I agree with you. Like there have been too many times where I've played against Afro either in arena or solo queue and I just get one shot by her and I'm like, I don't even know how I died.
Yeah.
But I think probably like I would say Mercury. Mercury's been like a real joy for me to watch in squads so far. We haven't seen a single Mercury today.
Yeah, not in North America. We did see, I saw at least one earlier, and you had mentioned a lot in the tier 1 lobby for EU, but yeah, no North American Mercury, even with, well, I guess we didn't have the Zeph ban go through, so that maybe influenced things a little bit. Not as many Evas either. I think we saw a couple early Evas, but Eva not having the same effectiveness that she had in the EU scene either.
Yeah, and I mean, I didn't really see a lot of Evas earlier this morning when I was watching EU. I'm not sure if we even had a single Eva.
Okay, there was a couple in
the
there was a couple in the B lobby then. It was I was mainly thinking of Monster because Monster kind of hard training the Eva had a couple pop off moments. Some just like massive, Beck and ult connects to really just make the fights go completely the other direction. But I think there was one more Eva in the lobby, but definitely like one of those pocket pick hunters that's like you really have to have someone that's been training her, focusing her to be effective because of how like differently she kind of plays from like the rest of the cast.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know, to me she feels a lot more like a controller than a healer.
Just kind of like the way the orbs create kind of zone control, and you're playing for the heal, but you're almost more playing for that space the orbs make than the heal.
Yeah, and like to top it off, she also has like the beckon, which is like a pretty huge either pull or push away. True. And then her ult is completely a zone control thing as well. So yeah, I don't know.
Controller. It's a great point.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like she's more of a controller than Mercury. I feel like Mercury is more of a healer, and then Eva is more of a controller. But I mean, like
I would agree with that. Maybe a little bit of semantics, but I think you're right. Definitely like a little bit of each leading the other. So here we go. Final match of the day. If you've been here the whole day with us, thank you so much for hanging out. It's our 12th match, 6th of North America, back-to-back final destinations to close out Squads Draft Tournament. Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. Let's go, Kaya.
There it is. The final destination in Enshrine. That's it.
The final destination. Now, will anyone screw it up with a gnarled heart?
We have 3 in grind right now. I actually like when people screw up the final destination with gnarled heart. I think that's funny. But when
cross country, it's not cool. Final destination, it is cool.
Yeah, because they're changing the end location, Whereas cross country, they're making the storm stop moving around willy nilly, and I like the storm moving around willy nilly. So
yeah, I understand. I'm with you. So we do see INTB, one of the squads to be keeping an eye on here at the top of the scoreboard. It's INTB, it's CKN really vying for that first place spot. Multiple squads pushing for 3rd, 4th, 5th as well, but going to be really these two that have the opportunity to claim that first place cash prize. INTB continuing to look down here in Scav Bay.
Yep, it looks like they do have 2 gold armors on the side of CKN here, a nice level 5 on RTK as well. They're managing to pick up a lot of this XP as well as those gold armors. So CKN off to a really good start here. Ooh, 3 gold armors.
Hey, we got a Hunter favorite call out from chat. Space Vulture says Huddy with the barbed wire. Really fun to watch. We did get some Huddies earlier. Huddy is fun to watch, especially in squads. A couple pop-off moments. Jake Braun on the Huddy earlier for EU had a couple of big plays. I do like watching the Huddy as well. INTB looks like they are going to push CKN back, but it's not after CKN grabs all 4 golds for themselves.
Wow, a really, really clean start there for CKN, and so much damage coming out of Izzy. Wow, those Celeste passives and the RMB is just absolutely melting Cat, but Cat trying their best to sustain back up with the Zeph here and the Eva trying to push back from this choke point, like regain their footing a little bit. Now they're kind of finding themselves DTW, like worse for wear out of this situation. They are getting out-sustained.
Yeah, that double healer coming in big. It's the Eva with the Zeph, Taricha and Novium and really no kind of frontliners. It's height on the Ghost and it's main jam on the Carbine, going for that full range pump with the healing to back it up. So if they get collapsed on, going to be rough when people are on top of them. But if they can hold that space, keep people at a distance, lean into that healing, going to be a very powerful comp to contend with. So NTB, as we take a look, do find 2 golds for themselves after claiming that position. CKN still kind of lurking around to the north of Machine there. Meanwhile, panning over to Enshrine, where our final destination is going to be. A couple teams, Cat and STW, continuing to look at each other there.
Looks like we have Maf looking at Red here as well, as Red try to get this camp for themselves up here in the north side of Heart, but Maf don't want to hear any of it. They push forward here. A lot of damage going to be going down on the jet ski, but Lanchipa TPing behind the rest of Maf down there to the south, and then I guess the fight's just over. It's just separated just like that.
And maybe for the best for Red, as Law shows up to the north, very likely would have got caught by that third party if they had overcommitted there. They continue to kind of peel southeast, fighting breaking out in Machine. CKN versus NTB, round 2 after the gold armor start. Looks like CKN maybe going to push NTB back a little bit. They are down a member, so playing the res on the beacon here. Clyde Cash and Blue Bunny just trying to survive. RTK not letting up the pressure, though. Pulse following up as well. The Legend driving in right on top of everyone, pushes Dumbkiss into the wall. Dumbkiss up on the staff. Going to connect the stun onto Blue Bunny. Blue Bunny throws defensive nade. Vader exiting south of the Sky Shark after blowing it up. Now with Snarky down, NTB maybe having advantage here. Railgun barely wide on Dumbkiss is still fully stacked. Vader over the top connects the Carbine. Oh, and the surge for Surge. RTK avoids the stacks from the NTB Jewel. Lives for a moment longer. Doesn't matter in the end. Clyde Cash finds the spike.
And CKN did have those 4 gold armors earlier, but it looks like they're down to just 1 now, right? Only 1 member left?
I believe so. Going to be a sketchy situation. Hopefully they're able to recover for it. Lemur finding another kill onto Law as they hang around Heart, looking to bring that member instantly back. TBC want to continue exerting some pressure here with a bit of that tempo in play. Lemur sidestep on the lightning strike is stacked up. Fox committing with the shield pull there is going to get rooted in return. Maybe a bit of an overcommit from Paranuts as TBC. Really nice follow-up on the root from Rakdos.
Ooh.
Able to...
Oh, no! Lemur!
Oh, Krillo! Air blast!
Oh, my
a second
God!
On the Krillo nade! Krillo popping off 2 into Heart, completely turning this fight around for Law.
It was personal. It was personal. He got fanned into Heart earlier. He's like, I have to make up for it. 2 people are going in there right now.
That was insane sequence by Krillo. The air blast into the Lemur ult, and then the grenade right after finds 2 in the Heart back to back. Very clean. It is going to leave, I think, just 1 member left for the side of Lemur Squad. TLP trying to find their way out. Meanwhile, it's Suga Good Boy trying to just live in the 1v4 against Red. Very much going to get ran down there. MAF down a member. Just Jetski and Dingo left.
NTB, one of our top 2 right now, finding CKN, the other first place team at the moment. They want to take him out. They want to secure the victory for themselves.
This has been like a grudge match since the start. These teams have been fighting since the gold armor start. 3rd round coming into play here. It looks like NTB going to come out on top of this initial engage, pushing CKN out to the north.
Oh my God, Pulse!
Overkill rounds go huge.
Oh my God, Pulse. That was like just the tip of the overkill round. I don't think Vader was expecting that.
Yeah, that was like max range. Fight never ceasing here as look for an engage on the DTW. Bit of space bot from Izzy's chilling finale. Now looking for the re-engage. Miri trying to get some pressure on their own. Roughly 44 ducks way up over the top. I think looking to maybe split this fight on the brawl. 2 members of are going to peel and look to chase. Gives DTW the space they need to kite it out. Stealth Ninja looking for the recall. Our unfortunate disconnect from last game. Oh, almost gets the bungee slam onto the heated Miri. Not going to quite find the timing though. Looks like they are going to shift their way out of there.
And Stealth is one of those players where when you see Stealth over Abyss, you usually don't chase him because he is just so comfortable there. I swear to God, every time I play Arena against him, he's just permanently in Abyss like the entire game.
You're like, dude, you're not even on the map. What are you doing out there? I completely agree, though. Terrifying. Looking for another bungee slam, continuing to play in the 1v4 over Abyss. The whole team over to the right. Continuing to just be annoying. Maybe taking the bait, looking to chase 44 ducks, trying to find an air slam on the unsuspecting Miravidual. Not letting up the tempo though, following up in the win ring. Stealth Ninja looking for another one. Huge E-plat saves Miri from the inevitable demise. Another E-plat down over here for Izzy. Izzy maybe getting isolated, but the finale, who is isolating
Oh my god.
Gonna
Oh
catch
my
all
god.
three members, gonna get one, get two,
Oh
get three. Izzy
my god,
popping
Izzy.
up on the Celeste. Let's go.
Oh my god, I really do not think Hum was expecting to get flanked by a Celeste there. They used literally all of their mobility and they just walked straight into the Celeste right out in the open on the E-plat. And 3 members going down to that finale.
You could literally
Wow.
just like see the panic in their movements.
You
They're
could,
like, oh my
you
god, oh my god,
really
oh my god, we
could.
messed up, we messed up. Izzy, beautiful chilling finale there. Connects onto 3, putting completely on the back foot. Remember, all this is off of the back of Stealth Ninja kiting them out forever over Abyss to the south. And I think they are going to be able to finish off this Shiv if they can run her down. Working the crown angle for but gonna need a bit of a miracle as all of DTW recalls somehow.
Oh my god,
still
Miri.
alive. Wow.
Wait, that kiting was pretty insane from Miri. Pops the Fusillade, manages to get hit all of those shift resets on the way out, and chunks a lot of DTW on the way out as well.
And
Ooh,
actually
res
has the
beacon?
space to possibly get this res. Only Cat lurking nearby. I think Height maybe can push up onto that if he has time. The res is going to come off first, though. So multiple squads continuing to fight down here. Big chip damage onto after getting res. Cat really want to follow this up. Nice whoosh out there from Tornado Boy on the Zeph. Gonna give an angle to some Sky Sharks. Ride their way out. Really nice recovery from Miri.
A quality recovery indeed. All of them playing out, going and looking for some camps elsewhere. Meanwhile, we have what looks like Math playing in here. A huge engage from Jetski, getting a lot of damage onto Main Gem. Main Gem going to be going down, the rest of Math pushing forward. Dingo finding some good damage, shifting forward, trying to find this kill onto Taricha, and Taricha will be going down.
Jetski just so good at following with those air slams. Kind of comes up out of nowhere, flinging himself with a face steel chain like we were talking about earlier. It is CKN, one of our teams vying for first year, posturing around Hatchling. MAF still lurking though after that nice fight to the right. Want a relook against CKN here. Hatchling still at half, so plenty to fight for. RTK isolated out for a second. I have to surge back for Jetski, looking for the air slam, but I think the R&B push from RTK there stops it.
Yeah, really, really clutch stuff there from RTK. I don't know if the air slam would have spiked RTK there, though. I don't think he was low enough, but still, it would have been pretty scary to deal with that brawl over Abyss.
Absolutely. The
Oh my god.
finds the res. They're going to get a pick with a spike as makes their way down from the north. MTB trying to just kind of hold this island from the beacon where they res as Cat push their way up. Main Gen shifts forward. E-plat out. Force from the Legend. Big Beck and ulti coming through. Main Jam fully stacked. Can he live here? The Legend needs one more shift through, but Cat reconnects with Main Jam, gets some healing through. It's NTB down Vader now. Gonna be looking for a recovery of their own.
The grudge match between NTB and Cat continues as they fight for who's going to get first this game.
CKN, 2 gold armors of their own. Down to the left here. And just to the right of them is MAF playing their island. MTB looks like they do find a res. Vader back in the action. Re-engage against Cat. Main Jam fully stacked. Surge coming through from the Legend. Deletes the Carbine there. Cat now down numbers, looking to play out Novium on the Eva. Very likely going to caught. Big bubble burst there from the grip. Going to separate NTB off. So Cat still looking to recover. NTB are going to maybe give up this chase.
And then we have CKN down here in the south, our first place team, trying to score up against MAF here, maybe get some kills. But MAF have been looking pretty strong this game, so I'm excited to see what Jetski does here as he pushes forward, gets a nice chunk onto Pulse there. Pulse going to have to back up and use those pots to heal back up again. Looks like CKN's kind of like on their heels here as they're retreating a little bit. MAF do have quite the level advantage.
Level advantage indeed, and they have this fire they recall, trying to get the flank onto CKN. A nice ult into the Beckon, stuns RTK. Chicken microwave deleted before they can do anything. Chilling finale popped, a bit of zoning, but not able to connect for the Snarky Lemur. Napalm follow-up, nice position there from Dingo on the Ghost. Great spot for the Napalm as that Celeste ult is timing out. The Snarky Lemur is going to go down for it.
Nice try by Snarky Lemur to get out there, but yeah, after you pop the chilling finale and you have no more mobility on Celeste, it's just kind of impossible to get out of those situations.
And like, especially if you know Celeste shift is down, dropping the Ghost Napalm on the timing out Celeste ulti is like pretty satisfying from the Ghost angle. We saw it
Just
there.
Ooh,
Clyde Cash, speaking of Ghost, shifts forward, finds the spike onto Pulse.
Oh, Dumpkiss repairing the beacon in a very safe location, going to be bringing his team back up, looks like. Meanwhile, Math continuing to press W.
Love to see it. Some great hunters to do it too. Jetski flings himself in with the chains, trying to chip out Sans the dog here. DTW trying to hold this island, but with that beautifully placed napalm. Second one from Dingo here after the one we just saw on Celeste. MAF having a really nice game 6.
Yeah, they are. And CKN all back up again. Looks like they were trying to figure out if they could third party that situation. Meanwhile, Cat up to the north have made themselves quite an interesting home there on that Res Beacon Island.
Little fan gauntlet, little push action. So we see TBC posturing over some mobs on this day. Turnover. It is Lemur holding on to that Ardent Songbow with the Celeste. Meanwhile, panning back to the right. Tornado Boy doing everything he can for him, but in the end, Cat find the final kill, eliminate our first squad here in game 6.
Yeah, but it looks like now it's going to be Red versus DTW, kind of just poking each other out, trying to feel out whether or not they want to get this fight. But Math again, pressing W, Jetski swinging forward, trying to hit that stun. Dumbkiss forced to blow the Wukong ulti there. Looks like CKN will be playing out and playing safe here.
So it is going to be DTW up to the north, lurking in bush. Is TBC aware? Lemur, that sixth sense, he saw one, aware that there might be teammates around. Hook does go wide, so they're not able to capitalize on the bush position. DTW continues to move north. It looks like TPC not quite done with him yet. They are going to find one. Beautiful stun on Sands with the napalm and the drag back from Jake Braun. Popping out some armor repair. Guarantee that nice chilling finale from Lemur, separating this fight, slowing down this red engage for a moment. But with this follow-up, oh my god. Oh, I thought Lemur may be able to get out there with the wings, but the overkill rounds for red connects.
Yes, very, very nice last hit there with these overkill rounds. It looks like we have a lot of fights going on here between 3 different teams. As we pan away, though, we are going to see the fights continuing over here with 3 other teams on the other side of the map. CK and Red.
Doesn't really matter where we pan. It's just chaos everywhere.
Just fighting everywhere.
Look at the bottom left, just swords. They're just all swords.
Oh, God. Everybody's fighting. What do we do?
So over here, our action continues with TBC grabbing a crown. Want to bring back the Lemur hero. Chaos on the map, as we can see. It is MAF continuing their dominance. Find 1, 2, 3 members from Cat. PLP, meanwhile, off screen, is going to get eliminated second here. So unfortunately, not able to find their huge pop-off moment for a big placement. Speaking of, DTW pops off, connects onto the last member of Cat. Height is down, 2 more squads out. And all of a sudden, really sketchy situation for DTW. Squad's collapsing here, Quiet. We're about to have a third squad out in about 30 seconds. Unless Izzy is able to live here. Law retreating out as well. So the 4th, 5th, 6th party results in everyone scattering to the wind. And it doesn't stop.
Oh my god, they scatter to the wind. They scatter straight into some other teams, it seems. Yeah, NTB and MAF fighting down here to the south. It looks like MAF going to continue rotating down to the south, though, back to their base camp, kind of regroup, get this res beacon, get their 4th backup.
This has been a really nice looking game for MAF. I think they definitely have the kind of confidence, the sauce, the tempo to win this one. And with that final destination position, not a bad spot to be in either. TPC, though, they do get Lemur back, and they get him back the Ardent Songbow somehow.
Indeed. He's got the Songbow. Oh, Krillo and Izzy, last remaining member of DTW here, and then Krillo kind of caught out for Law, last remaining member as well, will go down. And it looks like NTB going to continue committing south kind of towards Izzy that last day, but they do have to be aware of CKN on their heels here.
Yeah, and again, this battle between CKN and NTB fighting for that first place spot. They fought like 4 or 5, 6 times this game. We're about to see round 5 up to the north here.
And Izzy did manage to make the full rotate out through 2 teams to keep his team's hopes and dreams alive. Oh, but as I say that, Maff are like staring him down. I'm a little worried.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried about Izzy.
Does have a bit of space, but with NTB lurking on this ledge, he does have that win ring to play around. So Izzy, maybe still some hope to the south. Coming back to our three-way battle between our other squads up in Enshrine here, though. Nice chip damage on the TBC. Kingpin able to make it out with a sliver off of that grabby.
Izzy,
Uh-oh, Izzy finally eliminated, and Storm literally nowhere to go. Everyone holding these inner angles. It's maybe going to be Pine right after eliminated for red. So 2 more squads out instantly. 3-way fight continuing here. CKN is in the middle. Huge push from Math showing up again. Massive this game. Can they put CKN on the back foot? If CKN gets eliminated here, really going to mix up the scoreboard if NTB survives.
Yeah, but NTB kind of in a similar rough situation. 2 of their members chunked out really low. CKN managing to take out 1, Legend going down, and now it looks like Taricha in a bad position over here on the right side for NT, or sorry, excuse me, that's Blue Bunny, in a bad position as well. Only 2 members left for NTB. And CKN.
Oh, and RTK.
Oh my god, RTK!
He
Oh
has
my
the
god.
full stacks. He finds the surge. I think
He gets
still
the
has the
scoop
rewind cooldown. Bumps the wisp, canceling this res from Clyde Cash. RTK having another massive moment. These are our 2 squads here, guys. Clyde Cash, the last hope for MTB to try to surpass CKN here. If MAF collapse on this and get the kill, they are going to be able to do it. So NTB, really nice try, but CKN virtually locking in the first place spot with that elimination.
Yep, that's huge for CKN. I think they lost 1 player earlier, but at this point it's like they just have to make sure their placement's all good, and then they should have that first in the bag. Oh my god, as we say that we have
like Rydus keeps saying that. It's only RTK left. Playing with the silver, finds the rewind, still alive for a second longer. In the 1v4, tries to surge out. We do see the gnarled heart down jump pad. It's gonna get air blasted into Storm. So right after NTB, CKN goes down. Perhaps still hope on the scoreboard. Violence continues though. TPC and Math looking for the final victory in game 6. Good boy chip down is going to get eliminated here. Tornado Boy trying to run away. TPC on a tear after bringing Lemur back. Jake Braun just shredding on the Hudson. Rakdos backing him up on the Aluna. Mad Melody going for the grabs on the Kingpin, and Lemur on the Celeste shifting up over the top, trying to finish off this Math squad.
Yep, just the 2 members left of Math. It's looking pretty grim for them. They put the Celeste wall out, or the Celeste wall out comes out from Lemur though, and rest of TPC splitting them up. Dingo in the middle of TPC members now. Ted the Bread meanwhile getting pushed into the storm up to the north, and oh my goodness, we are in the air.
We're
ending on a high note.
There's so many like booping and flying around, so much like momentum. In the end, beautiful finish by TPC. They find the victory in game 6. Gonna do a huge amount, moving them up the scoreboard, but very likely after that finish, we are gonna see CKN holding on to that first place spot. It could be a difference depending on how many kills went through. I didn't see quite how many either of them had, but it was NTB, our team right behind them, exiting just 1 spot earlier. So definitely not winning on placement.
Yeah, and I don't know. There was so many crazy moments this game. Like RTK was playing out of his mind again on the Jewel, but I mean, I have to give it up to Lemur. Like these last 2 games, he's really been clutching it up for TPC, and even the rest of TPC as well, playing together super well as a team, as we see Krillo getting his redemption arc against the Heart here.
If anyone clips him, the hard kill on him, he's just gonna send that back. He got some reprimands for his mistake earlier. Beautiful double push into Heart there. Nice downtown snipe from Pulse on CKN, stacking up at least 1 more kill point right there. But yeah, just this from Izzy. A couple, you mentioned just a couple disgusting plays. That one, absolutely massive.
Yeah, Izzy actually was insane. And then, like, continued to play the end game super well. And, like, I think managed to scrape his team 1 placement higher as well for DTW by playing the last so well like he did.
True.
Yeah, but really, really well played from Izzy this game.
This is a really nice showing from DTW. Another really nice showing from... it was MAF had a really strong game. I thought we're going to be the ones to close this one out. Not quite able to come away with first after that TPC endgame. But this is kind of the moment right here between NTB and CKN where NTB, like, kind of in a weird position between multiple squads. I think they maybe overcommit to this fight with TBC, with CKN still lurking with multiple members to the south. This is where TPN or NTB kind of gets in a weird position. And right here from RTK, this also really turned things around. I think if they are able to knock RTK there, it's going to be a different story. But in the end, RTK has the outplay with the rewind and able to find his way to this spot, gets taken out at third instead of fourth there, and now leaves us just in the 1v1. And that instant finale up over the top from Lemur, putting it into a 2v4, really hard to recover from that point if you're Math.
Yeah, Lemur saw his opportunity. They got the reset, and he was like, I'm sending it. I'm going in. From the heavens. From the heavens.
And do it, they do. This is what I was talking about. There was like so much booping, and then he hits the jump pad. Dingo just getting smacked around like a pinball. In the end, falls in second. Really nice kind of finish, though, despite not claiming first for the likes of Math. Here we go. Final scoreboard. It's CKN locking in the victory at first. 168 points, climbing 12 points above NTB, who did have a very strong finish themselves. Not quite able to eliminate CKN, what they would have had to do to win that game. But in the end, they find themselves in second place with 156.
Yeah, and it was really, really, really good there from NTB. They did play the first half of the block really strong, but CKN just absolutely sweeping the second half of the block and coming out with the decisive victory. And I really do love to see TPC as well. I do think they did rise a bit from where they were previously, especially after their last couple games there.
Absolutely. MAF doing the same. Look at this. MAF, after that monster game 6, find themselves in third place by 1 point, claiming that third place spot on the podium. Red right behind them at 115. And our last paid spot, TPC, like you mentioned, working their way in at the very end with that game 6 victory, claiming the last spot on the podium for our top 5 prize winning spots. Taking a look at the rest of the scoreboard, though, it's DTW 20-ish points behind them at 75, Law 65, Cat 54, 36, and PLP 20. And PLP definitely had some pop-off moments. We saw some moments where they had some really big plays, but not quite able to find those finishes for the big points. But we talked about the skill disparity being very close here, Kaya, definitely reflecting such on the scoreboard.
Yep, some really, really high point finishes from a lot of teams. A lot of the time I feel like in these lobbies you see like 2 or 3 teams that are like above 100 points, and then the rest of them are like kind of fallen off. But here, like on the final scoreboard, we did see like four, almost 5 teams above 100 points. So yeah, really, really, really good showing from everybody.
Absolutely. Epic finish. As always, another banger set of Saturday Night SUPERVIVE games. Don't forget, guys, clip competition continues. So if you had a banger moment that game as a player, don't forget to capture that, put it in the clips channel, tag Kaya for your official submission. And besides that, anything, we'll do our kind of final shout outs, Kaya, but is there anything you want to kind of say on the way out here before we close things up?
Send me your clips. Also, don't forget to tag me, because some of you just send clips and don't tag me, but I need you to tag me so I see it.
Tag Kaya if you submit your clips. $300 online, 150 for first, 100 for second, $50 for third. We saw the clips from last weekend today at our halftime break, so don't forget to send your hype plays in. We had plenty of hype plays. I can think of like 3 or 4 that last game. The Izzy triple finale, the Krillo double push into heart, just some really pop-off moments even in just that final game. So GG's, guys. Thank you everyone so much for joining, so much for watching. Huge shout out to the community as a whole. We love you guys. We love the support for SUPERVIVE. Huge shout out to everyone on the SNS team working on these tournaments. So many people putting in so much free time to make this stuff happen. So, you know, not just the players for showing up and playing and giving us banger games. Huge shout out to you guys, but massive shout out to Shivam behind the scenes working the production angle. We got numbers showing up despite having family in town, like sneaks away for a little bit to observe for us so Kaya can cast with me on the kind of final game. Our casters this morning, Magical and Samiri popping off, everyone behind the scenes, Afro and Gina doing stats for us. Thank you so much, guys, for everything you do. Huge shout out to Theorycraft again for sponsoring the tournament. So moving forward, guys, we're going to have 3 more weeks of SNS before our tournament series for the year concludes. It's going to be Squad Saturday Night SUPERVIVE back-to-back for the next 2 weekends. And then the last weekend in December, that's going to be December 20th, is our final Turbo Cup for the big prize pool, $2,500 for Squad. So some really exciting SUPERVIVE to come in the next 3 weeks. Make sure to tune into that. But besides that, huge shout out to everyone watching, everyone supporting SUPERVIVE. We love you guys.
Yeah.
GG's. W SUPERVIVE. Catch you next time.
W SUPERVIVE.
Does have
Ooh,
the
beautiful
unstoppable
second win.
proc. Big damage from the second win there. Health bars trade on both sides. The delete from the Jewel. So Madly finds one. Has a Sunday fully stacked. Tornado Boy goes down on the Zeph as well. All of a sudden, HMM in tatters here. Red Oath in the mix as well. Adding to that, right as I say that, Height doing the double bash into the wall. Gotta watch out for the lasers. RTK barely does get taken out on that entry. So down a member. NTB goes in. Clyde Cash, huge Abyssal Breaker. They take out two. Ted the Bread is down.
Wait, what? What? How did Lemur's team go? Oh, it was the beacon. I didn't see the beacon behind the rock. TPC comes back up. Lemur gets that respawn beacon down, but that's a huge singularity. Oh my God, TPC taking so much damage. What was that?
Oh my goodness. It is kind of getting traded on both sides. Red now 3v2. They find one more over the base. It's just the legend left on the Nyx. Not
Chiba getting the res.
Oh my God. Dude, and that shift back onto Beacon. So close to finishing this. Dude, this is actually insane by the legend. So much healing.
TPC looking a lot stronger than that. They got a lot more than ults. They got level 9 now. And a beautiful chilling finale plus hover wings coming out from Lemur. Oh my goodness. And it looks like Chiba is going to go down as well. TPC pushing forward.
Beautiful finale connect there from Lemur. I think hits 3. Shifting that forward is going to be rooted by Squid on the way out. Source of TPC. Can he do anything in the 1v4? Tries to find a grabby out. A little bit of an angle to the south.
It's hard to be a ballerina when you're a KP.
Not quite those Celestos.
Yeah.
Burger. Oh, maybe doing a do to reconnect. Big damage out. Height, nice block. Abyssal Breaker traded in return. Huge Evo Orb. They're going to turn this around. The legend is down on the Nyx. Now fighting in the 4v3. The nuke. Whoa, so close to connecting onto Height there. He is raid. Mad Melody. Huge damage coming through from the enemy Saros. NTB Vader absolutely pumping. Jake Braun down to 1. Can they finish his kill? No, because from this here. R&B barely short. Not a Burger doing a great job making their way out, but Dumb Kiss over the top with the ulti connects onto the Jewel, finishes it off with the spin into the iframe.
Now as they find themselves being stared at by both NTB and oh wait, beautiful shift though from the Void trying to get his team out. Some of his team goes down to the south. The singularity comes out.
And a stun coming up over the top. Now CKN has the pressure against Cat, trying to follow up. Taricha fully stacked. RTK finds the surge, goes for the second. Taricha down on the Zeph. All of a sudden, a bit of trouble for Cat. Dumbkiss continues the hunt. Dragonstaff slam over the top into the spin.
But still only 3 members stuck in the middle of 3 other teams.
Bottom up
the trade!
Almost tags Clyde. Kajetski find this kill to the south. Working so hard for it, but the heals coming through from Blue Bunny, eliminating that opportunity. So MAF does go out in third here. NTP doing such a good job playing around this gnarled heart. If they were in fact the one to throw it down, like you mentioned, like they just have held this space ever since they did that. And now 3 members left. They throw the mobile beacon down, trying to sneak this res in the corner. NTB not letting it happen. Gotta be careful with this train.
They get the res.
Somehow they stick the res, so they all the way on it. But so many people pushing the storm. The damage coming through from NTB, absolutely insane, crushing these health bars. Zero goes down. A Sunday goes down to Vader. NTB never letting up.
Yeah, DTW helping Izzy with these LMBs here. Goes in pursuit on the shift, but Izzy also shifting out, trying to get out of the situation. Oh my God! Wait.
Get each other in Mage Bog. Meanwhile, fighting continues to the south. PLP looking a little more aggressive than previous games. Captain Barrica a little split out. MAF show up for the third party. Very likely, but he's going to get spotted out though. Lock continuing to trade nice damage. Really rough spot for PLP here. Isolated in Storm. They're going to find one. Can they trade any kills back? Dylan is down. Just 2 members. They grab Crown, but all of a sudden it's all live through water here. Cross country.
And now Law have committed so much to this fight, and they're in a bad position themselves as well.
Like a centimeter away. That was wild. Oh my God! The fan from Squid punches nuts into the heart.
Oh my goodness, and absolute chaos breaks out as Law gets to res off, but it looks like they're back to square one as now Curlo is the only member remaining. A nuke comes out from the side of CKN straight on to Law's Wisps here, and all of the teams are collapsing in on this spot.
The south, meanwhile to the north, DTW and MAF poking at each other. We do see that Eva Orb app recovering for MAF as they work their way to the left, trying to find better circle position. Krillo gotta be a little careful with this.
Oh no, Krillo.
Gotta be a little careful. All of a sudden find themselves kind of pinched between two squads. They try to eclipse portal out to the north. Huge read by NTV, instantly collapse, crush all three members. MAF with hard position, huge damage on the Clyde with that Blinkstone. They're really trying to commit everything to bring this oath down, but they trade Izzy. Then Clyde survives, so NTV still at 4. They're gonna find 1, they're gonna find 2, they're gonna find 3. It's just Stealth Ninja left. He grabs the crown, going for anything you can get on the Kingpin. Has a prayer, but that is it. Kaya gonna get finished off. NTV go.
And Wubby Bay going to be trying to find that dunk, not quite connecting it. Oh my god. Oh my god, DTW coming in for the third party. We're just dropping like flies. Tornado Boy trying to provide some damage for the rest of his team to get out. Miri getting out to the north, but Tornado Boy, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to...
Oh my god. MAF just getting crushed. Health bars low on both sides, but TBC finds 2. All of a sudden, MAF have just Suga and Jetski left. So just him and Jetski making miracle happen. Big shift over the top. Izzy connecting on at least 1 with that finale. It's going to result in their own. Connects the grab, but is going to be on land. Mad Melody does go down. Instantly gets pushed into the backpack of the Aluna though. So going to be a big save if they can make it out alive. Jake Braun and Weimer just trying to buy space. They are able to get Melody back up. Big plays from Rakdos there with the Whisk Grab. They're going to trade 1 more. Oh, Rakdos trying to get the mid-air Whisk Grab, not health, but now the third party arrives. It's MAF from the north, crushing the hopes and dreams of PLP. The fight was looking so good for PLP. Huge commit. Everyone just yeeting onto this platform. Wubby, after the iframe ultimate, gets caught in the singularity. Nice read from Lanchipa there. Another great void play, giving Red advantage in this fight. Pine fully stacked, tries to not get surged here as he continues to fight. Big ultimate, but Squid gets sniped, gets spiked out of the Aluna ult. So instead of Pine coming back, Squid is down, Pine is down. Barbat's about to go down too, instantly. From multiple sides, CKN with a nice push. Hyde doing a great job fighting it out so far. Gets Dragon Staff saved on a roll, but the double shift coming through from the RTK Abyss Specialist Jewel. Already that evolved. Gets pushed into the nuke, but he's Kingpin. He's got way too much health, bro. Just takes a nuke to the face. Doesn't even matter. Continues to live. Second win from both directions. A good one and a bad one. Stealth Ninja continues to survive.
Lever! Oh my god, this chilling finale. It was huge. It got 1 stun, but zoned the rest. Everybody is just dropping like flies. There are so many people on the screen right now. Wow, DTW.
Height looking for the kill confirm is going to throw that E-plat down. Defensive napalm. Make sure Krillo has to scatter off of it on the carbine. Now Height shifting forward. Really wants to finish off this pesky carbine. The rest of Law here to back him up though. Force the rate onto E-plat. Now it's Cat that split, but they're able to negate it for a second longer. Now trading nice damage against Melody. Railgun barely wide. Jetski really wants to finish this kill, but it's the third party now. Reverse CKN works their way up from the north. It is a tiny bit of an overkill. He does eventually go down. Fighting continuing with the south. CKN versus MAF this time. Kill traded for the side of CKN. Continuing. Jetski with the crown, committing to this kill on Height. Sees the action. Beautiful. On the way out, eventually does go down. Now everyone kind of in tatters, fighting not TPC. Lemur grabs the crown, gets hit by the lightning strike, is fully stacked. Will he get surged here? Almost nowhere to go for Lemur. Has this fight before it starts. Huge Wukong damage out onto Dylan. The shift forward with the Celeste is going to be able to connect onto Dylan's Ghost, take him out. They trade Pajama Game Lord in the back as well. So, and a third line to pick onto Lanchipa. So the Void Hero is down. Not done yet though. Barbat slotted the Firefox in, trying to chip away these health bars, but PL.
All this chaos is happening around Road Pizza. Sends it forward with the Bishop ult, but takes so much damage from Cat. Gonna just barely living after the second win, but will go down to Taricha there. Oh. Can we make it a 5? They're trying to. They're pushing forward. The Amazing Burst comes out but doesn't quite connect. Suga playing down to the south now. The orb, the nuke comes out onto the beacon, destroying it. And now the rest of Red pushing up. They're really chunked out, but Lemur pushing forward with the chilling finale and the crown will get spiked down by Red. Onto the south by the likes of Law here. Oh my god, RTK gets a full ult static charge on to all of Law. Gets massive resets, completely solo chunks out Law. But does go down.
are there. Does trade a lot of damage, puts a lot of pressure out on the Law. Now with this third party from NTB collapsing on the Law, they get the spike.
Might be worth dropping that one. Oh my god,
Slow
legend.
down the legend. He gets the stack, the double surge, instantly starting this chaos. Red just in tatters. After
my
that,
God.
somehow Pine still alive. All of CKN, perfect collapse on NTB. Can they finish off Clyde Cash here? Are they going to be able to? Or is it going to be Pine going down first? CKN looking to find 2 games. Red. CKN surely going to be able to close this one out. Not much you could do as the lone myth here. RTK popping off on the Jewel, able to close your railgun barely wide on Dumpkiss is still fully stacked. Vader over the top connects the Carbine. Oh, and the surge for Surge. RTK avoids the stacks from the NTB Jewel. Continue exerting some pressure here with a bit of that tempo in play. Lemur sidestep on the lightning strike is stacked up. Fox committing with the shield pull there is going to get rooted in return. Maybe a bit of an overcommit from Paranuts' TPC. Really nice follow-up on the root from Rakdos.
Ooh.
Able to...
Oh no! Lemur!
Oh, Krillo! Air popping off 2 in the heart. Completely turning this fight around for Law.
It was personal. It was personal. He got
out on top of this initial engage, pushing CKN out to the north.
Oh my god, Pulse.
Is he maybe getting isolated? But the finale, who is
Oh
isolating
my god.
who? Gonna
Oh
catch
my
all
god.
3 members, gonna get 1, get 2, get 3.
Oh
Easy.
my.
Dingo on the Ghost. Great spot for the Napalm as that Celeste ult is Tango with the Celeste. Meanwhile, panning back to the right, Tornado Boy doing everything he can, able to find their huge pop-off moment for a big placement. Speaking of, DTW pops off, connects onto the last member of Cat. Height is down, 2 more squads out, and all of a sudden, really sketchy situation for DTW.
Oh no!
Squad's collapsing here, Quiet. We're about to after eliminated for Red, so 2 more squads out instantly. 3-way fight continuing here. CKN is in the middle. Huge push from Math. Showing up again, massive this game. Can they put CKN on the back foot? If CKN gets eliminated here, really going to mix up the scoreboard if NTB survives.
Yeah, but NTB kind of in a similar rough situation. 2 of their members chunked out really low. CKN minute.
And RTK,
oh my god, RTK!
He
Oh
has
my
the
god.
full stacks, he finds the surge. I think
He
still
gets
has the
the
rewind cooldown, bumps the wisp. Can't collapse on this and get the kill. Play with the sliver, finds the rewind, still alive for a second longer. In the 1v4, tries to surge out. We do see the gnarled heart down jump pad. Is gonna get air blasted in the storm, so right after NTB, CKN goes down. The Illuna Mad Melody going for the grabs on the Kingpin, and Lemur on the Celeste shifting up over the top, trying to finish off this Math squad.
Yep, just the out, or the Celestial out comes out from Lemur though, and rest of TPC splitting them up. Dingo in the middle of TPC members now. Ted the Bread meanwhile getting pushed into the storm up to the north, and oh my goodness, we are in the air. We're ending on a high.